A move I like to play against the Queen's Gambit is knight to c6. Here I give importance to development. There's a lot of lines that I'm going to go through. The first one I'm going to take into account is knight to c3 is the third move for the white player. Now here I play knight to f6 and the game is likely to become a 4 knight. Now here the move I suggest to go on with is bishop to g4, and there's several options here. There's pawn, there's this pawn h3 or e3, or even knight to e5. The most common one, but we're going to go through all of them, the most common one is pawn to e3. Now after this move is the reply I prefer is pawn to e5. So this is pretty aggressive, and now, well, the knight is now pinned, can't move. Then the knight can't take the pawn, and the pawn could take in e5. The c pawn could take in d5, or even the knight. There's a lot of options. Or h3. h3 is the main move. So after h3, now here black takes knight. This is the best move for the black player. Black gives up the knight, the bishop for the knight, and now white could either recapture with the pawn or with the queen. If white takes with the queen, now the move to go on, and black here is already in a good advantage. Pawn takes pawn. If pawn takes back, knight can jump to d4, threatening the queen and the c2 square. Either d1 is an option or e3 with check. So if queen goes to e3 with check, black plays queen to e7, pinning the queen, meaning that the white queen can't take the knight. Now swapping will be comfortable for the black player. After bishop takes c7, black is still threatening the c2 square, which means that white will have to lose his right to castle or just play bishop to d3. Now bishop to d3 loses to pawn takes c4, forcing the bishop to go back to b1, and then allowing black to castle and play comfortable endgame with an extra pawn, extra 2 pawns actually. And if king to d1, black can just castle alongside. This is the main idea here. Eventually open up the file and play a comfortable endgame with the same advantage in material. Then if white decides to play bishop d3, for example, to protect the c2 square and finally get going with development, here black can just take the pawn. So pretty much the same thing, forcing the bishop back to b1, only square, and now just swapping pieces is ideal. And now after castling, black goes on with his material advantage of 2 pawns, so playing an easy endgame. Another option here, another option was queen to d1, but that's just passive and lets black pick up the pawn and now still keep an advantage of a pawn. Then another option would be either pawn takes or knight takes. Now pawn takes could be a cheeky try by the white player, but that's a blunder. Pawn can take the knight now, and now white is down a piece, so he has to take the knight, which allows black to have this move. Pawn takes b2, and now black is threatening to take with promotion. White is forced to take back, which gives bishop check. The bishop sacrifice in c3 wouldn't make any sense. The d file is controlled by the queen, and the king is forced to e2, which leaves the queen able to give a checkmate. Another option is knight takes d5, and now we take back. Here white can choose to take either with the pawn or with the queen. If white takes with the queen, that's not good for the white player. Now black develops with tempo. This is check, and the king needs to go to d1. Bishop d2 is not a good option. Now black can just swap. King has to take, and now black takes the pawn with check. Now here black is breaking the pawn chain of the white player, forcing an isolated pawn. As long as the white king doesn't want to go to e3, but that would be really bad to expose himself so much. If and then pawn takes, now black plays a good endgame. He plays queen e7 now. Swapping the queens will not be ideal. Rook is coming to d8, so the queen is forced to move away from the pinning square. Best move for the queen now is queen to f3. Rook can come to d8, and black can play a comfortable endgame here as well. Back to knight takes pawn. Knight takes, and now white can take with the pawn, maybe trying to reunite the chain, the big pawn chain. Now here the plan continues in a similar way. Bishop check. White could either lose his right to castle by going to d1, bishop to d2. The plan continues in a similar way. Let's say king d1. Now black can take the pawn in e3, and well, this pawn is not able to capture the knight because it's pinned. Now queen can choose to take with check, knight e7, and now the pawn in d5 is being attacked by two pieces, and no move can really help to save the pawn. Maybe bishop c4 gives some more time to the white player, but he's already lost the right to castle in a game where the queens are still on the board. And after castling, now black is playing a good endgame. If instead of king d1, white plays bishop to d2, now here black takes the bishop, king takes back, and white avoids swapping pieces and just castles, preparing a strong attack involving the rooks on open files, which is why white is definitely not recommended to take the knight because of some really bad discover checks. Now white should probably take the pawn. I don't really want to go on. I don't think it's necessary, although I don't think there's any point studying this situation because I think here rook e8 should probably just win. At the beginning of the game, move 6, we took the knight after the bishop was being threatened by the h3 pawn, and we consider queen takes bishop, which loses control over the square d4 and gave white all sorts of different trouble. Now white can choose to capture this pawn, this bishop with the pawn in g2, still allowing the queen to control d4, but now black takes the pawn, and the queen obviously cannot recapture because of the knight. So black is up the pawn. White recapturing gives a double isolated pawn and a comfortable situation for the black player. So now the black player here can just play the suggested move is pawn takes c4, and now black can just play according to his style. The white king can't really castle anywhere safe, and so it's important for the black player to not swap queens. Now white can recapture the pawn, although black has a double attack on the pawn in d4, which means that black can keep his material advantage and a much better pawn structure. If the main move now is pawn to d5, if white plays bishop to e3, black can go for the usual move that players against those that play against the queen's gambit, especially if those that play the queen's gambit accepted might know. This is the pawn that is trying to go to b4, and that can get taken, but then bishop b4 check, knight comes back, and then the knight is getting rid of the opponent's bishop pair, and now white can probably white should play like bishop d2 or queen to c2, Although now black can take the bishop and getting the queen getting the queen into the game, and then castle his king and play an endgame that is way more comfortable than the white player. Going back, pawn takes pawn, and pawn takes pawn, and pawn takes c4. Now here the main move is pawn to d5. So if pawn to d5, now this game transposes into the specific tactic, positional tactic that there is in the Chigorin, the usual queen pinning queen with the knight in d4, attacking c2, and so now if queen takes queen, we're happy because we take back and then we play on with a great advantage in terms of pawn structure and number. So this situation is clearly not happy for the white player to continue. After pawn to d4, pawn to d5, c4, and then knight c6. In this second part of the Chigorin defense video, I'm going to show some more variations. So after third move, knight to c3, and then knight f6, knight f3, bishop g4 is the move that we choose to go on with. So e3 and now e5. In the last video, I showed a few lines that come after pawn to h3. So today I will go through pawn to d5, pawn takes d5, and then knight takes d5. Starting from knight takes d5, now black has to take back, pawn takes back, and then queen takes back. Material is equal, and now black has 3 pieces attacking d4, while white has 3 as well, but one of them is pinned, which means that an option would be to capture the knight, and then when the knight gets taken back, we are able to win a pawn. Or even if the queen takes back, then we can either even choose to swap pieces and just go play one pawn up. Or so now white has to choose what to play. Yeah, he cannot go and protect the d4 pawn in any other way. There's no other possible defender. The bishop will take too long, so white has to play something, and the two main options that white has are either to take the pawn, so basically not lose any material for the moment, or pawn to h3. This is also the popular move, the second most popular move. So going through, let's say pawn to h3 first. Now black can choose to play bishop b4 check, developing with tempo, and black and white has to defend with the bishop in d2. He cannot move the knight because the knight is pinned. So I can play bishop d2, king e2, loses straight away after pawn to e4. The knight is pinned, so the pawn's attacking the knight. Taking the bishop is a mistake because of queen c4, which leads to checkmate. And there is no other move that can prevent white from a disaster. White can just make his life a bit longer, but this is a disaster because the only move would be basically queen d3, which is just not worth going through. So bishop d2, and now bishop takes, queen takes back, now bishop takes knight, pawn takes back, and now long castle. So black has a bunch of attackers to the d4 pawn. The pawn is pinned. If the pawn moves, if the pawn captures e5, then black can checkmate in d2. So black can play a comfortable endgame with a good pawn structure and a pawn that is about to gain. no matter what white does. I think white can just play rook to d1, but that still gives black a pawn after a few swaps. Now, going back, if white doesn't play pawn to h3 and plays pawn takes pawn, for instance, in order not to lose material at the moment, black swaps queens, queen takes queen, king takes back, and now black can go on with development. So he castles with tempo. This is check, and now white has to play careful. Basically, the best move for the white player here is king to e2. Now, if he plays king to e1, the best move for the black player is knight to b4, threaten the c2 squares, the c2 square, and the king cannot go anywhere on the d file to protect it, and bishop in d3 doesn't work because the square is very well protected. So white can maybe play something like rook b1, but then bishop f5 attacks the rook, and if white tries something like knight d2 to go and lose a bit less material by defending the rook, then rook can just take the knight, and now white has a massive advantage. So this forces white to play king e2 anyway. So going back, now after the check, white's best move is king e2. Now black just recaptures, and the idea is to take the knight. So now there's two attackers on the knight. There's two defenders as well, but white will also have to develop his pieces at some point. So he can't use his bishop in f1, and g3 is not a good move because there's a free knight and a free rook. So white will have to get rid of this bishop because it's pinning the knight, and the king can't go anywhere else. So h3, and now bishop takes, pawn takes, then knight d3 to attack the bishop, and the pawn impedes you, so the bishop can't really move without losing a pawn. And then eventually this is just a good endgame for the black player. The black players can play with a better pawn structure, and black can also choose. I know a good option would be, for instance, to take the bishop in c1 so that white doesn't get to play with the bishop pair. So knight d5 is not the best option for the white player. So the other option is pawn takes d5. Now after that, pawn takes back, and there's several options here. The best one is queen b3, which I'm going to go through later on in this video. So first I will go through h3. So pawn to h3. Now black captures the knight, and then the queen takes back. So we'll look at queen takes back. Now knight b4, knight d4 is the move to continue. So the knight's attacking c2 and d3, so the bishop cannot protect the c2 square, and this is forcing white to two possible replies. Either bishop to c4, threatening a cheeky checkmate in f7, or queen to d1. Now queen to d1 is definitely the worst, because now black can just win a pawn. This is a free pawn in d4. So bishop to c4 is definitely better. Now black continues with queen f6. The idea is to look for the fork in c2. And now black, and the white player now has to do something because of that threat. So he can choose to swap queens. Queen takes queen. So after queen takes, pawn takes. Now white plays castle, and the game is slightly better for the black player, but we can say that white has defended well so far. Black continues with pawn takes, in order to isolate the d pawn, and now knight c2, rook b1, and now knight takes pawn. So black has an extra pawn, which is why it's slightly better, but white also has the bishop pair, and this endgame, if played well, could lead to a draw, but this is to assume that white will play his absolute best moves, which still leave the black player with an extra pawn anyway. So going back, so continuing with pawn to h3, bishop takes, and now queen takes, knight d to b4, bishop to c4, queen to f6, and now, so earlier we looked at queen takes f6, but black can also play something different. If he plays knight to d5, after knight to d5, now black swaps queens and castles long, because the knight was threatening c7 in with the same type, with the same idea. Now black's best move is knight takes knight. Well, bishop d3 is not possible because it gets taken. Bishop b3 leaves black the chance to give a check, pick up the bishop, get rid of the bishop pair for the endgame, and then eventually win a pawn in d4. So now the best move is knight takes, and then bishop takes with check. Bishop d2 is not a good move for the white player for the exact same reason. Bishop takes, and then black picks up the pawn in d4. So now king f1, and black continues in this endgame, trying to exploit the weaknesses of the double isolated pawn of the opponent, and playing an endgame in which he has a good advantage. Another variation is after c takes d5 and knight takes d5, white can play pawn takes e5. This isn't good. It's a mistake. Black can now take the knight, and there's got a double pawn and then an isolated pawn in the c file. Definitely the best move now for the white player is to take the queen. Otherwise, after pawn takes here, then it's just going to help the black player to develop his pieces. After queen takes queen, king takes, and then long castle, knight taking the pawn because the knight in f3 is pinned, and so the white player captures the queen, and then rook takes back, and pawn takes knight, knight takes, and obviously the knight cannot take in e5. It would be a very silly way to lose because rook d1 gives checkmate. Now the best move for the white player in order not to lose this pawn in f3 is knight to d4. After knight to d4, black continues with c5, and black continues to play an endgame where he has a better pawn structure and better development. So black gets to play a comfortable endgame. One more variation about the c takes d5 is one that is also wrong. Just like pawn takes e5, there's another option, e4. Now black continues in the same way, knight takes knight, pawn takes back, and black pawn takes. And what black is up a pawn, because if the pawn in c takes the pawn in d4, now white can just take the knight and win the pawn. And if he doesn't take, then white can just take back. If pawn pushes to c4, then black is still up a pawn, and he can just continue playing, just developing pieces. Now the best move for the white player after c takes d5, knight takes d5 is queen b3, as I mentioned at the beginning of the video. Now there's two pieces attacking the knight in d5, so black should play bishop to b4 now. After bishop b4, which is pinning the knight with the idea of capturing it in order to release pressure on the d4 square, white can either play pawn to a3 or bishop to d2. So if white plays pawn to a3, bishop takes knight. Obviously the queen is not going to take back because of the knight, so pawn takes. And now some more swaps. Bishop takes knight, pawn takes back. Now black castles. The idea was to double up these pawns and basically make sure that the white king doesn't have any safe place to castle, because you can't really castle king side or queen side. Both sides are very unsafe, especially because the queens are still on the board. So now white can go on with c4, which is his best move. Knight to b6, and now d5. No other moves will be possible in this situation. Pawn takes back will be bad, because knight will just take back, and then white gets to play with an isolated pawn, unsafe king, and queen ready to allow the rook to come behind there and taking control of central open files. So d5 and knight e7, and now bishop b2, queen b6. This is just black playing and white playing the best possible moves. The endgame that starts right now will see black playing with a better pawn structure and a safer king, although assuming that white will play only his best moves like he did in this game so far, the game will be just a slight advantage for the black player, therefore still a drawish situation in case white plays perfectly. The other option instead of a3 was bishop to d2, and now bishop still takes the knight and bishop takes back. Again the same stuff, bishop takes f3, pawn takes. So after these swaps, black takes the pawn, and here black could play bishop takes, the knight takes, and then pawn takes back, and then white is going to have two isolated double pawns, no more bishop pair, therefore a better endgame for the black player. So white can either play that move, bishop takes, which is definitely bad, or pawn takes. In that case, black just goes on with castling, and white's pawn structure is just really bad. And another option is queen takes b7, and now knight e5. So the queen is no longer capturing the knight in c6, knight e5, targeting a weak pawn with check, and white could try to speed up his development with bishop b5. So after bishop e5, now black plays king e7. Again, black is threatening to capture the pawn. There's double attack on the e3 square in case the bishop were to go to b4, then the knight will just take it. In case the bishop goes to d2, then the pawn will take the pawn in e3. So white can try to take the pawn. That's his best option according to engines as well. And now black continues with rook b8, queen a6. Now knight takes bishop, getting rid of the opponent's bishop pair. Pawn takes back in order not to lose the bishop that was double attacked. And now knight takes with check, king f1, now rook b6, and black plays a comfortable endgame. White can continue with queen a3 and then king f6. Black is ready to bring the rooks into to the open file, He's got a well-placed knight, and the game is good for the black player. Although this is again just like the previous examples to assume that white will play his absolute best moves, such as in the variation of queen b3. So white will have to be very well prepared against the Chigorin, which is really unlikely. So this could be a very useful weapon against lots of players that play the Queen's Gambit. After d4, d5, c4, knight c6, black's playing the Chigorin, white can play knight f3, and black continues with bishop to g4 with the idea of taking it immediately. In this video I'm going to go through what happens after h3. Then in the following videos I'm going to go through other options. After h3 though, black takes the knight. White can now take with the g pawn or the e pawn. First I'm going to go through what happens after white takes with the e pawn. Black plays the thematic e5. Now black's putting pressure on d4, and there is no way to defend it. Bishop e3, and black is just doing much better. If white tries to protect the pawn with bishop to e3, then black just takes. Bishop takes back, and now check. What the white queen cannot protect, because then the bishop is lost. If white protects with the bishop, which is by the way the best move. In fact, bishop e3, which I haven't mentioned yet, loses to d4 because well the bishop is pinned and the knight's putting pressure on that square, so the queen can't really take the pawn. So after bishop e2, black goes on with castle, and black has a huge advantage already. The idea obviously is to take the pawn and have two pieces, one of them pinning the bishop and then the other one taking it. Taking wouldn't make any difference because rook takes, and then again this bishop cannot be protected by a pawn, so it's very weak and it's pinned, and black is going to win a piece. So the best move for white now, the only move actually, is c5. After that, black takes bishop, and then queen takes, and now black has an extra passed pawn and better pawn structure. And of course, great majority on the queen side that will not struggle to progress. So this leads us back to the earlier position. White shouldn't play bishop e3, but rather take the pawn. And now black continues by taking the pawn in c4. And bishop can't take this immediately without white just losing right to castle and giving black better activity, especially after long castle, and then winning the pawn in e5. So the white queen can now move on the side of the board. I'm gonna go first through this queen takes, rook takes, just in case white was thinking that this would be able to give him some activity. The problem with the white play is that now he's only got one piece developed. He's got to move it again. If he goes to e2, for example, but f1 wouldn't make much sense because he's just under developing his own piece, so black will have much better chances. So after e2, black just goes on to d3, check. If the king goes on the d file, then there's discover checks that win the game. If f1, of course, this is free bishop, so white has to take this knight, rook takes, and now white goes on with the best move, which is king e2, comes with a tempo and attack on the rook that cannot be defended, so the rook has to go back, obviously, to a white square, since white has a dark square bishop, and also this helped white to develop his rook as soon as possible. After, for example, a move like knight c3, just to show a few more of the potential weaknesses that can appear in the white's play, black has to play the thematic bishop b4. The idea is to take this knight immediately, just like the bishop took the knight in f3, and break the pawn structure, and then white will have a double pawn and two isolated ones, and will play the endgame with the majority of pawn on the queen side to attack. So for example, a3, bishop takes e3, pawn takes, and knight e6, black is much better. So if knight goes to b5 to avoid ruining the pawn structure, then simply a6, and now the knight's got nowhere to go. d4, c3, well, d4, d6 are taken by the rooks. So c3, white's just been wasting time and breaking his own pawn structure, and knight a7 gets trapped by bishop c5. The knight's got nowhere to go. If he goes to c8, then the king will take it, and if bishop e3, then just bishop takes, pawn takes, or king takes, whatever. Black just plays knight a7, and this knight is trapped, can't go anywhere. It was going to get taken later. A move like rook d1, for example, is just met by c6. If rook takes, then a king goes and takes the knight. It's inevitable. Going back, if white doesn't want to lose the knight and tries, instead of knight b5, tries knight e4, for example. So this is just bad. After f5, now the knight, well, can't go to c5 because it gets taken, and here, well, there wouldn't have been any point in moving in the first place. Knight d2 is just extremely passive. Knight g5 loses to h6, and then knight e6, and it gets pinned. So the only move is knight g3, and now black continues with g6. White knight can't go anywhere. White's bishop cannot be developed to anybody get square because like bishop b2 just gets taken by the fork of the rook. So white is left with a double pawn on the side and a majority and a minority on the queen side. So the best move for white now is to just try and trade rooks, rook d1, or just put the rook on the central file. Now black is happy to take, king takes, just brings the king back. King's gonna have to be an active piece in the endgame, so it's good to force him to go back. Knight e7, and now it all goes back. It all goes down to basically just develop this majority of pawns that's gonna win against the minority. Black should try its best to swap pieces, especially minor pieces, and play and carry on with moves like king f7, rook in an open file, and exploit the weak knight of the opponent. And the advantage is not huge, but it's just it should be able to determine a win for black if black plays accurately. This leads us back to the same position as before. If white tries not to break his pawn structure by bishop d2, so defending the bishop with the bishop, black goes on with knight e7, and when provoked, then bishop takes the knight anyway, which makes just one of the thematics of the Chigorin, so easy to remember. It just makes this opening so easy to play. But bishop takes, and now knight d5 comes with an attack on the bishop. Taking is wrong because rook g8 goes on to win a pawn, and then the white pawns doubled up and isolated. So black is just much better. So well, this move doesn't make bishop e4 doesn't make sense because the knight. Bishop a5 just gets kicked out, so that's pointless. So now the bishop is back to d2. Now after castling, black is just fine, and if white tries to find some peace by bringing rook, for example, in an open file and try to manually castle, what happens is black just has to play this game accurately and exploit the majority against the minority of pawns. A move like rook e8 check, king f1, and black is getting ready to play moves like c5, b6, f5, knight c7, knight e6, and get ready to sit on the throne of d4. Now I'm going back to the position of earlier when I played bishop e2, which was the best move by white. White can play, for example, a move like bishop b5. It's just a waste of time after c6, and then bishop a4. The knight d3 check comes anyway with a thematic that I'm about to show. After bishop b3, this is the actual line I'm going to go through. Now black goes with the usual knight d3 check. Again, the king cannot approach the d file because of the discover check, and he can't move to f1 because he loses the bishop. So after e2, knight just takes the bishop. Rook takes, and black now goes to an endgame. Black is happy to trade towards an endgame because he has a majority of pawns that is willing to start pushing. And after c6, meaning to secure the pawn structure from the attack of the rook, and white playing the only developing moves, black just play knight f6. And if knight tries to reunite the pawn structure, of course this is key to success in this game, not to do it, not to allow it. Of course, black should not take the knight, but rather play bishop e7, keep developing, and eventually swap pieces, but without giving white a majority, because uniting these pawns will just prove that we've been wasting time all along. In order to go towards even easier endgame, it's just really important to trade pieces, to the point that even after knight c5, for instance, black is just happy to take, yes, giving a bishop for a knight in an open endgame, but that's because black is completely safe. After castling, white plays g4. Best move that gives the best chances, because pushing these minority pawns doesn't make any sense, and the rook can't really go to the c file because it's completely closed file, it has no access to, and rook d1 will just make life easier for black after trading. After a move like g4, black checks, and then king f1, and now just king f8, starting to activate the king. Black is just fine. It's important to mention that white's majority here isn't really a majority, because these pawns are doubled up, and they cannot really start any proper attack. After f4, for example, white surrenders an incredible square for the knight, so that's really bad. After g5, for example, just in case, white can try to deflect the knight from this square and then eventually push f4 and maybe try to create some damage. Black is just fine after this knight to h5 move, g6 to support the knight. The knight is in a square that can't be attacked by a pawn, is protected by a pawn, and is got access to f4, so black is absolutely fine. This endgame is much easier to play for black than it is for white. So now I'm back at the initial position. So bishop g4 is being played, and then h3, and now bishop takes knight. So now I'm going to go through what happens after g takes the bishop in f3. Now black plays the usual e5, and well, bishop e3 is even worse than it was before, because after pawn takes and then bishop takes, now black can play this very good queen h4 move. Also, the queen is just putting more pressure on the bishop, so now black is threatening to win it. After the bishop retreats, let's say for example to e3, then d4 and bishop d2, now black castles, and black is got huge advantage with a tremendous pawn in d4, which literally paralyzes every white pawn, because whatever white tries to do with the pawn will get taken with terrible consequences. Same of course will happen if white goes to c3. If white blocks, actually I should do this back. If after queen h4 the tap on the bishop, if white blocks it like this, protects it with the pawn, then black just goes on normally castling, and it's a theme that has been seen before earlier in this video. The rook will be in the same file of this rook. There's a lot of pressure on that, and black is threatening to take the pawn in c4. So after pawn takes and rook takes and bishop c4, the rook just goes back to d8, with black keeping a huge advantage. Also threatening to isolate these two pawns in case of a swap. So going back to earlier, when black just took the knight in f3 and then g takes back, then e5, white can try another move, e3, to kind of create what seems like a good center, but it's not, simply because e3 is just silly. Pawn takes just isolates the pawn here, and now bishop b4, the usual check. Knight c3 is met by pawn takes, and there's a double attack on this pawn. So after pawn to d5, only move, queen check, and now, well, queen e2 is just going through this knight d4 move, and black's just so much better, and black is going through the usual threats of positions seen already. And if anything else, like bishop e2, bishop e3, black will just go on with castling, pinning the pawn, knight pinned as well, and black's development is so much more harmonious than white's. And now after a move like knight f6 later on, nothing can really stop black from winning this pawn. So something like, I don't know, bishop f4 or whatever move just doesn't make any difference. There's too much pressure on this square, and removing the queen away from the d file doesn't help. Either he does it now, even if he had done it before, something like queen here, just even before knight f6, it just goes into well, I don't even calculate this kind of position, because it's just game over. There's huge advantage. Bishop takes, pawn takes, and then probably rook takes. The bishop's pinned, black is up quite a lot. Now going back to the same initial position. After bishop takes and this pawn takes e5. If white decides to take this, well, c takes d5 is a move I'm going to go through the next video because it's too long. So if pawn takes this one, then black just goes on with the usual d takes e4, doesn't have to worry about the queen because it's protected by a rook. So now I'm going to go through a type of move that I didn't go through in the previous variation, but that applies the same way. Of course, white is not interested in trading queens, so let's say white goes to the usual queen to a4 move. So now black continues with queen d7, and after queen capturing the pawn, black is absolutely fine after bishop b4 check. Now white's only got two pieces to stop it. So well, king can't move. Let's say starting from bishop d2, black goes on with a very simple rook d8, so great move. The bishop cannot take here because the main threat in d1, and now there's just really a lot of pressure on d2. So now black is just completely winning. The only move that now the engine suggests is queen to c1, but even then black plays queen f5 with a threat of knight d4. Pushing any of like the e pawn, for instance, somewhere just loses more material for white. So the game is already compromised. I had to mention queen had to go to c1 also because, well, queen in c2 just gets attacked. Well, the knight can't really go anywhere because of the mate threat. So another way to block could have been, instead of bishop d2, which is bad, white could have played, for example, knight d2. This is the absolute worst because after rook d8, now it's just the queen doesn't have the c1 square anymore, so it's going to go to c2, but even then gets attacked by the knight. And after the knight is in d4, even if the queen were to move again from c2 anywhere, then the knight will have quite a few really strong discovered checks like knight f3, depending on the occasion, and then any player can work this out very easy. It's like basic tactics, and then the bishop, all the pieces will just coming to the white king. So now another way to block this deadly bishop b4 check could be, let me put the rook back in e8, knight c3, but this loses to knight d4. Again, the queen doesn't have access to the c file, can't go back. The knight's making a strong threat. Of course, queen cannot take the bishop due to the fork in c2. So now the only way for white to defend from the threat of the c2 square, the c2 fork, is queen to d3. This is the only move available for white. After that, black goes on with the excellent queen a4. The knight is playing, can't take the queen. There's a nice tactic here because, well, the queen cannot take the knight due to rook d8, which makes a skewer and attacks a checkmate square. The knight is pinned once again, so queen takes and rook here. The queen will have to sacrifice for the rook, and then king takes, and black just goes on with a good advantage. Not huge because of the relatively small sacrifice of the white player, but still. So now if white doesn't take this knight, well, white's got to do something about this threat. And unless he wants to put the king in huge trouble, but then even like rook d8 just wins even in case of king d2. There's really nothing else that black can do. Another move could be this, but this also fails to the very basic tactic of knight takes pawn, and then the pawn can't take back because the rook will fall, and so on. As from the previous video, after the third move by white, knight f3, bishop g4 follows. A move that is actually quite popular but not very correct is knight e5 now. White can try this move because he doesn't want his pawn structure to be broken, or simply to attack the bishop and try the usual exchange of the knight for the bishop. This knight must be taken. Pawn takes back, and now the move to continue is e6. Also because it looks like this pawn can be taken, because then queen takes queen and then rook takes back is favorable for black, but actually the queen will go to a4 with a check. After queen d7, queen will take the pawn. It's just annoying. It forces black to lose a tempo. So after e6, I'm going to go through pawn takes, but I'm going to start from knight c3. Now, a very natural looking move. White also has basically no pieces developed, so it's got to develop something. But now black already attacks with d4. This knight will have to go to e4. Obviously, knight b5 in the attempt of doubling the attack on d4 doesn't work because of a lovely c6 move. Now, taking the pawn would be a mistake by black because of bishop c5. Now, the knight, well, if the knight moves, then the queen will just take the queen. The white player will lose a right to castle. Black will then castle with check, and there's basically no point for white to play like that. So, well, e3 cannot be played because bishop takes queen. So after a move like bishop to e3, white is completely lost. The queen gives a check. And now if white blocks it with the queen, needless to say, bishop b4 wins the game. If white blocks with the bishop, now queen b6, there's a double attack on the knight, and now the queen, unlike before in a5, the queen now is attacking this pawn. So after bishop again to e3, white will lose a pawn, and there will be a super strong attack on the king, and white will lose a lot of material. So after the queen a5 check, the best move for the white player is b4. The reason is that after bishop takes b4, now white can block with the bishop. It will still be losing material, just not as much as before. Now black continues with long castle. Bishop takes bishop comes with a queen check, and black wins the knight for free. Whereas right now the threat is simple: bishop takes bishop, then queen takes, and then queen takes, king takes, rook takes, knight, and black is up. Material of the game is completely over. One maybe potential attempt of the white player is to attack this bishop in g4, but it comes with no threats. If white wants to unpin the e2 pawn, and he can play pawn to f3, that doesn't change anything. Black just withdraws the bishop, and after a move like e3, which will be possible later on, after a bunch of swaps, this knight will be pinned because queen takes and king takes, and the rook will be pinning the knight, and so the move c5, pawn to c5 will win the knight. But this is all just very easy to see. These are just basic tactics. So going back now, after the move d4, white has to play knight e4, and now black follows with queen d7. The reason is obvious: black wants the castle alongside, like it happens just the vast majority of times in the Chigorin. So now white proceeds with the engine move, basically the only move that is considered as good as possible by white is g3. The reason is obvious: this bishop has no future from this diagonal because of the pin. So after g3, black goes on with a bunch of moves that need to be explained, but they all make sense, and we'll try to make this defense clear. f5 is the right move now. Now the reason is pretty deep, and I'm going to go through what happens after pawn takes en passant. First of all, it's important to make it clear that this pawn's attacking the knight is going basically nowhere. Can't go to c3, cannot go to c5, gets taken. Knight d2 here will be really bad, also because it blocks the bishop. This bishop will never be developed. In fact, b3 in this kind of games is not good because of the bishop b4 threat, and this c3 square is completely under the control of the black player. So white will have to keep the b2 pawn where it is if he wants to have a good pawn structure, and he doesn't want the game to be over soon. At knight g5, the knight gets attacked again, so it's pointless. The only active move for the white player, except for en passant, which I will go through in a minute, is pawn to h3, so the black bishop now goes back to h5. It's important to keep the pin. So now white, since it didn't take en passant, meaning it can't do it anymore, knight g5 is forced. After h6 and knight f3, there's no need to rush in taking this knight to break the pawn structure of our opponent. Also because g4 isn't a threat right now because it just gets taken for free. So now black continues with c5, and it's important to understand what's going on right now. With these very accurate moves to remember, the white player is completely backwards with development. The control of the c3 square is granting black much more space and preventing white from developing. This bishop should not develop this way, it's just wrong. It looks like it could be developed now because black doesn't have access to b4 immediately, but the problem is that after c5 and d4, the bishop in b2 will not be working for a very long time and will not be able to reach the square f4 to defend the weak e5 pawn after the knight is taken. And its opponent could be targeted with queen c7, for example. Now, white can try either bishop g2 or pawn to e3. In both cases, black responds with knight e7. So I'm going to go through e3. White will have to at some point challenge the strong space of the black pawns. So e3 makes sense. And now black plays knight e7. White continues with bishop g2, which is the move that I suggested before, but eventually pawn to e3 was coming anyway. And now the black knight reaches the square it wanted to go to since before. It's knight c6. After castling and bishop e7, the game continues, but black's position is superior. The g4 square belongs to black. So does the c3 square and the e4 one. Also, white has a double pawn, and black is threatening to produce a passed pawn. Well, the pawn in d4 cannot be taken because then black just produces a passed pawn very quickly, and it's just too strong. So the best move now for white to continue is b4. The usual move that white plays when it tries to to start an attack on the queen side, also because black's king side isn't really the best for king safety. So black gives up a pawn. Either the knight moves away from the center and white can seize control of it, or black just moves a pawn away from the center and white obtains the same thing. After this move, black continues by taking the pawn, and after a swap, queen takes, and then king takes, and rook d1 with check and king c7. It looks like white can finally find some harmony in development. So white's got the bishop pair and no more double pawns. Everything looks fine except white is down a pawn with no compensation. At the current moment, white gets an isolated pawn and black gets a majority on the queen side and an attack on a weak pawn. This is acceptable after taking a knight, and so black's got an advantage of about minus 250, so a very comfortable endgame. So now I'm going to go back to the en passant situation. So earlier, white went on with h3, which was the best move. Black has just played f5. So earlier white played h3. Right now I'm going to go through pawn takes en passant. After this, black takes with the knight, and there's an attack on the knight right now. Again, white is in the exact same situation as before. Knight d2 is just too passive, doesn't make any sense. But the knight is pre-run, so it's got to do something. Knight g5 comes with an attack already, so it doesn't make much sense. And also, it could give similar scenarios to the previous situations. Best move is knight takes knight, pawn takes back, and it looks like white has found some sort of compensation, like the fact that black can't castle king side, and now white has a majority on the king side, majority of pawns. So now white will have to play bishop g2. Again, the bishop doesn't have a future from this diagonal. The pawn in e2 is pinned, and white will want to castle this side, so a move like f3 is just ugly. So after bishop g2, a long castle. Right now, the best move for white is queen b3. This comes with a checkmate threat, and the reason why this is the best move is to be highlighted. there's well, white wants to unpin this pawn because it's going to be the future challenger of a very strong pawn. Also, it's in white's interest to take initiative, so with the checkmate threat, and also try and break the pawn, try to mess up with the queen side of the opponent player. The queen side is where the king is castled. A move like b6 would be just unacceptable. Black has to play the only move now, it's c6, which stops the checkmate. If white had played something like h3, this doesn't change anything. Black goes on with bishop to h5, and in the future, and the reason is that this has to still be pinned, this pawn. The future for black pawn is to go to e5, and well, white will have to move the queen somewhere here at some point, because otherwise it will never be able to move this pawn, which is crucial. Afterwards, black has a plan of producing a passed pawn. G4 just makes the white king less safe, because that's the only place where he's going to where he could think of castling. It will be followed by bishop f7, attacking a pawn that once again isn't really easy to be protected because of how bad b3 happens to be in these kind of games. So going back, so the best move now is queen b3. It's followed by c6, and now black's queen side is absolutely fine after a move like h3, also because white still can't castle due to the fact it loses a pawn. So bishop h5, g4, and now bishop g6. Obviously bishop f7 now is pointless because the queen is protecting the pawn in c4. White castles and black continues with rook to g8. There's a difference now between the black situation and the white situation. The white bishop in c1 is absolutely useless. It's got literally nowhere to go except d2, which seems like it makes sense because after bishop d2, rook c1, something like that. But the file is closed, so it just looks like it makes sense, but it doesn't. Black's advantage now is pretty much like 2 pieces difference, and black's attack anyway is going to go from h5. This is the most very easily spottable move. This move is there to take the pawn and well, put more pressure on g4. If pawn takes, then there's going to be a rook on an open file. The queen is going, the bishop is moving away, and black's going to win very quickly. G5 is followed by pawn takes, and then bishop takes, and then thematic moves like bishop here. No worries about swapping, simply because black king is safe, white king is not. Swapping whilst the queens are still on the board just makes it much easier for black. Another thing that that can be said in this, like let's say white doesn't want to swap, obviously, because that just makes the job easy for black, and white plays this move in an attempt of closing the file for a bit and maybe organizing some defense. Now here there's a stunning d3 move that comes. This move, well, the queen can't take because of the bishop. This works as an obstacle to allow the queen to h3 at some point. If pawn were to push, then this is a passed pawn that is just too strong. If pawn were to take, and bishop d3 allows a double attack on this, and then allows black to pile up and well, just win easy after rook d1 attacking the bishop. Now black can carry on and just take, and it's just game over. So I'm gonna go through another line now. Earlier in the video, knight c3 was covered, so I'm gonna go through what happens after pawn takes pawn. Now black takes with the pawn. Needless to say, knight c3 is followed by d4, and well, a lot of thematic situations that have been seen with the control over the c3 square. So white now can go on with the best move, which is queen b3, attacking this pawn. Typical attack of the queen's gambit players. Also, white decides to just immediately well, in this variation I'm going through what happens when white immediately unpins this e2 pawn and maybe wants to eventually push it, because right now there's no problem in pushing and the bishop could be released. So now black ignores the b7 pawn and plays knight e7. After queen takes, now black continues now with rook b8, attacking the queen, and the queen can either go to a6 or a7. Can't go to c6 or d5 because of the knight, can't stay anywhere on this file because of the rook, so it doesn't make much sense to go to a6 because the queen didn't really come all the way down to the opponent queen side just to grab a pawn and then leave, so the queen might probably want to take the other pawn and continue. Well, if the queen goes to a6, feeling like it's being too greedy, well, black continues with bishop d7 with the idea of playing knight c6 and knight b4 with an attack on c2. Black's already better in this position. It's not a crashing advantage, but it's just fine. And after white's best move, e4, black continues with knight c6. The idea is to take the pawn and also reach this square, depending on how white plays. So going back to when the queen was in b7 and the queen now takes the pawn in a6. I'm going to go through this line now, and after knight c6, the queen is forced to move, let's say a6. The reason is, well, white has to play very accurate. Right now, white has only one piece developed, which is the queen. Nothing else is developed. Black's developed completely, and it's very soon to castle and to grab the pawn there. It's on e5. A move like queen to a4, for example, to attack the bishop will be met by the same thematic that happened in the previous game. This forces white to retreat the queen somewhere back. This pawn is going to be taken, probably even with a discover attack, or if white plays something like queen f4 just to stick to the protection of this pawn, then the game is just getting just nonsensical. After queen e7, the pawn will be recaptured and black is just much better. So after a move like queen d1, this is and knight takes back is possible, although the best move now is bishop to b4 check, going through the usual thematic of the Chigorin games. After bishop d2, well, knight c3 will be met by d4, the knight is pinned, so it will be lost. Knight d2 is pathetic. Bishop d2 is met by queen e7. This is typical. Well, if bishop takes, queen takes with check. Again, the knight can't go to c3 because of the pin and the d4 pawn. So if bishop takes and then queen takes, for instance, after the check and then queen takes, king takes, and rook b2, black is completely winning. So also it has to be considered the weakness in b2. So if white doesn't take the bishop but finally starts developing something like e3, this is met by queen takes here with an attack here trying to trap the rook, and black's position is by far superior. So going back to when the queen was around on the queen side, since queen a4 is met by bishop d7 and just like black keeps winning tempos, as I was mentioning earlier, queen a6 is better for white. But now black continues with knight takes pawn, and well, now white has 6 pawns against black's 5 pawns, but again black's development is better. The game will continue with the usual moves. So queen a4, for example, this time is met by c6, and after like even h3, in this case black just goes back to d7, and yes, black continues with the pawn down, but the position is better, and it continues with the usual threats like bishop b4, bishop takes, bishop takes, and then the rook is on an open file. Black's one step away from castling, and white's only piece developed is the queen. One more line I'm going to go through after knight c6, and the queen doesn't have to stay on the a file. So if the queen tries something like queen to e3, which is basically the only square available since all of these squares are controlled by black pieces, after this move, well, again, the fact that black did gamble a pawn where in this case 2 pawns, finds a good reason when it comes to development. White can now try to just keep a great pawn advantage situation by protecting the pawn, but the development of black players is just much better. Black goes on with knight b4 now. Right now, the problems of the white player are clear. Yes, white is 2 pawns up, but after knight b4, white is forced to play knight a3 to stop this threat, and after d4 and queen e4 and bishop e6, black's absolutely better than white. Black will just go on with moves like bishop c5, short castle. There's a threat in a2 that black can take with the knight. Black's evaluation on the engine is about a piece up at this moment. After d4, d5, c4, knight c6, our beloved Chigorin defense is on the board. So in this video, I'm going to cover the e3 line. Now the move is e5, so pretty thematic. In the previous videos, I've been doing mostly the 4 knights, and then I'm going to be covering the main line because there's so much to talk about in the main line in the next videos to come in the following days. Right now I'm going through this very popular one, right? So e3, basically, next move is white is playing e3, developing the bishop in c4 in case we take. Well, we're not going to take, just a typical move for Queen's Gambit players. They're going to play knight f3 eventually. Well, we're going to have to ask them a question already. So e5 comes now with an attack on the pawn, and now I'm going to go through what happens after pawn takes e5, which is, first of all, it's the main move. Secondly, other moves will just create transpositions into other lines that we have already seen and also that we will see in the future. So I'm not going to go through them. I'm going to go through the main line, which is this one, d takes e5. So what to do now? Black has lost the pawn, and so of course we don't take back because that will allow white to take our queen and reduce our development, and it gives better chances to white. Now the move is d4. So we gave up the pawn and we're willing to give up another. Now there's plenty of options. I'm going to go through all of them. The main option here for white is to take, so that white has a pawn advantage, right? So now white's got 2 pawns advantage, but we're going to take immediate. Queen takes d4. So black is down a pawn, but development of the black player is better. So black's got 2 pieces developed. It's not convenient for white to take our queen because then we take back with the knight, and then we really are already threatening stuff. Anyway, after queen d4, let's just look at very quickly at all the things that can go wrong. So after bishop to d3, for example, white wants to maybe speed up development, knight f3 and maybe castle. Well, this is immediately punished. Bishop b4 check. White cannot block with the bishop because then queen takes bishop in d3. White cannot block with the knight in d2 for the same reason. White cannot block with the knight in c3 because of bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes with check, and we either take the bishop in d3 or the rook. Well, okay, so what's the move here? Of course, the move is king f1. There's really no other move that makes sense. And now black takes the pawn. There's a double attack on the bishop, so white is in huge trouble already. And guess what? There's no other way to defend this bishop with another piece, so the bishop will have to move. Let's just quickly mention king e2 looks just completely horrible. In fact, king e2 is met by bishop g4, the game is over. If white blocks with a knight, knight f3, rook d8, there's three attackers on this bishop. It's game over. There's no other way to defend this bishop, so black will win a piece and quickly the game. If white were to block the check the check from the bishop with f3, then we will castle alongside, and again we have 3 attackers here. Yes, we are giving up the bishop, but after pawn takes bishop and knight takes, and here we have all sorts of discovered checks, and well, we'll be winning the queen very soon. So here we are again. After bishop d3, we need to do check. That's check, and after king f1, we take the pawn and we double attack the bishop. Okay, let's just quickly mention bishop to c2, the bishop defends the queen, then this comes with a check, queen to c4 check. Let's just have a look at this position. I mean, the white player is not going to be able to castle. Black's got 3 pieces developed, all of them in central squares, aiming at the direction of the king, and black will not take long to play rook to d8, for example, attacking the queen, and white has got very limited moves available. So after a move like queen e2, white might be willing to swap pieces, of course, in order to reduce the initiative of the opponent. Black plays bishop e6. This is an excellent and very principled move, right? So we're not moving the queen around, we're not swapping, we're simply developing more pieces, and if they take us, we can take back. So after bishop e6, the idea of playing long castle, knight f6 straight after. Let's say white develops a piece, so knight to f3. This is terrible because of queen takes, king takes, and now bishop c4 check. We've got 2 bishops that looks like knives, and after king to d1, black's development is complete with a check, and now white will have to block this. Well, whatever white does to block, it's just going to get passive because he's going to undevelop his own pieces, and he's going to have to pin his own pieces. So let's say after bishop d2, at least white will want to develop a piece, maybe not knight to d2 because he blocks the bishop. So it's kind of, well, it doesn't really matter too much after a move like bishop d2, just to make an example. I mean, these are sidelines. It's important to know how to go on, but there's just billions of different variations. So of course, we're not going to be able to go through all of them. We're going to have to just look at the ideas. Now the idea is knight takes f3. This is typical. We're creating a double isolated pawn. In this kind of Queen's Gambit game where white traded the d pawn for the e pawn, and then eventually we went on with d4, of course we have created a weakness because the opponent has been moving the pawns too many times. So after this move, now black plays bishop to c5 and starts and attacks this weak pawn, which by the way cannot be defended. So let's just go on a few moves like knight to c3 and bishop to f2. The opponent is not going to be able to castle ever, and this rook is not going to be able to be activated anywhere. And besides, after taking the f2 pawn, we're not just going for a pawn, we're also going for this e3 square, and we're just going to be creating an attack on this bishop that is too strong and cannot be defended. Let's say white plays pawn to b3 attacking our bishop, we can just leave it there, play bishop e3 and threaten to make a check with the rook and then potentially win the bishop if the king moves to e1, or give a discover check if the king moves to c1. Not very important. Right, here we are again. After bishop e4 check, f1, knight e5, double attack on the bishop, bishop to c2, queen to c4 check. What happens if white blocks with the knight and say maybe I can play a move like g3 eventually, king somewhere, and then maybe develops the rook. I don't know where exactly because the bishop is there. But after knight to e2, now black continues the development. This is all very harmonious. A typical Chigorin development, right? No time for pawns moves, just develop the pieces, get ready to get the rook into the game and punish white for moving too many pawns. Bishop g4 now pinning the knight, putting more and more pressure on the e2 square. What can white do right now? Well, lots of things. Black would love to play a move like rook d8 right now, for instance. White may try something like bishop to d2, maybe in order to play queen to d1, maybe start swapping pieces, get some relief, starts breathing a little bit, save the queen from the potential attack of the rook in d8. So after a move like d2, black goes on with castling for the sake of development. The idea is to play knight f6 as soon as possible. And now black is threatening stuff. Like for example, bishop takes knight with check, queen takes back, then we can take this bishop. So you see the pressure that black is applying on white's pieces is tremendous. Even after a move like knight to c3, maybe white wants to protect the knight a little bit further, then bishop can still take the knight. Bishop takes, knight takes, and now there's double attack here. Let's look at a move like f3, for example. White is just thinking, you know what, let's just try to breathe a little bit and release the pressure. After this move, the development of the black play is so harmonious. Black can even sacrifice the knight, and here's basically there's a tactic. Well, after pawn takes knight, then now black is taking the pawn, and there's an attack on the rook. The rook will have to move, and then rook e8. There's just too much stuff happening here. There's no point to continue. Right, back in the starting position after bishop e4 check and king f1, knight e5. What happens after bishop goes back to e2? Prevent, well, not losing this pawn at least. Well, then very simple. The queen takes the queen, and then only move bishop takes back. And now bishop e6, there's double attack on this pawn, there's an idea of taking the pawn and starts pinning stuff and then castle and so on. So the ideas are always the same, right? There's like a million different lines, but the setup is the same one. So once you familiarize with the setup, you're going to recognize the patterns each time. So let's say what happens now, how can white defend this pawn? White has already lost the material advantage that he was trying to keep since the very beginning. So what does white have to do in order to not get completely crushed? Well, b3, for example, protects the pawn and allows the development of the bishop in an excellent diagonal. b3, and then black castles long, attack on the bishop. And so, well, unless white wants to pin his own pieces, white can just play a move like bishop e2, which is the best move by white. And now black continues the development with knight f6. The development of the black player is excellent, and white needed to be more careful during the opening. The idea now is to play rook h to e8. So after a move like knight f3, for example, black simply takes this knight. Now it looks strange because we're not doubling up and isolating the pawn, but the reason why we're doing it is that we're exploiting a weak back rank. White hasn't developed these pieces because we were capturing pieces and white needed to recapture. Now we got a straight attack on this file, and after bishop takes f3, we're going to have an attack also on this file, especially with the protection of the bishop. So now white is risking what? Well, there's a threat now. Bishop c4 comes with a checkmate soon. So after rook h to e8, white plays the only move that seems to be making some sense, which is bishop e3, blocks the rook from checkmating. and also develops a piece. Black now goes on with knight g4 anyway. He's threatening to take away the bishop pair from the opponent. This bishop will not be able to be saved without black's attack to continue. Let's just remember that this bishop is stuck in e3 because of the threat of rook potentially reaching e1 after the bishop moves. And so after that, black will be able to give away the knight for the bishop pair, isolate an opponent's pawn, and infiltrate the piece as soon as possible. White will not even be able to develop these pieces. It's completely winning for black. Right, back at the starting position, e5, take, pawn out, right? So white takes, and then white is up a pawn. What happens after the more logical, let's say, well, queen takes d4, this is the one that happens the most, and then black takes back. Well, let's say white doesn't want to go through the same mess. There's other sidelines we're going to be looking at through this video, and let's say white doesn't want to lose the right to castle, like it will probably happen. So after queen takes and knight takes, white tries to hold things together. So what's the threat here? The threat immediate is knight to c2, winning the rook. White knight to a3 to defend that square is not possible simply because of bishop takes knight, and then black is completely winning. It seems like white is going to give up the right to castle anyway, unless white plays bishop to d3, protecting the square, developing the bishop, and getting ready maybe knight e2 and then castle and so on. So after d3 now, after bishop to d3, black plays bishop to e6. The idea is to take this pawn in c4. Basically, that would be a free pawn because after bishop takes and bishop takes, then knight can go to c2 and do the exact same thing we were threatening one move ago. So what happens if white protects that pawn? How? Well, white can't really protect that pawn with the knight because of the same reason. So b3 protects the pawn for the moment and allows the development of the bishop in d2, and black goes on with the usual long castle, typical of the Chigorin defense. So what can white play now? Well, the best move is bishop g5. The reason is bishop b2 goes into trouble already. Black's development is superior, therefore tactics will appear. Right now there's attack development. The bishop there is met by knight b3. There is no intermediate move, so white will either lose the rook or the bishop. Well, of course, white will take the knight. Black now wins the bishop, so black has won a pawn basically, and he's got better development. Now, this rook will be protected by the bishop in case of the attack king, and then white will also lose the right to castle, and black's development will arrive through knight to e7, potentially knight to c6 or knight to g6, depending on whether it makes sense to apply more pressure on e5 or not, if white will have enough defenders. So after this move, let's just go on a few moves. First of all, the position of the white player is about to fall apart. Black is threatening to win a pawn with an attack on the bishop and have an amazing position after bishop b4 check. So the only move now, well, knight c3 will lose the game to bishop b4. So the best move now suggested by the engine is bishop to c3. It just stops bishop b4 from happening. So now black plays knight to e7. The idea is to play knight to c6, and after knight, let's say black gets to play a few moves in a row, then knight to c6 will come, and then if black gets to play again, then bishop b4 will come. There's going to be a double attack on the bishop. Bishop takes and knight takes, and you figure out how to continue from here because it's going to be very easy. So of course, after knight e7, it's white to move. What happens after, as we mentioned, let's say king e2, right, attacking the rook. In this pattern, the positive thing about this setup is that bishop to f5 will be protecting the rook and it cannot be attacked right away. So that rook is safe. We're gonna have enough time to defend it because white has no actual way to attack it anytime soon. So right, white wants to continue the development, let's say knight 3, and now black can play knight to g6. We are applying pressure to this pawn, but it's well defended for the moment. We're just developing the knight, and especially we're threatening a super strong knight to f4. Knight to f4 will go on to win the game easy. Knight to f4 will come with a fork. It's going to be attacking this pawn in g2. So let's say, for example, white plays rook to d1. That would be a huge blunder because of the knight check. The king goes back to f1. The rook is falling, and if the king goes back to e1, the knight g2 check, then black is winning a pawn again, king e2, knight f4 again, the king will move again, and then we've got plenty of other ideas. Even this would be very easy to play. Black's got the bishop pair and material advantage and a better position. So white's best move in this position is g3, stopping the knight from going to f4. So now black continues simply. Look at the harmony of the development of the black player. Every piece is developed. Bishop to c5 now, preparing to double up the rooks. And if white looks for a swap like rook to d1, also because there's just too much pressure. The white knight in b1 is unable to develop because the bishop fall. This rook is useless. So after rook to d1, then we simply take, king takes, we get the last rook into the game, rook d8 check. This pawn is about taken. The position of the white player is falling apart. After a move like king e2, for example, then bishop d3 check, and then where does the king hide? King e1 to still protect the pawn in f2. Maybe this just loses everything because the superior development of the black player. Look, white hasn't developed these two pieces. The superior development of the black player allows tactics. So bishop e1, for example, rook takes, and now this is a 4. Right, back at the starting position after e5, pawn takes, and then pawn up, right? White goes and continues with the banditial advantage, queen takes and knight takes, and the bishop defends the square c2. So how do we go on now? Bishop e6, immediately putting pressure on the c4 square. This is protected by b3. Now the white player knows that he can't develop the bishop to b2 without going through tactics. So after this move, b3, black will castle, and the best move for white is bishop to g5, attacking the rook. This is met by pawn to f6. Right, we want to get rid of this. We still want to go for that tactic, knight to b3, and then win material and get this excellent position. So after f6 now, white's best move is to take the pawn, and then we take back with the knight. Right, so our development is excellent. We've only got 2 pieces left to develop, the bishop and the rook. This bishop might come in with a check, the other rook might come immediately on the same file of the opponent king. White is in trouble already, so it's white to move. Well, what does white need to do? White needs to develop the last knights and castle as soon as possible. At the same time, you always need to watch for this tactic, right, the knight b3. A move like knight to f3, for example, is just not possible because of knight takes with check, and then the rook is attacking the bishop. So this bishop is under huge pressure. So let's say white plays knight to e2, maybe the idea of castling soon. Then black will play bishop b4 check, and this is already big trouble because of the unbelievable pressure of the black player on this king. So let's say, for example, king f1, then knight b3 comes, right? That tactic is happening, and black's position is superior. Let's say, well, king d1 is even worse. Same reason, you know, the bishop will be taken with check, or white will lose a lot of material. There's plenty of other ways to block. All of them fail. Knight to c3 is a way to block, but this loses because this knight is pinned. So black can just take the knight in e2, and then we will win this knight. Whatever white takes back with the king or with the bishop, we will still take the knight. We're winning a piece. If white blocks with this knight, then again, knight takes in e2. And what happens? Well, if bishop takes, right, we're putting pressure on this knight, we're pinning the knight. There's 2 attackers. We're going to put another attacker. And we don't worry about losing the exchange because we're just going to have just too much attack on this d2 knight. We're going to be winning. So after knight takes knight, what happens after king takes? Maybe the white king wants to open up the rooks and also gets to protect the king. After this move, then rook h to e8. A lot of threats are happening now. This bishop is threatening to go to c4, probably win this bishop as well, discover check. The best move now, according to the engine, the only move that saves the white for the moment is, well, we don't have to worry about bishop takes f6, simply because we just take back. We still have the same threats happening. So after knight to e4, best move by white. Black continues with bishop g4 check. We're pinning this knight, we're attacking the king. What can the king do? Well, if the king moves away, then we will win a piece. If pawn to f3, then this is how to continue. Knight takes e4. And now what can white do? Well, taking the bishop here will lose this bishop here with check. So black has got too much more material and it will be winning the game very quickly. This pawn cannot take the knight because it's pinned. Well, this bishop can take the knight. But when that happens, then the rook can take the bishop for free. So what happens after bishop takes d8? Then simply knight g3, it's a double checks, check by the knight, check by the rook. The knight is taking the rook next, and black will be winning material soon. Let's just go back a few moves. Same position. After bishop g5, f6, pawn takes, knight takes, and now, as we mentioned, knight f3 is not possible because he loses a bishop. So after knight e2 and bishop b4 check, what happens after bishop goes back to d2? Well, this is my favorite because the game doesn't end necessarily immediately, but it goes on. But it's just like so favorable, it's so pleasant to play for black. Black goes on with the exact same move as we've always been going on in the previous examples. Knight takes pawn to e2. So after, okay, let's say bishop takes, then this is met by beautiful variation. Rook takes bishop, and now white has to recapture the piece, so knight takes. But then we've got this knight coming, and after the rook is protecting further, then we're attacking even further, and we're winning material. Another variation is after knight takes, it could be that bishop takes bishop in b4. Well, in that case, we play knight to f4, attacking the bishop and attacking the g2 square root that comes with the check. The knight will then go back to f4. Moves like rook h to e8 is coming anyway. Black might potentially infiltrate the bishop to h3 in case the king tries to run away, and it's still such a dominant position. It just cannot be blocked. Like bishop to c2 is met by knight takes g2 with check, and black's position is falling apart. A move like bishop to f1, if white wants to potentially play g3 with an attack on the knight and maybe develop the bishop in fianchetto, then rook h to e8. and just all sorts of discovered threats. That's a terrible position to play for white. I think right now the engine evaluates the position like something like -8. So that's going to be enough for this line. Back at the starting position after e5, and pawn takes, and d4. Pawn takes again. Of course, we take back with the queen. We are more than happy to trade queens, even though we're down in material, because of all the threats that we've seen in the previous lines. So what happens after a move like, let's just mention a very quick mistake here. Bishop e3 is a horrible mistake. You may think that this is a poison pawn, but it's really not. Queen b2 is met by the only move. Well, bishop d4 is not possible to attack the rook because we have two attackers. We got the knight and the queen in d4, so bishop d4 is not possible. You might think white can just play knight to d2, develop the pieces, and then attack the queen, and then black will be backwards in development and white might try and attack, so maybe sacrifice a poison pawn. How to continue this? Well, black plays knight to b4. It's already threatening knight to c2, winning the rook. And so how does white stop this? Well, rook b1, for example, attacking the queen is met by knight to c2. The queen cannot take the knight because of the queen. And after the only move, king to e2, black goes on to take this pawn. So now black's material advantage is growing, although you might think, okay, well, white's development is going to be fine. Well, the problem is that the king in e2 is blocking the bishop from development, and now white's idea of giving up these pawns for the sake of development is failing. This king is not even going to castle. So after a move like rook to c1, doubling the attack on the knight, black just continue with the harmonious and always favorite bishop f5. So what's the best move now? The best move according to the engine is g4. Of course, he attacks the bishop immediately and allows the development of the bishop next. But that's simply after bishop g6. Now again, best move is f4, 5 with bishop. Black plays knight to e3, and black is too much material ahead. So going back a few moves, knight to b4 is threatening knight to c2. What happens after rook to c1, protecting the c2 square? Then again, bishop to f5. This is the usual development of the black player. I love this bishop going to f5 every time. And now white needs to develop the pieces. What are we threatening? We're threatening knight c2. Same messing up of the opponent king. And the funny thing is that this is actually unstoppable. As a matter of fact, the earlier move g4 was actually brilliant, but it didn't really stop the thing because of bishop g6. So knight c2 is happening anyway. So if white were to play another move like knight to f3, then again knight to c2, king e2. Now in this case we will play long castle with the threat of bishop d3. Good luck to white stopping this, and no other moves will be possible. Knight d4, it just gets taken, and so it's just going to be a nightmare. The e1 square is attacked by the knight, and white will have to give up the exchange. If white doesn't play knight to f3 but rather plays bishop to e2, maybe getting the king to a potential square available, well, that also loses, and really bad as well, because knight to c2, again, white will have to surrender the exchange. After this move, if white's idea was bishop e2 in order to get a shelter for the king, then king f1 is met by knight to e3. So now there's a check, there's an attack on the queen, the only move is pawn takes back, and now black castles and applying pressure here. Rook and queen threatening to take the knight. The rook will not be able to protect because of our amazingly placed bishop in f5. What happens after knight f3? Defending the knight, bishop e4. All of these moves, every video you have seen so far of the Chigorin defense that I've uploaded in my channel, you must have seen always the same moves. How nicely these bishops are developed, how this long castle always comes with an attack on the queen. The queen's gambit is there to be punished, and the Chigorin defense is the best weapon to do it. After d4, d5, c4 and c6, white can try bishop to f4. So this is one of the variations that the white player can try. This is not actually supposed to be good. The black player can take the pawn in c4. So now there's a few options. The black player is putting more pressure on d4, so he's threatening to win another pawn. White can block it, like white can protect with e3 or maybe with knight f3. Or white can push the pawn. So let's go through white pushing the pawn first. So after d5, the move now in order to not lose the initiative is e5. So if we lose the knight, we're going to be taking the queen and then the bishop. And our position is actually fine. So let's go through the first variation, what happens after the pawn takes. So now we take the queen, of course, we don't want to lose our right to castle, and we want to take the right to castle away from our opponent. King takes back, and then we recapture the bishop. Right now, we do have an extra pawn, but our pawn structure isn't really the best. But at least we have the initiative, and our pieces are easy to develop, and our king can potentially castle. So let's go through a few potential lines of like moves that are possible to be played. For example, this white bishop will have to develop at some point. So white will have to speed up the development. So let's say, for example, e3. Then this is bad. We're going to take the pawn, and then after the pawn's taken back, this pawn is isolated. And now black continues with knight e7, trying to take another pawn and keep the pawn structure safe. Now taking the pawn in b7 will just allow us to develop the bishop as well, and we're just so much better than white. We're going to be castling longside and stopping the white bishop from developing, because the bishop in b7 will be targeting g2 and will trap the rook. So after knight c6 and bishop to c4, the white player is already backwards in development compared to black, which is ridiculous. So black continues with knight c6, and after normal development like knight f3 and bishop f5, of course the idea is something like that, like, you know, the c2 square is targetable and the bishop also has to be developed so the black can already castle. After a move like knight to c3, then we're not going to go for this plan because it's just too slow. The rook will be able to play something like rook c1, and maybe white can hold things together. After knight c3, we play bishop to c5 and we start putting pressure on the weak isolated pawn. And what can white do? Well, moving a pawn forward to attack the bishop, for example, we just move the bishop away, and let's say the white player is playing h3 just to make an example. The position is already just so much better for black, and it would be pointless to continue through many other lines because there would be trillions of lines, so it's impossible for me to cover them. But the idea is basically here we can even give up the bishop pair and unite the pawn structure of our opponent, because then we can castle alongside, comes with check, and after the king moves, we're going to play knight to d4, attacking the weak pawn. So let's say king moves here, we play knight d4, we try to take this fork, we try to take the pawn. We're already a pawn up, so let's say if the king moves here, then again we just check, and the bishop will be threatening this diagonal, so the king should not be going into the same diagonal of the bishop, because otherwise it's going to be a disaster of discovered checks, and obviously going on the same file of our rook will allow discovered checks as well. So yeah, I think we can leave it there. Right, in the same position as before, we tried what happens after the pawn is pushed. Another move that can be played is knight to d5, protects the pawn and also threatens a fork. But we are so ahead in development, everything is so harmonious, we can just go and castle, and we're pinning the knight. We might play something like knight e7 to attack the knight further. After king e2, I'm pinning the knight. We can just play knight a5, and we're winning here because we're attacking the knight, we're also attacking the bishop. The bishop will have to be swapped, and we will be able to win the knight. So we'll win a piece. So back at the starting position here, bishop f4 is met by pawn takes and d5 and then e5, attacking the bishop. So in the variation where they take a knight, we take the queen, king takes back, and we take the bishop. Earlier we tried e3, it's not good. g3 also is not good, but like, you know, the white player is thinking maybe I can play the bishop in g2, and that's going to be a very good diagonal. And also it doesn't have to worry about the pawn being isolated, because if we were to take, which we're not going to do, then white can take back with the pawn, and the pawn structure is united, and the rook will be on an open file. So after a move like g3, which seems reasonable, black continues with knight e7. So we're going to go after this pawn. This pawn cannot be protected in any possible way. So after pawn takes, we take back with the bishop. Well, if white doesn't take, then we will take the pawn for free. So bishop to b7 now, and we're threatening the rook. So after a move like knight f3, black's recommended way to continue is rook to d8 check. And again, because the game is so open and there's so many moves that are possible, although of course we know which moves are going to be the good ones, like, you know, developing the pieces, and you know, of course we're not going to go through every possible line like a4, for example, now, because it's just wrong. And so let's play moves that potentially will happen, and if they don't happen, just be aware of the plan. The plan is to play knight to d5. The knight has got access to b4. The bishop will develop to c5, and the black player can castle kingside. So after king to c1, for example, just to make an example, knight d5, improving the position of the pieces, also protecting the pawn in f4, which we suppose the white player will not take because that would be a bad move. And now, well, we're not going to go through a move like knight c3, right? Because it's just so bad. We're not going to be looking at these lines because simply, well, knight takes and then pawn takes and then check.
and this is just helping black. The white player can't go anywhere in here, so we'll have to go to a light square, and the move like king c2 will be met by this move, so you can figure out what's happening here. So let's go back. A move like knight b to d2 is met by bishop to c5. Black is continuing the development. So what's the goal here? Let's just mention the plan, and then we're going to continue to the next lines. The idea is to go and just win a free pawn and carry on with the bishop pair and the extra pawn and the safer king. What can white do to stop this from happening? Well, taking the pawn in f4, well, then we could just take back with the knight as well, and our bishop is very strong. Pushing e3 doesn't make sense because we can just take the pawn for free, and after taking back we can place our knight here or the bishop. It's almost equally as good. So after a move like knight to e4, for instance, attacking the bishop and protecting the pawn, we can play this beauty of a move, knight to e3, threatening checkmate in one move. So the knight will not be able to take the bishop. At the same time, our bishop is attacking this knight, so taking this knight will run into this check. And well, if the king moves, then this is going to end the game. Then bishop e4 is going to end the game. And if the knight moves, then we can just take the knight with check. And well, white moves, white takes back with the knight, and then yeah, I mean, you can just use your own creativity here. Right, back from the start, we take the pawn, and d5 we play e5. They take our knight, we take the queen. King takes back, we take the bishop, and we tried g3, we tried e3, and the main ideas behind it. Let's try knight f3, right? So if the previous moves didn't seem to make much sense, and they didn't, well, now knight f3, developing a piece, and let's see how it goes on. We play knight f6 now. The idea is that unlike before, we might be thinking of jumping to e4 here and go for f2. Now the suggested move to continue is knight to a3 to attack the pawn. That makes more sense. The thing is, after a move like knight c3, strangely enough, the best move by black is to take the pawn, and we have two extra pawns, although it's a triple pawn, and here we have a double pawn. Yet the good thing about taking the pawn in c6 is that it stops any initiative by the opponent's knight, and the next move by black will be something like rook to b8, exploiting the fact that we have some control over the square b3, and we can just leave this line there because the advantage here is something like +6. Clearly we know the ideas. The white player is completely paralyzed. This pawn can't move without it being isolated. The development of the bishop in c5 is so fluid, and black can just castle. So going back, after knight a3, attacking the pawn, knight e4. That was part of our plan, and it was unstoppable anyway. And we're going to play knight f2. I mean, the idea is to play knight f2. Can the white player stop it by playing king to e1? No, because of bishop b4 check. And well, if the king goes back, then we can do the fork in f2. And if this is blocked, we have two pieces attacking it, so that's not possible. So that means that king e1 is not possible, and the fork is inevitable. It's pointless to mention rook g1, for example, because the pawn is still lost, and after the king moves, we're going to be playing bishop c5, protecting the knight and threatening a discover attack with the knight moves, and the bishop will be in the same diagonal of this rook. So let's just mention another idea here that is possible, knight to b5. The idea here is that if we do the fork, white will do it too and will take our rook. So after knight to b5, we go on, we do knight f2 for one simple reason. After king e1, we can take the rook, and after knight c7, check, king d8, and white player takes the rook. He might feel like he's kind of equalized the thing, but the problem is that this knight here is trapped, whereas our knight is not trapped. The reason is that our development cannot be stopped. Now we're going to play bishop b4 as a matter of fact, and after this check, king d1 and knight f2 check, and after king to c1, black continues with rook to e8. So black will go on to play a winning endgame because this knight in h8 will be taken no matter what, and it will happen through the development of the light square bishop and the king going to e7. So a move like this, cheeky move like c7 check, is not a problem. We're going to play king e7, and when the bishop is gone, the rook will take the knight. So let's start a new line now. After bishop f4, we take the pawn, and after d5, we play e5. Now, what happens if they don't take on knight, because of how negative the things will go? and white just plays bishop g3, and now white player is threatening to take the knight for real because we don't have the compensation. Black continues with knight a5, which also defends the pawn in c4 against the future attack of the bishop. So after knight a5, let's look at a few ideas. Queen a4 check, for example. c6, we block it like that, and the queen is defending the knight. So here, what's the idea behind it? The idea here, when we build this kind of structure against the Queen's Gambit player, when you have a pawn in c4, this is typical when you play Queen's Gambit Decline, or if you follow this channel, then you are also a fanatic of the Chigorin. Then the idea is the same. You gotta be playing b5 at some point and build this structure and hold the pawn alive forever. I mean, for as long as you can. So let's look at a few ideas, just to mention them as many as you can. So after c6, white player can think of taking the pawn in e5. Looks like a free pawn, but then we play b5. And we're attacking the queen. The queen will have to move. Can't go on any of the diagonals here because of the bishop. Can't take any of these pieces. So the queen will have to move away on the light square diagonal. So either c2 or d1. So let's say, for example, c2. Now we take the pawn. And with a pawn up. No compensation whatsoever for white. So how to continue? Well, again, there's just many moves that are possible. Let's say, for example, e3. So that the bishop is released, maybe bishop e2, maybe knight f3 and castle, these kind of moves. We're going to be playing knight c6, attacking the bishop, winning a tempo, and then going to b4. So in case the bishop withdraws on the king side, we play knight b4. When the queen moves away, we can play the familiar pattern of the bishop f5, attacking this square. A move like knight to e3 cannot be played because it's met by queen a5, and white player is paralyzed, can't move the knight without the disaster happening, threatening a discovered fork. And so after queen d2, black simply continues with knight f6 and the usual idea of going to e4, removing the queen from this diagonal and allowing all sorts of amazing threats by the black player. A move like f3, for example, stops the very strong knight e4 from happening, but we're still going to play bishop c5, and the next move is going to be short castle. The position is fantastic, and the white player will not be able to castle anytime soon, well, provided he doesn't want to get destroyed. So we can leave this line here and go back a few moves. So here we are. After the bishop decides to take the pawn, we play b5. The queen will have to go to either c2 or d1. We saw a few ideas with c2. Well, let's look at the queen going to d1. So we still take the pawn in d5 with the pawn. And we have the same goal of going to c6 and b4 and so on. So earlier we went through a type of idea like e3. I know that the queen was in c2 and not in d1, but earlier the position is pretty similar, and well, we already have some good advantage. It's literally -4 right now, so you can imagine. Let's look at a move like knight f3, and we can tell how it doesn't change much. We're still going to play knight c6. Also, earlier we went through bishop to g3. Let's have a look at this other move. Like, for example, needless to say, if this move is played for real, we play b4. And after the bishop goes back, we play bishop to e7. We're going to be playing knight f6 and short castle. And by playing b4, by going to c3, the bishop has allowed the black player to go to b4 with a pawn, which has removed from the white player the possibility to develop the knight anywhere that makes sense. And this pawn cannot be removed from b4. A familiar pattern is that after a3 and the white player is thinking, well, okay, let's get rid of this pawn so that we can get some activity. You can play queen a5, and there's an attack on the rook, so the pawn can't take you, and neither can the bishop, because it just gets taken for free, basically. So what can white do right now? Let's say e3, right? The play may be bishop e2 and then castle. So how do we go on? Now we play a5. This is the recommended move to play. We're still a pawn up, and we've built this. We have expanded on the queen side so much. We have a majority of pawns here. We have 4. White, let's make a few developing moves. Bishop e2, we play knight f6, castle, we castle. And this right now looks like a completely normal position, except the fact that we are up a pawn and our pawns are way more advanced on the queen side. So what is it that gives black so much advantage of something like evaluated as -6? What is it that makes black be winning right now? Well, the opponent pieces are paralyzed. This bishop can't move, neither can this bishop. Whereas black's pieces are all easy to be activated. Right now, if black could play again, it would play a move like bishop f5, and then rook to c8, knight to e4, bishop to f6, and slowly gain more and more influence over the board. Now, of course, we don't get to play many moves in a row, but that's the plan we're going for. So after black castle, it's white to move, and as we mentioned, the white player can't move anything. The queen literally has no squares to go to, except c2. That's possible. So we're going to look at that. Knight to c3, knight to a3 is not possible. Knight to b2 is not possible. The two bishops cannot move. So there's basically no moves. Let's have a look. Okay, we're going to be looking at queen c2. Let's also have a look at a move like knight d4. It's met by just a swap, and we are up a pawn. We're willing to trade. We're willing to play knight e4, attacking the bishop. The bishop will have nowhere to go. Let's look at the position of the white player. He literally can't move anything. Knight c3, knight a3 not possible. Knight b2, knight d2 is not possible. So the next move now is bishop to f5, which controls an amazing diagonal. And the idea, of course, is to go bishop, queen b6, attacking the weak pawn. So let's have a look at this move. We already saw a move like this before, a3, with the idea of challenging this very strong pawn chain. In this case, of course, we don't have the queen a5 type of move because it's a completely different situation. We're still going to play queen b6 and win a pawn. We are inevitably going to be putting pressure on the d4 square. So for example, we don't have to worry about the bishop going to g5, because if the bishop were to trade with our knight, well, it is possible, right? This is an idea. The bishop might want to take our knight because it doesn't want the knight to go to e4, and this is a typical pattern. When the bishop in e7 is not protected by the queen usually is in d8, right? So in this type of situation, this, the knight can move, but now that the queen is in b6, the knight cannot really move without the bishop being lost, so the bishop might just choose of taking the knight and getting rid of it in order to stop the knight from going to the amazing e4 square. But in this case, we don't have to worry, because if the bishop takes back, we will have a strong attack on an isolated pawn. And besides, the queen b6 move was good because it connected the rooks. So let's say white plays bishop e3, just to make an example. Now black's best move is h6. This is a computer move, and it really shows how white is unable to move. This is some sort of, I wouldn't say Zugzwang, but kind of a Zugzwang. Let's look at the white player. What can he actually do here? Some moves could be like rook e1, or maybe knight b2 and then f3. Rook e1, for example, is met by bishop to d6. The idea now is to make a very strong move. Queen to c7 would be our next move if we could move again, because it threatens two things. It threatens to win another pawn with weakening of the opponent king as well, and also it threatens, so it's like a fork because it's threatening a move, which is c3. The idea is to play c3 with the support of the queen, so that after pawn takes and we can take back, we have a passed pawn that can be protected in many different ways, and that's winning. So after bishop to d6, what if the white player tries knight to b2? The idea of knight to f3 is just too late to play that, simply because we will be able to produce a passed pawn. We're going to play pawn takes now. The rook can't take back because of the bishop, and so we're winning in material as well. If the white player will take, then we do have a passed pawn here. And look at all the squares that we're attacking with our pieces. It's not going to be very difficult for this pawn to keep going. We're going to have to play accurately, but the advantage is massive. So that's how reduced the movements of the white player are when we play this sort of pawn chain with the b5 move. So let's go back to that pawn structure again. Right, here we are. It's always good to make recaps. So after pawn takes and d5, e5, the bishop chooses to go back. And now we play knight to a5. After queen to a4 check, black continues obviously with c6. Now earlier we looked at bishop e5, which comes with b5, and all the ideas that are possible when we have this lovely pawn structure. Let's look in this case what happens after pawn to b4, attacking the knight. Well, then we can take en passant, and after white takes us back, we play b5 anyway. And now where does the queen go? Well, the queen can't really stay on this dark diagonal. Can't go to c4, neither d4, f4, or g4. All of these squares are attacked. The black player, by the way, is threatening to take the pawn in b3. So what happens after queen to d4? Attacking our pawn maybe with check. And well, that's nothing to worry about. We're going to take the pawn in b3 and we're attacking the rook. A move like queen takes the pawn with check is losing the game because of bishop e6. This is really good. We're still threatening to take the rook. The pawn cannot take the bishop because of bishop b4. This is a checkmate happening soon. Well, if the knight blocks in d2, we can just take it and checkmate. If the knight goes to c3, then we can checkmate like this. So after bishop e6, if white doesn't take the pawn, rather just saves the rook from the knight, let's say, well, of course, the a3 square, like all of these squares were not accessible. Rook a6 is kind of a joke. Well, okay, rook a6, then bishop e4 check, and that's going to be a disaster. Let's look at rook a2, right, because that's kind of similar, because we're still going to play bishop e4 check. And now, if the king moves, well, then in that case, we play knight to e7, the pawn cannot take the bishop, so it's no longer pinned. And white's initiative and black's initiative is crashing. The white queen will not be able to abandon the pawn in d5 without running into a very strong check with like so many pieces attacking on the opponent's center. This knight and this bishop are not playing the game. And so after a move like knight d2 to block, this also loses to knight takes. Now we're threatening all sort of nasty discover checks, and so after rook takes, we can take the rook, check, king takes back, the pawn is pinned once again, and black is up so much material and excellent, and it's got much better position. The reason why I choose specific lines to cover is because they all offer slight differences from one another in terms of patterns. The lines that there are just so many that it's impossible to cover them all. So for example, I'm not going to cover a move like, earlier when we played b5 attacking the queen, I'm not going to cover a move, what happens after queen h4, looking for a swap. So what's the best move here? Well, of course, we got to take a free pawn with the queen, because it wins a pawn, develops a queen, and this h4, queen h4 move was bad. Also, we're still putting pressure here with the knight, and we also have the usual threat of bishop e4 if the queen were to go away from the control of this rank. So here we are again. After knight to a5 and queen a4 check, we play c6. Let's have a look at another line. Well, needless to say, e3 will be met by b5 anyway, and black is just winning. What happens after pawn takes, right? This is way more logical, because it stops the whole massive pawn chain expansion on the queen side. Now, we take back with the knight, and it looks like we have given away the pawn that we were winning. So, but what's the difference here? The difference is in terms of development, right? So we have given up the pawn that we won, but at the same time, our bishops are both releasable, whereas white bishop is not. White knight is developed. None of the white knight is developed. The white bishop is currently hitting something that cannot be taken, and white is not going to be able to castle at least for the next 4 moves, because 1, 2, 3, and then 4, but we're not going to give it time to do that. And of course, white will not be able to castle queenside because of, well, simply because the queen is controlling the file. After the queen takes the pawn in c4, this is already just so much better for black. So bishop b4 check. Knight d2 is not possible because of checkmate. So, well, king can't move, and queen c3 is off the table. So after knight to c3, black continues adding pressure with queen to a5. So let's just go on for a few more moves to see what the ideas are like here. So white needs to carry on with development. And after a move like e3, the only possible way to develop the light square bishop, black continues with h5. Since the white player has opened up this light square diagonal, we're going to threaten the bishop in something that looks very similar to one of those games against the London system, h5, h4, attacking the bishop, and this will force the opponent to open the pawn in order to give open the h pawn in order to give a shelter for the bishop. But that will mean more empty squares around the opponent king, which means the opponent king will be less safe. Although it is also arguable that the black player will kind of not have anywhere very valuable to castle the king. The position of the black player is winning, because after white plays h3, we can develop the bishop with the tempo. The queen will have to move, and of course the queen will have to keep an eye on the square c3, because we're threatening to go to c3 with 2 different pieces, and the knight is only defended once, so the queen goes to d3, where it can still control c3. We continue with h4, and the bishop goes back to h2. So, as I say pretty much in every video, every single time, none of us is expecting that these exact moves are going to happen, but the patterns are the same. So if these exact moves are not going to happen in the same perfect order, these patterns will happen all the time in these Chigorin games when they play bishop f4. It's very similar to the London system somehow. So let's just close this with this other pattern that is, by the way, very relatable to the London system, which is one of the reasons why it's so important to have a repertoire that is full rather than just knowing what to do against a certain opening. So for example, black's best move now is bishop to f5. You must have seen this move in one of my London system videos, and also you might know it for like theory. Bishop f5 is a typical bishop move attacking this queen to deflect it away. In the London system, we usually have the queen in b6 here going for this pawn in b2 and trapping the rook because the queen is guarding that pawn. In this case, we have a similar pattern. Bishop f5 attacks the queen. The queen will have to move to d2. If the queen takes the bishop, then we can take the knight with check. Pawn takes back, and then we take back with check, and we are chasing after the rook. So after queen to d2, black continues with knight f6. And guess what's going to happen next? Of course, we're threatening to go to e4 with the knight and win the game. And this is a provoking move. This knight f6 is provoking f3, but f3 just makes everything horrible. Black is going to keep developing, rook with the tempo probably. But anyway, if instead of playing this f3 move, white just continues with development like bishop e5, we just play knight to e4, right? And we're going with an attack on the queen. And by the way, needless to mention that even without that kind of move, even without bishop e5 or f3, white player was never able to play a move like a3 because it just didn't help. It's just not fast enough. Also, the pawn can't take the bishop because the queen will be taking the rook. So let's go through a few other lines now. After d4, d5, c4, and knight c6, bishop f4, we have to take the pawn, and after white advances the pawn in d5, we attack the bishop. We went through moves like bishop g3, and also pawn takes knight. Let's go through another move like, let's say, bishop c1. Not bishop d2 because then we can take a pawn in d5, and bishop e3 runs into knight to b4. And this move comes with a massive threat. Basically, if black gets to play bishop f5, it's already over, right? If black gets to play again bishop f5, and this is a terrible position to play for white. White pieces are paralyzed, and the only move here that makes sense would be something like knight a3, but then there is a similar plan that we've seen in the previous video. The thing is that the white player will not be able to reduce the initiative of the white player because this bishop here is impossible to be attacked, and even if white were to start storming pawns like h3, g4 or something like that, still h7 will just allow the bishop a shelter forever. It's just never going to be misplaced from f5. So that's what happens if black gets to play again. If black doesn't get to play again, well, the thing is simply we are putting too much pressure on this pawn and it cannot be defended by another pawn because the bishop went to the silly e3 square. And obviously a check is not a problem because of bishop d7 developing with tempo. The bishop is protecting the knight. The queen will have to go literally all the way down, and then we can play bishop f5 anyway with the usual threats. So here we are. After white pushes the pawn in d5, we push the pawn in e5, and the bishop goes back to c1. Let's look at this idea. So why are we looking at this move? What are the chances that this move will happen? Well, there's plenty of chances that this move will happen, especially considering how wrong things go when the bishop goes to g3 or when the bishop takes the pawn, or when there are all the swaps that we saw in the previous video. And well, the most important reason why we're looking at this kind of line is because we got to look at the patterns and understand how to start exploiting in our advantage the position that all the positions that arise from the Chigorin. So now we play bishop to c5. This is an excellent move. We don't worry about our knight getting taken simply because of a very basic tactic. Bishop takes f2, check, king has to take. The only move which is possible, and then we take the queen. So this move is about development, right? If there's no like 100% urgent need to remove the knight from then let's not do it. So bishop c5, and after e3, now we have to move the knight, of course, because we don't have that tactic. So knight to b4 now. The idea is, guess what? To play bishop f5, and let's say, for example, if we get to move again, bishop f5, and clearly we're going for this, knight c2. And a move like knight a3 is met by b5. The knight can't take the pawn because of the threat of winning a lot of material. And then after a move like bishop to d2, trying to get rid of the knight, we play a6. And we're keeping the pawn advantage that we got at the beginning forever. This is a chain of pawns that it's just safe, and there is no compensation for white. And then, well, the game continues. So I'm not going to continue through this line because we played that extra move. So that's not really supposed to be. But that's the plan we're going for. So here, after knight b4, let's look at this move, right? The most normal move we can imagine. Bishop takes pawn in c4, re-winning the pawn. Well, we play bishop f5 anyway. Now the best move for white is queen to a4 check. We don't have a reason to go to d7. It's not like we're supposed to remember all the times that the queen can go to a4 and all the times that we should put the bishop in d7. Of course, it doesn't work like that. What you need to remember is whether your attack is coming with a tempo or not. Bishop d7 is coming with an attack on the queen, but not with a tempo, because the queen will just move away to another square, like here. The queen is not going back to d1. You're not winning a tempo. And also, your bishop is just doing fine in f5. You don't need to play bishop to d7 to attack the queen. So you're not winning a tempo here. You're just making the queen move, which is not necessarily an advantage. So after queen to a4, we play c6. And now we're still threatening knight c2. So if pawn takes, this is actually a little bit of a complication, but that's actually still okay. Well, this line has to be remembered like this. Well, if the pawn takes, here we have a typical pattern. We have the bishop in f5, the knight in c2, and the queen is going to that square. The best move now is actually a very beautiful move. Bishop to c2, attacking the queen and threatening checkmate in one move in d1. So, well, if the queen takes the bishop, we're going to take this with we're going to take the queen, so that doesn't make sense. And if the queen moves away, well, the queen can't go to a5 because we can take it. a6 we can take it. b4 we can take it. a3, for example, is met by checkmate. So the best move by white now is c7. This is the engine move that white plays right now, but we're going to take the queen, and after the pawn takes our queen with promotion, we're going to take back with the rook, and we have two threats going on. The threat of infiltrating with the rook in such an amazing square, and also the threat of knight c2. So the truth is that the white player cannot stop all of the threats. So the best move, the engine move, is knight a3. It stops black from winning just clearly a rook. And so what's the best move here? The best move is e4. This is stopping the knight from going to the natural f3 square. The knight would not be able to go to e2, for example, because of the threat of checkmate. The knight will not be able to go to h3 because of the threat of check. And then the king moves, and then we take the rook. And the bishop to d2 is the most normal move right now. This is met by knight to f6. So black's position is better, but let's just look at a few moves. What's the plan here? The goal is to do knight g4 and attack the square in f2 because we're attacking this bishop. We're exploiting the fact that the white player is not going to be able to castle queenside because of the bishop. So after a completely normal move like knight to e2, we can just castle. And I would just keep the pieces like that. This is one of the typical patterns here. The knight in a3 is there to protect the square c2, and it's kind of stuck there forever. It's not going to be able to be useful ever. So what happens after bishop takes knight? Well, then we just continue in such an incredibly pleasant position where we have the bishop pair and activated rook, and the white king loses the right to castle. So I think it's pointless to go through that, but we can just play like a move like knight to c3. This is met by bishop to c6, as the knight was attacking the bishop. And it looks like after all of these moves, only a few of them will be able to be remembered. But even though the patterns are the same, it looks like white has managed to create some sort of normal game, because now white can play a move like rook to d1, protecting the bishop, allowing the white player to castle, and this bishop will no longer be hanging because of the rook. And after this, the best move by black is a6. But black takes initiative already, because after this move, well, a6 clearly is played in order to play b5 and exploit the two weirdly placed knights, and white king castles b5. Then whatever the bishop moves, let's say bishop e2, we can gonna go to d3 and target the weakness on b3 and also a potential fork. And this position is like -3 at the moment, but it's not a super common line. Well, it does happen that they play the bishop all the way back to c1 in this opening, because they realize that bishop f4 should never be played against the Chigorin. It's good to know all of these thematic moves, because it all adds up to our Chigorin repertoire. So here we are back at the same position as before. After c6, as we mentioned, pawn should not take in c6. But let's see, how does white continue? Let's see, knight a3, which protects the c2 square. Now, yes, the white player is threatening to take the pawn because bishop c2 is no longer possible. So now we play a6, thematic move as well. We are threatening b5, making a fork. And so after queen to b3, removing the queen from the annoying fork, we still play b5, and then the bishop moves back. Clearly, the e2 is the only square. d3 was controlled by two pieces. Now the queen can take the pawn in d5. And black's position is amazing. We've got so many pieces developed on the fifth rank, one on the fourth rank, whereas white doesn't go further the third rank with any of the pieces. And this is just lovely. After a move like knight f3 and knight e7 and castle, black can play f6. This is the best move, and this also is a thematic move that happens a lot against the London system. We've encountered this move a lot. This is actually a safe chain of pawns, and the idea eventually, as you remember from the London video, is to play g4, g5, g4, h5, and so on. It's gonna be safe. So let's continue development for the white player, and let's just go on a few moves to see a bunch of scenarios that can happen. After bishop to d2, the only square that is possible to develop the bishop in order to connect the two rooks, we can take the queen. Pawn takes back, we have doubled up and isolated the opponent pawns, and now we just play king to f7. The goal here is, if we had the chance to play again, would be something like knight e to d5, bishop to e7, preparing g5 and g4 and so on, and a move like bishop to d3, which goes on to forcefully swap the light squared bishop of our opponent. If they take us, we can take back with the knight. We have the knight in an excellent position. If they don't take us, we can take them. And eventually, the g5, g4 moves are coming, and white will have less influence over the light squares, and we can keep pushing. So, well, that's what we would like to do. So after a move like king f7, and white plays something like rook to c1, attacking the bishop, we could just play the bishop back. The idea now is to play knight to d3. So after, let's have a look at this other type of scenario, when they take our knight, because clearly our knight in b4 was just a monster, especially considering that these two pawns on the b5 were weak and they could never attack it. We take back, obviously. Let's just mention here that the goal is to play g5, h5, and so on. So let's have a look at just like how it would look like. We're going to be targeting, the goals are these ones. We're going to be targeting the weak pawn in b3, and after it gets defended by the bishop, that's the only move. Moves like g5 are absolutely possible, and if met by h3, for example, h5, nothing is stopping us from getting this king exposed. A move like g4 is not possible, of course, as it gets taken, and we're going to play g4 eventually. Besides, we're going to continue the game with the superior pawn structure and the bishop pair. Let's have a look at a move like g4, because sometimes they even think of potentially playing it. The reason is simple. This is a familiar trick, because after take, we can't take the pawn here, right? Because we run into this check, and knight e5 check, and then eventually the bishop could take our bishop. So that's actually something that a lot of players play in these kind of positions, and you have to be wary of that. So there's one more line I want to go through just to have an excuse to recap, and also because I forgot to mention in the previous video. After bishop f4, we take the pawn, d5, we play e5, and now bishop goes to g3, we play knight to a5. Queen a4 check, we have to play obviously c6. And in the previous video we went through the whole b5 thing with all the pawn storm. What happens after pawn takes first? Then we have to take back, and only now white takes the bishop. White bishop takes the pawn back. Of course, queen c4 is not possible because we could take the bishop. But anyway, it's black to move. And what's our move now? We're going to play a6, exploiting the fact that we're still attacking the bishop. Well, the knight is pinned, yes, but when the queen goes to c4, in order to prevent us from creating this strong and solid pawn chain, then we will be able to take the bishop. So a6 looks like a slow move while we try to build b5, but it's actually not, because white has something to worry about, that bishop. So b5 is coming no matter what. So let's look at knight c3, for example. Well, if the bishop were to just go away, then we could still play just b5, right? We know it's happening. Let's look at knight c3. Why are we looking at knight c3? Because it comes with an idea. The idea is to attack b5 and exploit the fact that pawn in a6 is pinned. Funny thing, we're going to play b5 anyway. So yes, the knight can take the pawn, but that's just falling for this. It's not a trap. It's just a calculation of compensation and a line that comes afterwards. So it's not like a hope move where we hope that that white will take the pawn. It will require the white player a very long calculation to figure out that this is not winning. So we take the knight and then we lose the rook on purpose. Then we take this bishop. So here we have the bishop pair and much better development. Yes, we haven't developed the pieces, but they're easy to develop, right? We got bishop b4 check coming here, the checkmate threat, and we still have the bishop pair, two advanced pawn on the queen side. So look at material. White has two rooks, a bishop and a knight. We have one rook, we have two bishops and two knights. And so how does white stop this threat already? a3, and now black continues with bishop to c5. Development, and now white will have to continue to develop. Let's just look at a few moves and then we can conclude it. Then knight to e7. We will eventually castle, and the knight's important to put in e7 because it protects the bishop. This will allow the release of the queen without having to worry about losing this bishop before we castle, because the knight is protecting it. And also the knight does have access to all the squares, so it's not there just for a defensive reason. How do we respond to a move like knight f3? Now we can take the knight and we break the pawn structure. It's not ideal to take back with the queen because we still have this move, queen to a5 check, and this fork doesn't work because we can just take and the rook is pinned and we're going to have a strong attack. So now we are misplacing the white king. After the king moves either to d1 or e2, either way our next best move is to castle, and this is not going to take long before we finish this off. Back this move, let's say knight takes and pawn takes. White is trying to speed up development like that, also because the bishop doesn't have a future from this diagonal, and he might think of, okay, I'm going to develop the knight, and then if black takes, and we do have to take, well, of course the white cannot take back with the queen because we saw queen a5 is a massive threat. White can take back with the pawn, and then potentially develop the bishop from a fianchetto. And maybe even if he looks crazy, he can just castle or even just play rook to g1 and not castle, but that's not ideal in this kind of open game when black has the bishop pair. It's not ideal not to castle. I mean, you got to castle.
Now black will have to castle anyway. The idea is to play queen to b6 and then bishop to b7, and black's pieces will be placed like missiles. So after castling and white develop the bishop, let's say bishop to g2 for example, queen to b6, the threat of bishop b7 now is very strong since bishop b7 traps the queen. So the queen will have to move. So there are no moves. The queen cannot go anywhere except e4. Everywhere else she will be taken. So black continues bishop f5. Black's got better material and better development. After bishop to f5, the queen will have to move. And after queen to, let's say, f4, black will finally place the bishop in d3 and stop the white king from potentially castling. And the game is over because the black player is threatening a move like queen a5, which is just deadly. Black is going to be on easy street, the checkmate. And now there's a threat of queen a5, which is a checkmate in 7 moves, according to the engine. And clearly you can tell how this is just terrible, right? For the white player. The best move by white is rook to d1, but it doesn't stop black from winning. So now black plays knight to g6, and that kicks the queen away from the fourth rank. The queen can't go anywhere on these squares. So after queen to g3, now we can still play queen a5 check, and that comes with the deadly attack. White cannot do anything. So the only way to stop this would be to block with the rook or with the pawn in b4. If white blocks with rook, and now black takes advantage of the misplaced white queen to just reroute the pieces. So bishop e7 comes now. The idea is to play rook to d8 and exploit the pin of the rook in d2. So for example, rook to d8 and then moving the bishop away will guarantee black a win. Well, we don't get to play many moves in a row, but what can white do anyway here? If white tries to attack the bishop in e3 even further, then that's not a problem, because after f4, for example, we play bishop f6. So yeah, there's no stop from taking the pawn in b2, and afterwards the bishop will be able to go to c3 again. This can be done even after a move like pawn f5, because black just doesn't have to care about the knight being taken because of the threat. Bishop takes b2, and then coming back here and going to checkmate soon.
So after rook to d1, knight g6, and then the queen moves away to the only square that makes sense to go to, then we can make a check. If white were to play a move like b4, we can take en passant, and that's just going to be the easier way. After rook to d2, we can play b2, and that's going to be checkmate soon. After d4, d5, c4, knight c6, the main line against the Chigorin goes with c takes d5. Now queen has to take the pawn back. The knight cannot go to c3 immediately simply because queen takes pawn in d4. It's a free pawn, there's no compensation. So white's best move is knight to f3, and now there's the idea of playing knight to c3. We don't have a problem with having the queen in the center because there's no way that our opponent can attack us with the tempo. Like knight c3 doesn't work because now we're going to play e5. It's our move. Knight c3 is simply met by bishop b4, even though knight c3 is the main move now. I'm going to make another video in the future. Pawn takes pawn, which is a possibility, allows black to make a swap of queens, and white loses right to castle. But then this is going to be a pawn up for the white player. But still, there's so much to talk about, and it's very unusual. So I'm going to skip it for the moment, and I'm going to do it in the next days. Right now, white plays knight c3, attacking the queen. Bishop b4, pinning the knight. In this video, I'm going to go through bishop to d2 next move to unpin the knight. This is very popular, but there's also other moves possible. Sometimes even a3 immediately, or e3. One by one, we'll go through all of them. Bishop to d2, unpinning the knight, and now black takes the knight. Two options: pawn takes, bishop takes. Let's start with pawn takes. Seems logical. The pawn is centralizing and it's opening the file for the rook. But what black now plays e4. The white knight cannot go to e5 because we have two attackers over the square e5. So after g5, this is also a blunder because simply h6, and now the knight has nowhere to go. I mean, it could probably like sacrifice for a pawn, but then we're up a piece. And if white knight goes to the only available square, which is bishop to h3, then simply bishop takes, and we're up a piece, because if pawn takes back, then we have e3, and the pawn is attacking the bishop whilst the queen is attacking the rook. So back at this position, after e4, white can continue with knight to g1. Black's crucial move now is knight to a5. White will have future idea of developing the pawn to e3 and then push the pawn in c4 and gain a lot of space with a lot of tempos on the queen. This is not something that can happen immediately. So knight a5 puts more control over the square c4, and this is the crucial square that we're going to work on in this video, because we cannot allow white to push the pawn in c4, and we want to make this bishop in d2 silly, and also exploit that this is the most backward pawn of the white player. So from this position, let's look at some potential ideas to continue the game. One is e3, very logical, natural looking move. And the other one is rook to b1, developing the rook to an open file. Queen a4 check wouldn't make any sense. After bishop d7 comes with an attack on the queen will have to move again. b3 cannot be accessed, so after queen to c2, black plays bishop to b5, putting one more attacker over the square c4, and this is even more deadly because white will have to admit to having wasted time, but also because the white bishop will not be able to develop. Remember that the fianchetto cannot happen because the bishop can't go. White can't open the g2 square because we have an attack on the bishop and the discovered attack on the rook. So white will have to develop like this. But then we have this idea of stopping our opponent from castling whilst the queens are still on the board. There's no reason for white to play like that. And in this situation, if white continues with this plan, which is something that I've encountered a lot, it happens a lot, white is kind of annoyed with the pawn in e4 and wants to play f3 in the plan of e4 eventually, and he's hoping for a swap of pawns like this so he can develop the knight. But black simply continues with knight f6, and even though we're still in the opening, our position is so amazing, the computer evaluates this like a piece advantage. Because think about it, how can this bishop ever develop? It will not be able to develop because black is threatening to swap it. Taking the pawn in e4 after knight takes back, it's a suicide. It's just really terrible. and black king is one step away from safety. White king might never be. So in this position again, there's also gonna be queen c2. That's another possibility, but I'm gonna go through that in the next video. In this video, I'm gonna take into account ideas like rook b1 and the immediate e3. Let's start with rook b1. We don't need to take this pawn now because then the white player might be able to fianchetto to the bishop, and this bishop in g2 will be fairly powerful. So black continues with the safest move, b6, creating this chain pawn. And after e3, black can now take the pawn in a2. The reason is that yes, this bishop can still develop from g2 as mentioned, but there's this e2 weakness, and the light squares in front of our king don't look very well. If the especially after black played b6, a move like bishop to g2 might be met with bishop a6, a monster of a bishop. That's just to mention some patterns that arise in this type of pawn structure. You gotta target the weak squares. Anyway, after b6 and e3, black can now take the pawn. As mentioned, ideas like f3 for black to get rid of this annoying e4 pawn will be met by knight f6. So we're not going to take in f3, and then when we get taken back, we have a knight there in e4 that is sitting amazingly. So let's have a look at this kind of idea. Knight e2, and then the knight will be able to reach g3 or f4. Needless to say, bishop e5 is a waste of a tempo, because c6, the bishop is just kicked out. He can't go anywhere at the squares back. He will have to go to e2 or f1. But f1 is basically where the bishop was. e2, well, the bishop could have gone to e2 anyway. We haven't created any weakness with playing c6. So here, after knight e2, black continues with the natural knight f6, and now knight to g3. Black continues with castles, bishop e2, and it seems like finally the white player has finished with development. Because where else are you going to put that bishop? Black continues with h5, best move. The idea is to continue with h4. And black's next move is going to be bishop e6. Well, it also depends on what white does. An idea like h4 to block this pawn from advancing is penalizing white, since now castling will become much less safe, because then there will be empty squares around the king on this file. In the future, targetable pawns, since it's going to be difficult to target, to use the pawn in g3 to defend the pawn in h4. Also because this knight in g3 can't really go anywhere, or it looks like maybe it can. So h4 is a very weak move and is met by bishop e6 with the plan that I'm about to describe in this variation. The variation is this. After h5, white continues with taking the pawn. Taking the pawn with the bishop doesn't make any sense, because then white is giving away the bishop pair, and black's already better in initiative. I mean, that could happen. Well, what happens if bishop takes pawn? Then simply knight takes. Queen cannot take back because then the rook is hanging, so after knight takes back, black continues with knight c4, and this stops the white player from castling. Because if white were to castle, this bishop here will be attacked twice. And if white were to attack the queen first, rook e1, queen to b2, staying on the same rank. If white is really desperate and trying to draw maybe, then queen to a3 now, we have an escape in d6. And what have we gained here is that after rook a1, queen d6, and white manages the castle, we have a5. It might not look like a very strong pawn because it's an a pawn, but remember that this bishop is not going to be able to help. Yeah, bishop c1 is possible, but we also have a knight, a queen, and a rook, and white will have to invest energy and time into trying to stop this passed pawn. Black's position is evaluated like about a piece up. So in this position, as we said, the knight takes the knight. Knight takes back, bishop takes back, and now bishop e6. And the idea obviously to reach this lovely c4 square. So it makes sense for white to try and avoid swapping the bishop, because black doesn't have the bishop pair. So white just castles, looking for safety finally, but that is met with bishop b3, attacking the queen. And now we have a threat of playing knight to c4 and put two attackers over the bishop. Obviously this cannot be met by rook a1, attacking the queen in order to try and release the pressure, because bishop takes queen and rook takes queen, then white has a weirdly placed bishop in h5. So after queen, for example, to c1, the black bishop goes now to c4 and takes advantage of domination over the light squares. Let's quickly mention that after bishop to b3, queen cannot go to e1 because knight c4, it's double attack on this bishop, and the bishop can't retreat because queen takes rook, so that's not possible. So that's why the queen chooses, after bishop e3 attacking the queen chooses c1, bishop c4 now attacking the rook, the bishop can't retreat. Now white has an idea of playing rook e1 to save the exchange, or rook a1 to attack the queen. Well, rook a1 loses because of knight to b3, and what happens is that we are attacking the rook and the queen, so we're going to win the exchange. And if rook takes queen, knight takes queen, we have two minor pieces attacking the rook, and also there's this minor piece attacking the rook in f1. So no matter what, we're winning the exchange. So in this position, rook should go to e1. Now black continues with bishop to d3, dominating the light squares in the opponent's territory. And now black will invest his energy into the a pawn. What happens after the rook attacks the queen? Let's say rook b2 looks like a productive move, attacking the queen, queen to d5. Black has the idea of playing knight to c4. The queen is also attacking the bishop. Let's also mention that this is a wall of pawns that is stopping the opponents, the white pieces, from going into the defense of the king once black has activated all of his major pieces. So whether the bishop goes for an exchange or to c1, either way the move is going to be knight c4 and then a5 next. Well, knight c4 attacking the rook will move, and then a5. So, and let's just mention, if the bishop wants to go for an exchange, we're super happy because this is the stronger bishop of our opponent. So bishop takes, rook takes. Looks like the white player might be trying to activate the rooks, but knight c4 attacking the rook, and whichever way, rook b1, let's say for instance, a5 is the winning move. So let's make a recap. The queen's gambit is met by knight c6, and in the main line, pawn takes, queen takes, knight plays to f3 to protect the pawn, e5, knight c3, attacking the queen, bishop b4, pinning it, bishop d2, unpinning the knight, we take the knight, and then pawn takes back, we push the pawn, attacking the knight, knight is forced to g1, and now knight a5, crucial move to remember. So earlier we went through rook to b1 and a few other mentions. Let's go through e3. Black now plays knight to c4. Needless to say, we will be incredibly happy if bishop takes, queen takes back, because then white is giving us the only good bishop he has, because this bishop is absolute rubbish. So let's have a look at this idea. How do we meet this kind of scenario? Queen to b3 applies pressure on b7 and puts more attack over c4. Black continues with bishop e6. The pawn is still well protected in b7, and all of these swaps will be amazing. Well, if white actually does that, then queen takes, just a bunch of swap will favor black because black's position is better, black's bishop is much stronger. A move like queen to b7 looks cheeky, attacking the rook, but then bishop d5 attacks the queen. The queen has nowhere to go except b2 or b1. Knight f6 is the next move for black, and now there's like quite a lot of possibilities for white to move. Knight e2, or maybe knight h3 and then castle. Either way, the black player has an edge in this endgame. We're going to go a bit deeper in this line in the next video. So here, instead of swapping, which is not even the natural thing to do, white continues with the best move, knight to h3, which develops the knight and allows the white player to potentially castle in the future. Black continues with queen to c6, the idea of avoiding knight f4, because knight f4 would have come with an attack on both. White now cannot play knight f4 because knight f4 will lose. In fact, knight d2 grabs a piece whilst the bishop is attacking the queen.
and there's no escape from this. If bishop b5 pinning the queen, then it doesn't matter. Just take the queen, bishop takes our queen, and after take, we're up a piece. So in this position, knight f4 is not possible. And now there's a problem here because we have a discovered attack. So now that we've removed the queen and we are in c6, there's a threat of attacking the queen. So after queen to b1, black continues with knight f6. What can white do right now? He has this really ugly bishop, and this is the best bishop. So the bishop will not take the knight, of course, because then bishop c4 looks fantastic for black. Well, it's just winning, simply winning. So after bishop e2, only move to develop the bishop and allow the white player to castle. Black can take the knight in h3, smashing the pawn structure. No reason to hesitate about that. G takes back, and black now castles. Queen b3, applying double pressure on the knight. Best move is met by b5, and black is winning here. Black is just better. How do we deal with rook b1 applying pressure on this pawn in b5? a6. How do we deal with a4? h6. Best move by black is h6. Prophylactic. Now it looks like black gave up pawn, but after pawn takes back, and queen takes back, and queen takes, and rook takes, we have rook a1, check. So that didn't work. Only way to block that makes sense is bishop to d1, and now black plays knight to d7, stopping the white player from playing rook to c5, attacking the pawn and the knight, so the knight's putting crucial control over the square c5. Black's next move is going to be rook f to a8, and the situation here is completely lost for white. So back at this position, we saw why b2 is not good. So after knight f4, that now finally seems possible and justifies the development of the knight to h3 and then f4, as we mentioned before. White just had to be very careful on how to control the timings. Now black continues with castling. So let's look at two options here. Bishop e2 is not the best for white. Now black can play bishop to d7 and enjoy full control of the board by playing eventually b5 and a6, right? And the thing is that this bishop is like a piece that is just not playing. And also white has this very weak c3 pawn, so even bishop c1, bishop a3 move, this wouldn't work. It will take too long, and then after the knight is moved, the queen is applying pressure on c3, which will allow black to have a majority, these two pawns against this one. And let's see how we will deal with, instead of bishop e2, if white that plays knight h3 and then f4 finally goes to take this incredibly strong bishop that we have, that attacks the light square, protects this knight and threatens to control the light squares on the opponent's territory from c4. If white takes the knight, we will take back with the pawn. Of course, taking back with the queen will run into queen to b3, and then the game will go through too many swaps. We want to keep the pressure. Now we take back with the pawn. So again, we know that the white player doesn't want to swap the only good bishop he has, because the other one is very bad. So after bishop e2 developing and finally allowing the white king to castle, black continues with knight e5. Let's look at two options, either queen takes pawn or castle. If queen takes pawn, then knight takes bishop, king takes back, queen takes check, king goes back, queen a1. Castle is met by knight takes bishop and also wins the game. The other option is queen c2, protecting the bishop so the white king can castle. Black takes the knight. King e2 is not possible because rook f2 and black is completely crushing the white player. So white has to take back with the queen. Queen takes, and now we're happy to swap everything. And black wins this endgame because of the majority against a minority. So slowly we're going to start pushing c6, b5, a5, and so on. A move like rook to c1, trying to gain control over the file and get some activity, is met by knight simply taking in a2 and attacking the rook. The rook will not be able to take in c7 because of rook a to c8, so that's not possible. And besides, black has two passed pawns.
After d4, d5, c4, knight c6, the Chigorin is on the board. In this video we're going to go through main line, pawn takes, and now queen takes back. As mentioned in previous videos, white cannot continue with the normal knight c3 move because we got double attack on d4, so knight f3, and now black plays the crucial e5. The idea is as soon as white plays knight c3, you can pin it and take it next move. So after bishop to d2, I'm pinning the knight. Black is forced to give up the bishop for the knight, but that's fine. So in the previous video, we went through pawn takes c3 and everything that happens next. In this video, we're going to go through bishop takes. This doesn't change too much. e4 attacking the knight. So the two options we're going to go look at is knight d2 and knight e5. There's also going to be a video coming soon about knight to g1. Anyway, after knight to d2, black plays knight to f6. And after e3, in order to develop the bishop, of course, white cannot develop the bishop from the fianchetto because of the threat of e3 attacking the knight whilst attacking the rook with the queen, creating a mess, which puts black in a much more favorable situation. So e3, black castles. Two options here. The very natural move. Bishop to c4 attacks the queen with the temples protected by the knight. Black continues with queen g5 attacking the pawn. White's best move according to the engine is queen to g2. If white castles, for instance, then bishop h3 will do a lot of favors. We'll see it in the next example. Anyway, let's go through best move, queen c2. Taking the pawn is too risky now according to the engine. Black continues with rook e8, putting more defense over the pawn in e4. So after white castles long, again, this pawn is too dangerous to take. So black continues with best move a5. And after white's best move, which is a3, of course black had an idea of playing a4, a3, right? And activated the a8 rook. Black continues with queen to g6. After white's best move h4, black plays bishop to f5. So all of this looked a bit weird at the beginning, but the goal here is that we place the queen in g6 because after moving the knight to g4, the queen will be able to walk along this rank. And the bishop was placed in f5 to protect this crucial pawn. This pawn can never really be challenged by the pawn in f3 because it will leave the e3 pawn very weak. It's subject of the attack of the rook. So let's make just a couple more moves to see how the endgame will be played. Rook d to g1, for instance, it looks very normal. You know, you're going to play g4. Black continues with h5. Important move to stop the g4 pawn from coming. And after white's best move, which is bishop to b5, pinning a knight to the rook, black continues with knight to g4. It's crucial that we're able to take this back with the queen. And right now, black doesn't have to worry about the pin because d5 looks like wins material for white because you're going to have to move the knight and the bishop can take the exchange. But now black's best move is knight c to e5. And after the bishop takes, you go knight d3 check. The king can't go to d1 because knight f2 creates an incredibly dominant position and very, very serious trouble for white. So after white goes king b1, black simply recaptures the bishop in e8 and position is evaluated around almost -2. So black is just doing much better than white at this point. So going back a couple of moves, if bishop takes, we know we have to take with the queen and black is considered so much better now than white. And if white plays, let's say, knight to c4, the rook in e goes to d8. The reason is simple. We had to unpin the knight because now d5 might have come for real and knight c to e5 wouldn't have been possible because of the knight in c4. After bishop takes, let's make an example how to continue this game. Queen takes, and now it looks like white wins the pawn with an attack on the queen, and black really has nothing. But instead, black plays queen to d5, attacking the knight. And now, of course, white can't really spend time defending the knight by playing b4. You can simply kick away the knight, then you go infiltration of your pieces. Defending the knight is a very stupid move if you do it with the queen. So after knight b3, rook to d6. The idea is to place the rook in c6. If white plays any other move like rook f1, for instance, just to make an example, rook to b6 is super strong. And if white plays, let's say, knight to c5, you can play b6 and then the knight has to go away. So after the retreat, black continues with rook f6. Position is evaluated around -4 for black. The idea by black now is to play bishop to e6 with a double attack on the knight, attack the square f2 even more. The pawn in f can never move because knight e3 is devastating. So we're gonna leave it here. Let's make a recap. After d4, d5, c4, knight c6 and pawn takes is the main line. Queen takes, knight f3, e5, knight c3, we pin the knight, and after the bishop unpins the knight, you take it. In this video we're going through bishop takes, so e4, knight to d2, knight f6, and now e3. Black castles, and earlier we went through bishop c4. Let's have a look at another example, bishop to e2. Again, thematic, queen g5 attacking the pawn, and of course here castling is not bishop h3, and black and white doesn't have any square to to go with the pieces, there's a threat of checkmate. So g3 is the only move. Bishop takes, bishop takes. How do we simplify this endgame? Now queen to f5, and after bishop to g2, rook f to e8. White has no compensation. A move like f3 in this case, you can just take, and after knight takes, knight to d5. Now we're threatening the pawn with two pieces, so the queen can't really go and protect it. Pushing his pointers, you can take. So after, let's say, knight e5, stopping the influence of the rook and allowing an attack on the knight, black takes the bishop, pawn takes back, and now the black player takes the knight, and black goes to a very comfortable endgame, as you can see. So one last thing I need to mention, in this variation, either bishop c4, bishop e2, for instance, we go g5, queen g5. So what happens after this move? G3. Here, it is very ugly, but kind of the most solid thing that white can play at this point. Everything else loses. With the usual rook e8, and after castling, bishop h3, proving that the white player has lost control over the light squares here, but he might thinking he still has the light square bishop, but still, after rook to e1, black is not up material at least, so black continues with knight e7. So after bishop to f1, try to neutralize this very powerful black bishop, black swaps it, and after rook takes, white might be threatening to play f4. Anyway, black plays h5. This is the best move. We have an obvious threat of going to h4, and after f4, of course, taking is detrimental for black, so black plays the thematic queen f5. It's the best move. So let's look at this option. White plays queen to b3, activating the best piece, threatening a pawn, not having to worry about the rook going anywhere on the second rank because of the bishop. Black continues with h4. Taking will be terrible, obviously. So after queen to b7, black takes the pawn, and after pawn takes back, queen to g5, and now king to g2 will be met by knight f5. It's too strong to meet. Black is completely winning. If king goes to f2 with the possibility to involve the rook in the defensive lines, then rook a to b8. Queen moves, and now knight to g4 check. We're threatening this pawn as well, so the king will have to go this way. Looks like he might find some safety. So now knight to f5. The position is fantastic. Black is going to infiltrate the knights, potentially the queen as well. So after knight to c4, to defend this square a little bit further, queen h5 closes the game. Also because, what else can white do? Attacking the queen is pointless because of knight g3, and there's no moves here that don't give black an advantage of like -6 or -7. So it's a very fun position to continue. After d4, d5, c4, knight c6, white might play the move c5. Now this doesn't only happen against the Chigorin, but it might happen in plenty other d4 games. When there's d4 and d5, white can play this idea of c5 with the idea of potentially playing b4 and expand on the queen side. How to face this type of idea? Black now plays e5 immediately, because we're going to have to start targeting white's close center. So the d4 pawn, now there's double attack on the d4 pawn. So what should white do? Two main ideas here. One of them is e3, which seems to be making sense. The other one is knight to f3, reinforcing the attack over e5. So remember, when they play this type of pawn center, just attack it straight away, because you gotta dismantle it. The only thing that the white player is waiting for in such type of game is to play a3 and then b4, and then you don't even know what to do. Your knight's looking a bit silly in c6, and you can't really play b6 with the hope of achieving anything. So here's the move, e5, and after knight f3, we're also gonna go through e3. Now, because the pawn in d4 is not defended by a pawn, you take it, because white will have to take back with the piece, well, obviously the knight, but now we would just win a pawn in c5. There's no compensation for white, and so this is basically a silly line. That's why I've kept it for the beginning of the video, so we can move on to the more serious line straight after this. Let's just see a few best moves by both players to see how the setup should look like. After white takes knight, it's fine that we have this double pawn. It's not the end of the world. White now playing queen to c2, the best move, which targets the bishop. And if you move the bishop, you lose the pawn in c6, meaning that was the line that white was going for. However, queen to d6 holds everything, and after white's best move, which is e4, the idea, of course, is that if we take, then we will have this c double isolated pawns. Black, of course, plays knight to f6, reinforcing the attack over e4, and after pawn takes, kind of the only move. Here, we give back the extra pawn that we have by castling, and after capturing back in d5, black will have an important pawn advantage. Of course, the white player can't really take the pawn in c6 because you do have too many threats. You have rook e8 check, king can't move anywhere, so he's going to have to block. If he blocks with the bishop, you can take, and after pawn takes back and rook takes back, is going to be a joke to finish this game. If he blocks with the bishop, you can exploit the pain. So obviously you can play something like even bishop a6 we could do here, and even after knight c3, you can literally do whatever you want here. Even bishop f2 check, king takes, and now queen c5 check. It's going to be game over. The king has nowhere to go. If he goes to f1, you can just take the bishop, for example. The knight is pinned, otherwise he will lose the queen. The white player will lose the queen. If the king goes back to e1, then plenty of ideas. You can even just take the bishop. So let's go back in this position. Set is not suggested to take the pawn. So after bishop e2, now we can take the pawn back, and after castle and rook to e8, black is just better. We're up a pawn, and this is also a passed pawn. After knight c3 and queen e5, best moves. The white player will have nowhere to really put this dark square bishop. e3, there's triple attack on it. f4 gets taken, g5 gets taken, and so on. So after bishop to d2, and by the way, it's important to notice that rook e1 in this type of position is a silly move because the rook is undefended. It's not connected with the other rook, and there's not the usual knight in f3, which protects the rook. So basically, in this position, this is a weakness. So knight g4 wins on the spot for black because you're targeting h2, you're targeting f2, so white can't really save all of these things at the same time. So let's say bishop to d2, going on with development, and now the white player is threatening to simply develop the rooks in the perfect places, but now it's too late because black plays d4, and the knight can't go in e4 or d5, it gets taken, and well, if he goes anywhere else, then we have double attack on the bishop in e2. We don't have to worry about white playing some skewer type of move because our rook is defended by our knight. The only move by white now to try and counterattack would be knight to a4 attacking our bishop, but still black plays bishop to d6. Now we have still double threat on the bishop in e2, whilst we have a threat of checkmate. And back in this position, white cannot have the option of playing f4 to counterattack the queen because you can simply take the knight to a check by the bishop. And one last thing, if white plays knight to b5, it is true that white has double attack on the bishop in e2, but also the queen will be attacking the bishop in c5. And yes, then we can take this bishop, but the white player will have some counterplay, especially after the move knight to c7. This is not looking particularly good. So the best move here is d3, which attacks the queen and the bishop. So if the queen goes to d3, then we will have double attack on e2 without having to worry about our dark square bishop. If instead the bishop goes to d3, then knight to g4 threatens checkmate in one move. We had to play knight to g4 now because earlier there was a bishop in e2. By the way, bishop h7 does nothing. You just move the king, there's nothing here. The threat is still there. And obviously g3 doesn't block anything because you can play queen h5 with the threat of checkmate and also the threat of winning a piece. So in this position, after knight g4, if white plays g3, well, obviously queen h5, and after h4, bishop to b7 is a very strong move, ignoring the fork of the knight in c7, of course. So let's say, for example, knight c7, okay, knight f2, with a threat of extremely powerful discover check. The best reply would be rook takes, but still, queen to f3 now is the final blow. Too many mate threats at the same time, the checkmate is unstoppable. You've also got queen g3. So from the start, d4, d5, c4, knight c6, and then they might play this pawn structure that I used to find annoying when I didn't really know how to tackle it. So e5, what happens after e3? Okay, black continues with the key move knight g to e7. Obviously, needless to say, the pawn taken in e5 will be just completely wrong because after you take back, white has just wasted a lot of moves to have nothing in exchange. So we're not going to look at that after knight e7. Now we're going to look at three options. One of them is g3 to put the bishop in fianchetto. The other one is knight f3, the other one is b4. So let's look at b4 first because it's a crazy line that I wanted to show. Okay, you take the pawn here, and if white takes back, there's basically nothing. You just win a pawn. This is not one of those positions where the white player can play rook b1 with an attack on b7 or something like that. This is literally just a completely pointless sacrifice. Black's position is evaluated minus 150 or something like that, simply because there's just nothing. And the white player will never be able to really reinforce this pawn structure and reserves for himself ideas like knight c6, and potentially later on knight f5. You're always going to be able to put pressure on this backward pawn because this is a stupid opening. A move like queen a4, you just play knight back, there's nothing. So let's continue once again from that line of b4. So c5, e5, okay, e3, knight g to e7. So let's look at b4. Here, as mentioned, we have to take the pawn. What happens after b5? Because this is the whole point of pushing these side pawns. Here you ignore it and you just take in e3. And here it's crucial to understand why after bishop takes in e3, black is already considered winning, even though it doesn't look like it. Position is evaluated as if black was up a piece. The reason is this. Look at the pawn structure of the black player and the pawn structure of the white player. Black plays d4, and you need to remember, when they take your knight in c6, in such type of position, you just take back with the knight and then the bishop will be attacking c5, capturing with development. This pawn cannot be defended by another pawn, so it's weakness, and we will target it no matter what. So now if white takes the knight, then we take the bishop, and we're winning because we're about to take the pawn with check. So, and then after knight to c6, nothing's going to stop us from taking this isolated c5 pawn with the bishop. We're doing just amazingly. If queen takes with swap, that's fine. King takes back, and now pawn takes in b7 just doesn't help because you're still going to play winning a move with tempo, and once again we're going to take this c5 pawn no matter what. Besides, we also have the bishop pair, so after pawn takes back and knight c6, position is evaluated around -4 right now. It's a completely winning endgame. Right, so in this position we were looking at the line in b5, pawn to b5. As mentioned, we take the pawn and then we looked at bishop takes. What happens if they take our piece instead? Right now white is up a piece, so obviously now we take the pawn with check, and we are attacking an opponent piece, and we also will be up. We are up in pawns. That means white will have to take this pawn. So after this capture, now black simply, very quietly, goes on with knight to c6. Black is already better, even though we've done a piece. The reason is this king is not going to live long. Right, so black is threatening to play bishop to c5, super strong move. At the same time, it's also threatening queen f6, attacking the king and the rook. Nothing can really stop that from happening, and even if white tries to develop and play the best move, still knight f3, well, bishop c5 check. And blocking with the bishop doesn't really help because you can play d4, too much attack. The black pawn in d4 is very well defended, and you're also threatening to push it. As soon as the bishop moves, white will have to resign the material. And so after this move, if king goes to e1 after the bishop c5 check, black will castle. I think position here, as far as I remember, is like -4 or something like that. There's no way out of this trouble, even if white plays the most solid move like bishop e2 or something like that. Still, you can't lost the right to castle. Black is gonna pile up the pieces, the pressure on the pin. If white tries to, I don't know, play bishop to b2, it looks like it's well placed bishop. Rook e8 check, bishop e2. Either way was going to happen. Black plays bishop to f5 to protect the square d3 a little bit further, because we also have an attack of the queen on d3 as soon as we start pushing d4. And guess what? Nothing really can stop us from pushing the pawn all the way to d3 and win the game. Okay, so now we're going to look at this line. d4, d5, c4, knight c6, and now c5. Okay, we play e5. They play e3, knight g2, e7. So the line we're looking at now is going to be g3. The idea is to put the bishop in fianchetto where it seems to be fairly well placed. Now here black takes the pawn, and after taking back fianchetto, g6, and the bishop will go to g7. And remember, then try to understand the importance of this, because you see in chess you often have like few options, but like between the moves there could be a huge difference. For example, one could argue, like there's so many moves that look good now. Knight f5, knight to g5, probably somebody might just do g6 here just to develop the bishop. But like, try to remember, the key principle is when your opponent has a reverse pyramid, the pawns want to be placed like this, like a pyramid. At the moment, the white player has a backwards pawn and one pawn that advanced more than the central pawn, so it doesn't make sense. The pawn structure that makes sense should be something like this, with the pawn here, right? This would be, yeah, very solid and very boring, but you'd be much safer. Here, the problem, the reason why this is not a safe pawn structure to play, is that you have a backward pawn and all you need to do is just attack it with minor pieces. There's only so much effort that the opponent can do to protect this pawn, and eventually they always fall. So g6, bishop g2, and bishop to g7. Now white will have to start employing pieces to defend the pawn. So bishop e3, and after knight to f5, it's crucial that knight to f5 came last as a move to attack this pawn, because the knight could have maybe been attacked, and then you couldn't have gone to f5 anymore, whereas the bishop, no one can attack this fianchetto bishop. So after knight to f3, now furthering the defense over the d4 pawn, queen to e7 comes now, pinning the bishop, making this pawn finally fall. And there's nothing now, even after queen d3, queen e2 to unpin the bishop wouldn't have helped, because you are still attacking this pawn anyway. The queen in d1 was defending the pawn, and in e2 she's not. So let's look at this line, queen to d3, and now the knight takes the pawn, the c knight takes the pawn, it's the best move. And after take back, now black takes back with the bishop, threatening to take in b2, obviously. So after white's best move, which is the castle, it's the most active move, because if we go for the pawn in b2 now, we are very backwards with development. Our bishop is not developed, our king is not castled, and rook e1 becomes a very dangerous threat. So now the best move is simply bishop takes, and after pawn takes, because the knight is defending it, now simply queen takes, check, take, knight e3. We don't have to worry about the pin because of d4, and black is completely winning. The last line we're going to look at is d4, d5, c4, knight c6, c5. Okay, now e5. They play e3, and you play knight g2, e7. This is the move we're going to go through now, which is knight to f3. Black continues with e4, double attack on the knight, and this just proves that this pawn structure here is not good. So now, what options does white have? Of course, e5 is worthless to see, because I mean, you can just take, and after pawn takes back, you can play knight c6 again with another attack on the pawn, whilst you have also an attack on the pawn in c5 with the bishop. White just loses the entire integrity of the pawn center. He's got no more center. So we're going to look at two moves here, knight g5 and knight d2. Let's look at this line because it's really nice. Knight to d2, and now black plays g6. After a3, with the idea of playing b4, b5, and this massive expansion on the queen side, black plays bishop g7, and after b4, black knight goes to f5. This is an amazing move, and it puts triple pressure over this d4 pawn. If white plays bishop to e2, for example, then simply a5. It's time to start also attacking the square b4, especially because we're exploiting the fact that this a3 pawn is pinned. We can't take back because rook takes a1. So what happens after b5? Avoiding all of that. Obviously, we all knew that b5 was coming. Okay, well, the development of the white player is not as good as black. Black center is better, and now we're gonna just prove that this type of pawn structure is wrong by taking in d4. This is a sacrifice. After pawn takes back and knight takes back, we've given a knight for 2 pawns. It's going to be a nightmare for the white player to deal with this, because there's so many threats going on, and black's position is just considered better by the engine itself. That was the best move, knight d4. After bishop to b2, black's best move is the castle, and white's best move is queen to a4, putting double attack over the knight in d4 and also developing. However, black goes on to just be better after knight to e2. Now we're up a piece. We're also threatening the bishop in b2, meaning that the white player cannot take the knight in e2. He will have to take our bishop first. However, it looks really good for white, because the bishop has an attack on the rook, and after king takes knight, the white player will be simplifying. Black now though plays knight to f4. This is a great move. You're threatening knight d3, well, you're saving the knight, and now you're threatening to take the bishop. After knight d3 check, and the queen infiltrating to h4 with an attack on f2, the pressure will be too much. So if let's say, for example, if bishop takes rook, white is a lot up in material, but black is winning after knight to d3 check, and now everything loses. King to d1 is met by knight b2 check and winning the queen. King to f1 is met by queen f6 with a threat of checkmate in f2 and capturing a clean rook. This queen is out of the game for the moment. And after king to e2 instead, same thing, queen f6, attacking the rook and f2. After the white's best move according to the engine, which is rook a2, saving the rook, still queen f2 check, king moves to the only possible square, and now bishop g4 check, finishing development. And after king goes to c2, black takes the bishop back, and the white player is up a rook. However, black is completely winning. We have a threat of playing knight to c5, and after white's best move, rook to f1, attacking the queen, queen to e3, and it's some sort of zugzwang. There's no much the white can actually move here. If h3, then bishop e2 attacking the rook. Rook's only move will be rook to h1, for example, but then queen to f2 should win the game very easily for black. Remember that we have these two very strong pass pawns. Position is evaluated -5 at this point. So in this position, after e4, what happens if instead white goes knight to g5? Well, obviously this is just bad, because h6, the knight is forced to go to the only square, which is h3. There is no sacrifice in f7 here. Nothing happens because this queen will be coming into the game fairly lonely, and you can just kick it out, play g6, then fianchetto, white will be giving you a piece. So knight h3, bishop takes, pawn takes. We gave up the bishop pair, however, we can play g6, which is really good against this type of pawn structure, remember that. After bishop g2 and knight to f5, see how familiar all of these patterns are. Castle, now knight to h4. This move was going to happen no matter what. And the fact that the white player has a pawn in e4 means that the queen doesn't have access to any of these squares. Well, I mean g4, but she will get attacked again by a pawn. And also the fact that this pawn chain is stuck here means this bishop is useless. This is going to allow us this kind of infiltration. Well, for example, queen to g4, then you just attack the queen, and after queen to g3, knight to f5, and after queen to f4, bishop h6 traps the queen. And in this position, there's nothing to stop queen g5. Let's say f3, you just ignore it, like queen g5, and you're threatening checkmate. If queen e2, obviously to stop the checkmate. Black is so much better after pawn takes in f3. The bishop is pinned, the queen can't take because of the knight. The rook will have to take, but then rook f3, knight takes, check, and after queen takes, black is completely winning after the stunning move knight d4, exploiting the e3 pin because you're threatening the bishop, renewing the attack on the queen, preparing to take the pawn in c5 as well.
After d4, d5, c4, knight c6, the Chigorin defense is on the board. In this video we're going to go through e3. We saw a few lines in one of the previous videos. We're going to go on now and explore something new. Now, as we remember from the previous video that went through the topic of the e3, early e3 move, black plays e5, thematic move, and after pawn takes, we push the pawn. We're down a pawn and white might simply go up another pawn, well, just for the moment, because then we're going to take back with the queen. Now, I'm going to go through two other variations, knight f3 being played now. It's a weird move, but it's pretty annoying, and another one where white plays knight f3 one move before. In this video, we're going to go through this one still. Okay, so in the previous videos, we went through queen takes, then knight takes, and everything that happens next. It was a crazy game. In this video, we're going to go through knight f3. It's a pretty annoying move that I encounter a lot. White purposely gives up the castling idea because, well, you know what happens after queen takes queen, knight takes back. There's going to be the threat in c2. For more information, go and look at the other video I made that talks about it extensively. It's certainly much better for black. So after knight f3, white wants to keep the pawn advantage in exchange of the castling right. And anyway, queen takes, king takes, bishop f5. The white player might think of playing bishop f4 to defend this pawn, or simply keep the knight in f3 protecting the pawn. White might try to induce us to play a move like bishop to g4, pinning the knight so that we can take this, but then we'd be giving up the bishop pair for nothing, because yes, we might take this pawn and so on, but then white will be left to play an open endgame with the bishop pair, and that's no good. So let's not fall for that. Bishop f5 is the best move. Cuts off this very important diagonal where the white king might try to hide later on. So after developing move bishop to e3, comes with check. Three options we're going to look at: king e1, king c1, and knight d2. Well, king to c2 is not possible. So king e2 is just bad because you're blocking your own bishop. Black goes on with knight h6. In that case, let's just look at very briefly at this line. The idea now is simply to play knight h6 with an attack on this bishop, and then play knight c takes the pawn, bishop e6, and double pressure over the pawn in c4. That's the plan we're going for. If white plays h3, stopping that from happening, you play bishop e6, so you're threatening to take this pawn. So it would be a very strong move. And there's the thematic moves. If the king goes down for the bishop to protect this pawn, you have ideas of knight b4, threatening knight c2 check, winning the rook. In this type of move, when it's blocked with the knight in a3, we can just play knight to d3, forcing a swap of bishop, winning the pawn in b2, and it's thematic. You're supposed to be very good at this if you're a Chigorin player. But let's look at the correct line. Knight b4, threatening knight c2, knight a3, stopping that. Also, this knight cannot be kicked out because a3 cannot push to attack the knight. So black now simply plays knight f5. It's not necessary to do that move immediately. Knight f5, threatening to double up and isolate the pawn of our opponent. Bishop f4 means we can play knight d3 and force a swap of bishop because we're threatening to win the bishop in f4 for free. So if white tries something like rook to d1, trying to calm down the initiative that we have, look how well placed our pieces are. Simply rook takes, king takes, and now we take the bishop. Pawn takes back. This pawn is doubled up and isolated. We simply develop the bishop to e7. We're going to play the endgame with a better pawn structure and the bishop pair. We're also attacking the pawn in a2 with the knight. So if white tries to play g4, considering that this bishop will have a much better place from the fianchetto rather than from any of these squares like e2 or d3. Let's conclude the line with rook to d8, showing how fluid the development is. King e2 simply goes to d3, attacking the pawn. You also have a threat of taking the knight, which is the defender of c4. Then you can play bishop c4, is completely winning. Position evaluated around -4 or something like that. If white develops and ignores the pawn, then just take this one and you're gonna have an attack on the knight, an attack here. Again, position evaluated around -5 at this point. So let's not hang around this line. Let's go to the more serious line. So in this position, we just castled longside and gave a check to the king. We don't notice how some moves are just impossible. So let's look at king e1 immediately. Remember, in this game, where they play this variation, this c4 pawn is kind of a problem for the development of this bishop. Knight h6 comes now. And let's look at this move now, a3. This is a scenario that needs to be met because you're probably wondering, okay, this a3 move is multi-purpose. So first of all, it encourages to play b4, b5, and then start pushing the pawn against the king side. The rook will be on an open file. Also, most importantly, stops our knight from going to b4, where it's going to be very strong knight, and stops also potential checks of the bishop. So a3 is met with knight g4. So earlier we went through the idea of h3 stopping knight g4, but in this case white played a3. Okay, then we're going to play knight g4. The knight is just the strongest piece on the board, and now we're threatening to play knight e3. That could be an idea. If white retreats the bishop, tries to save it, either way it wouldn't have worked because you could play bishop c5 now. Then this is a threat that cannot be stopped. You're going to win a pawn no matter what. And by the way, in this position, white can't just play bishop f4 in order to play bishop g3 to put extra defense to the pawn in f2 and also to safeguard the bishop pair, because bishop c5 comes anyway. You're making that threat, and now bishop g3. It looks like white is holding both the bishop pair and the pawn in f2, but still, now you can just win this pawn. It's crucial pawn. You're threatening an entire disaster. Position evaluated around -450. You're threatening rook e8, discover checks, knight d3. Everything is available to you, and this is not a free piece. Knight takes. You might argue that white is defending it well, but obviously you can just pin this and then play f6 potentially. In this position, let's go through knight c3. White will have to give up this bishop. Black continues with g6. No need to take the bishop now because we would still be threatening bishop c5. Never play a move if you're not being provoked. If white plays h3, for example, then now black simply plays knight takes e5. The reason is simple. We don't have to go and smash the pawn structure of our opponents because we're simply winning here. Our development is so much better. If white tries to continue development and say bishop to e2, this loses to knight to d3. You're going to be taking the pawn in d2, and then with an attack on the pawn in c4, you're going to be taking the pawn in b2. This bishop is about to become a monster. If bishop takes knight, instead you're playing with the bishop pair, bishop d3 with an attack on this pawn. Bishop g7 is coming. Again, it's winning for black. And just a move ago, if white takes the knight, then we simply take back. It's just too strong. We've got the same threats. Let's look at this type of idea. Bishop g5, attacking the rook. How do we meet this? Rook to e8, threatening discover check. White can't just block it because then we will win the pawn in c4. It's going to be a disaster. And king to d2, for instance, is met with f6. When the bishop moves away, this bishop will come into play. If the bishop goes to h4, you've got an idea like bishop h6. It's a fantastic position. If the bishop goes on this diagonal, then you got rook check. The bishop is coming into play. The other rook as well, soon enough. Again, these are all positions where, like, if I'm closing the line, that's because the position is evaluated around -4, -5 or something like that. So let's go on now to the next. Let's make a recap actually. d4, d5, c4, knight c6. e3, early e3 move is met with e5, as you remember from the previous video. Pawn takes d4. Pawn takes with 2 pawns down, but then we take back. And in the variation where they play knight f3, you take the queen. King takes back, and now bishop to f5. After bishop e3 developing and long castle with check, what happens after king to c1? Well, okay, g6. We're going to have to start putting pressure over this pawn so that we can actually recapture it. So after, let's say, bishop e2 developing, bishop g7, and rook to d1, it looks like in this game, this type of variation, the white player might be able to actually play a normal game, but still, rook takes, king takes, knight g to e7. We're about to finish development completely. And after bishop to f4 defending the pawn, it looks like we really can't take this pawn because it's well defended. But black simply plays knight to b4. Why? Now it's clear why the bishop is
placed in f5 and not pinning the knight. Two thematic ideas. If white plays knight a3 in this position, black plays knight to c6. This knight is there to stay. You can't move because then the control of the square c2 will be lost. Well, let's see how to meet this move. I'm sure you're all thinking about knight h4 here. Doesn't this remove the bishop? Well, no, because you play bishop e4. Keep the bishop on this incredible diagonal. And now either f3 or bishop f3, you still play rook to d8 check. If king moves to e1, then bishop to d3 will do the job. Bishop can't take because knight d3 will recapture the piece and win the bishop. We're also threatening to finally take the pawn in e5. And it all goes down to win a crucial pawn. So let's see what happens with d1, trying to trade everything and even go to a winning endgame for white, but that's not going to happen. Knight e5 recaptures the pawn that we've lost with an incredible position. If bishop takes, then we take back. And after bishop takes, knight takes, king e2. And after moving the knight to f4 check, the king will have to stick around the rook. But even after a swap, then bishop to b2, you're going to a winning endgame, open endgame with the bishop against the knight and an extra pawn, and white will have two isolated pawns. Position evaluated around -5. Oh, and in this position, if instead of f3 white plays bishop f3, giving an extra space for the king, it doesn't make much difference. Rook d8 anyway. Let's look at this type of idea. Bishop to d2, blocking like that is simply met with bishop to h6. It's game over. Let's do another recap so that it becomes easier to understand. e3, e5. Take and you push the pawn, just ignore it. Take, you 2 pawns down, but then you take back. Knight f3 now, okay. Queen takes, king takes, bishop f5. And after bishop e3, castle with check. And we're going through the line, king to c1. Okay, this is met with g6. We're going to be putting pressure on e5. Bishop e2 development, bishop g7. Rook d1, we take. And now knight g2 e7, and we're about to finish development. And after bishop to f4, defending this pawn, see if white can take the pawn advantage. We play knight to b4. Earlier we went through knight a3. What happens after knight to c3? More normal move, maybe with the idea of being able to play rook c1, a3 attacking the knight, kicking that way, play b4, and play a normal game. We still give a check. And after, of course, king c1, king e1 is not possible because knight c2 wins. So king c1. And now we move the other knight to c6. Now, a3, I'm not going to go through a3 now, but I'll tell you if a3 comes, you can still play knight d3. So let's go through this move because I want to show also this type of idea. h3 with the idea of g4, trapping the bishop or forcing it at least to go backwards, removing it from this incredible diagonal. Either way, even if you get provoked with a3, either way you can play knight to d3 is the best move now. You're forking these two. And so the bishop is forced to take you. Rook takes back. We're putting pressure on this knight. The rook is defended, and a move like b3 is not possible. The fact that b3 is not possible means we're going to be putting pressure on c4. So for example, knight h4 attacking the bishop, you play bishop e6. You're attacking this pawn. You also threatening h6, g5, and white cannot really play king to c2, attacking the rook because knight to b4 saves the rook and checks the king. So it's a bit of a joke. The last line we're going to look at is after the long castle and the check on the king. We looked at what happens when the king moves. If knight to d2, going on with development, we go on with development knight to g7, the idea of going to g6. So let's say a3 now with the idea of b2, b5, and the rook being able to maybe do something in this game because it never does anything. Knight to g6, and now we have double attack on this pawn, and also we're stopping the white bishop from going able to f4. So that means we're going to take that pawn for free. White's best move would be pawn to e6, smashing our pawn structure because now taking back with the bishop is not as good. We're not really putting pressure on this pawn, and we might allow our opponent to play knight g5. Knight g5 will come with a threat on the bishop. You can't move the bishop away because knight f7 will win material for white. So you have to take with this pawn and keep the bishop pair on the board. So after the best move by white, which is h4, the idea of removing the knight from this very useful square, h5, just stop that from happening. And after knight to g5, threatening knight f7, this is white playing the absolute best moves, computer moves. Black plays rook to d7, stopping that from happening. So after b4, how do you respond to this type of idea? It's very normal to feel under pressure when somebody starts pushing pawns. It's going to be against your king, but there's nothing to worry now. Black plays bishop e7, developing the idea of connecting the rooks. And after rook to c1, black plays knight to e5, knight c2, e5. That's why you just don't have to worry about, like, for example, b5 or any pawn storm. because we always have this available d3 square, right? Look, when you're done watching all of my Chigorin videos, you're gonna know all the themes all the time. It's gonna be so easy. So after bishop e2 now developing, because there's nowhere else to put the bishop, black plays rook h to d8, finishing development. And how can this be met? Well, if white plays, let's say, any move, I'll show you what incredible tactic is there. So if white plays c5, for example, b5 and then c6, whatever, just going against our king, trying to dismantle the pawn structure. Black plays knight to h4. Boom. It's an incredible move. If white now, well, recaptures the knight, then you can play rook takes knight. Another sacrifice. Boom. Again, after this check, bishop moves. Then now the bishop is pinned in d2, so you can take this one with an attack on the bishop, double attack, and also an attack on the rook. So in this position, the white player will have to be careful to that. How does he stop it? Maybe g3 or maybe knight to f3. Let's look at g3. Well, knight to g4 will be enough, because basically we're going to remove the bishop from that square e3, which is defending the knight, which is pinned, and then we're going to win a lot of material. Instead, if white plays knight to f3, take the knight, knight f3, check, and now obviously this knight cannot take back. We have double attack on the pawn in h4, so after the bishop takes back, then again knight to h4. And you know what you're doing now, because if you get to take this bishop, for example, pawn takes back, the knight is pinned, you can sacrifice the rook, bishop takes back, and then bishop g5, pins all of that, and you're going to be winning material. Gonna go to the endgame with two bishops for a rook, which is winning. Two bishops win against everything. Rook c2 to protect the d2 square is not possible, because you can take and then play rook d2 with the check defended by the bishop in g5, and then keep cleaning the board, and it's an easy win. After d4, d5, c4, knight c6, knight c3, as mentioned in the previous videos, we go with knight f6. In this video we're going to go through bishop g5 now. What to do now? Pawn takes in c4 is the move to continue. And now we're going to go through two options. The bishop's idea, which was the whole point, basically bishop g5, the idea of taking a knight and mess up our pawn structure, which is not a problem. The other idea is d5. This is thematic. It's and it used to be quite an annoying move to meet, but it's actually okay for black. Another move would be e3 here with the bishop attacking his pawn, but this will give birth to a typical pattern that we've seen. If you're a Chigorin player and you've been following my videos, this is like video 13 or something, so you should know what to do now. It's e5, you got triple attack over d4. This forces white to take, but then you can swap everything, and after swap, knight e5 protects the pawn in c4, so this is good for black. And then white will have to go on with d5, but then black plays knight a5. So this is the line we're going to go through, but instead of going through this line with e3, basically white playing e3 now, we're going to go through d5, because it gives birth to the same type of scenario. Knight a5 comes now. So let's make a recap so that we understand this very well. Knight c6, knight c3, knight f6, and now the early bishop g5 move. Okay, we take the pawn in c4, and now we're going to look at two ideas. Bishop takes knight and pawn pushing. Okay, so let's look at a couple of lines. Okay, so let's start with this. Bishop takes f6. Now, this is stupid. The variation bishop g5 and bishop e6 is very popular, and they might want to play, but in reality, that's just fine for you. Just take back with the e-pawn. You got both bishops are releasable now. Bishop pair on the board. What else do you want? Now, white playing e3 with an attempt of capturing the pawn in c4 and developing the bishop, which is thematic, is met with knight to a5, and we're going to explore this type of move, knight a5 to defend this pawn, widely in the next scenario. In this case, let's go through d5 immediately right now. This is met with knight to e5. The knight is sitting very well in e5, and a move like e3 now can come, and this time we don't have a knight in e5, but we have it in e5 with protecting this pawn, but white can play f4 later on, or maybe knight to f3 to kick the knight away. Black plays b5 now, and this is the move I wanted to show. Then we're going to go through the next line where we play knight a5 and explore the other patterns. b5, and now the pawn is secured forever. Black's got a pawn forever, there's nothing to do now. a4 can be one of the thematic moves, or we'll see what happens after knight takes. So after a4, simply play b4. There's an attack on a piece, so the knight has to move, and after knight to a2, attacking the pawn, bishop to b7, and let's remember that the knight is just putting pressure on the pawn, it's not actually attacking it because it's protected. The bishop in b7 is super well placed.
Black managed to keep the pawn forever, and position is already evaluated as if black was up a piece. Best move according to the engine now would be knight to f3, simply challenging this very strong knight. The idea is swapping it and then play bishop takes pawn in c4 and keep developing. However, we have a lot of attack over d5, and the best move now is queen takes d5. By the way, this was not possible to stop, let's say, if you were thinking about e4, solidifying the center, because black plays queen e7. So we'll get to that in a second. Let's go with this move now. Knight to f3. What to play? Okay, queen takes. And here there's nothing. If queen takes, then we take back, and we are still defending the pawn in c4, and the other bishop is defending pawn in b4. Pawn advantage, majority already. We've got 2 against 1 already. We can produce a passed pawn. Knight takes, it doesn't harm us in any possible way. It actually just doing us a favor. So let's go back to the position with bishop to b7. We mentioned white's best move according to the engine is knight f3. And what happens next? e4 seems more natural, but this is actually worse. Black goes on with queen e7, and the plan of playing long castle, even though it doesn't look good at all, but it's actually the idea. Let's say white plays knight f3, right? Developing. Okay, castle long. And now the plan is simply to take the pawn in d5, and guess what? That's unstoppable. And don't worry about knight taking in e5, because you can take back with the queen, putting pressure on e4. You don't have to worry about bishop taking in c4. So this knight cannot really remove the defender of c4. Once you take here, it's going to be game over. And in this position, obviously, rook d5 is the threat. If pawn takes back, then knight f3 is checkmate. It's double check, and white king cannot move anywhere, so it's checkmate. And last but not least, f4 doesn't really do anything, because knight to g6 comes now. You got an attack here with the queen, an attack here with the knight. It looks like this can all be defended with queen to f3, but obviously you can take this pawn with the bishop, threatening so much stuff. Yeah, so position evaluated minus 350. It's just terrible for white. So let's move on to the other line by making a recap. So d4, d5, c4, knight c6, knight c3, knight f6. Okay, the early bishop g5 topic of today. Take the pawn, and after the bishop takes move, pawn takes back, the e-pawn, and after d5, knight e5, e3, and now b5. So we mentioned how a4 doesn't work because of b4. What happens if the knight takes the pawn? This is also wrong. Black plays rook to b8. Already here position is evaluated as if black was up a piece. Rook to b8, and obviously playing a4 doesn't help, because when you attack the knight, then you are going to take the pawn in b2 no matter what. So after knight goes back to c3, rook takes b2, and there's nothing. You're going to play bishop b4 here. You're doing already so much better than white. That rook is not going to go away from that square. Rook b1 cannot challenge the rook simply because of the very cheeky bishop b4. This is so cheeky. The rook can't take the rook, because then you will take the knight and you still be pinning the rook. So bishop takes, and then rook d2. Now queen takes in d5. And the idea is to simply keep putting pressure on that rook. You're going to castle and play rook to d8. If white tries this crazy move king e2 simply to unpin the rook and swap everything, then bishop takes rook, queen takes back, and now knight to d3. Position is evaluated like minus 6 or something. That knight is there to stay. Black is just planning to castle, and this pawn is always going to support the knight. White should never try to even swap that knight, because then we produce a very strong passed pawn, and we can support it with the bishop and with the rook behind. So in this position, after rook takes the pawn in b2, rook b1 cannot challenge the rook. What happens after the thematic queen a4? Now there's double attack on the pawn in c4. All Queen's Gambit players know about this. Black plays bishop to d7, and there's an attack on the queen, so you can't really go and take this pawn. And this is already winning for the black player. Queen a3 is not possible because of the bishop. Queen a5 is not possible because bishop b4 is a fork to these two pieces. Queen a6 doesn't do much, but either way you'll see what happens when the queen moves away. So queen to a7, still bishop b4 attacking the pinned piece. The king can't protect it. Nobody can protect this knight. And by the way, this move, knight e2 to protect the knight, is a positional suicide. Knight to d3 check, only move is king d1. Now check again with the knight. Then the king moves to c1, attacking the rook, but now check again. The king moves again, and now castle. Position evaluated minus 9. At this point, if white plays a3, attacking the bishop, then simply take the knight. Knight takes back, but now bishop g4 check. And you're going to have to block. If you block with the bishop with the idea of trying to develop, just remember you can't move anywhere. Look at the king. It's completely caged. White goes on with stunning queen to d5. Boom! It's an incredible move. Of course, knight cannot take back because bishop e2 is checkmate. And we're also threatening all sort of nasty discover attacks and checks, so let's stop that there. In this position, we mentioned how knight e2 is terrible, even if rook to c1 looks like a normal move to protect the knight, but still, bishop takes, and now rook b1 check. If king moves to d2, you're winning a bishop. So that means the king has to go to e2, and now castle. And it's a terrible situation. After knight to f3 developing, maybe white wants to try and play g3 and bishop g2 or something, but still, nothing's going to work. Bishop to f5 comes now. You got this incredible threat, winning material. After knight to e5, also attacking the square e4, so now we have to take. And after white's playing best move, which is queen to c5, black wins, and black was already been winning, but still, queen to h4 comes now with pressure on the square f2, which is really important. So if white rook just takes the pawn in c4 with an attack on the queen, you're winning. You play this move, rook can't block because you got double attack over that square, and you're infiltrating on f2 as soon as the king moves. And in this position, if g3 to stop the influence of the queen, still queen g4 is checkmate very soon. f3 is the only way to block, but now rook b2 check, and we are going to go to f3 no matter what. There's checkmate coming soon, it's inevitable. So from the start, d4, d5, c4, knight c6, knight c. Okay, the early bishop g5 move we're looking at, pawn takes. And now we're going to go through the other type of scenario, which is also one of the two main options, d5, attacking the knight. Okay, knight a5, and this pawn is there to be protected forever. Even after white's best move according to the engine, queen a4 check, we have to play c6 so that the queen can defend the knight. And after pawn takes, since we were planning to build a strong chain of b5 protected by the pawn, maybe even a6, and yeah, we've seen something like this in previous videos, so make sure you check them out in my channel. Knight c6, and now it looks like we have dropped this pawn, but black goes on with e5, and this is the best variation that white can go through basically. Now let's look at two options before we close this video. One of them being rook to d1, attacking the queen and developing the rook, seems to be making sense, but actually black's position now after queen b6, targeting this pawn, inducing the weakness of b3, which would be a terrible, terrible move. Position already evaluated -4 or -5 or something like that. Black goes on with bishop to e6 in this case, and the queen will have to move. Queen to a4, and bishop e4 is clearly coming, so you can take it from here. It's fantastic. Even if the queen had gone to, let's say, queen d3, black goes on either way with bishop to b4. And after e3, look, the white player can't castle the king anytime soon, and that's a big problem. So e3 loses the game immediately because of knight d5. And what happens if instead white plays e4 instead of e3? Okay, well, rook to d8, attacking the queen, and when the queen moves along, now here you can take the queen, swap, and then win the free piece. So if instead of e3 the queen had picked g3 to go to, now bishop takes knight, queen takes back, rook takes rook, king takes back, and knight takes e4 with an attack on the bishop, the queen, and the square f2 with an attempt of a fork. Can white stop all of these things at the same time? Well, definitely not. You also have the support of the queen over f2 and no counterplay from white. In this position, we mentioned how b3 is just completely wrong. It gives us so much the white's best move according to the engine is queen to b5. And now black goes on with the thematic bishop b4. It always happens. Now the idea is to win the queen for free, because the white player will not realize that his knight is pinned, right? Okay, what happens if queen takes queen? Okay, we take back, and we're already winning. We are winning here, believe it or not, because we're winning the pawn in a2 no matter what. This is inevitable. For example, a3 doesn't work. You take, pawn takes back, you're winning the pawn in a3. This is an isolated pawn. You're going to a comfortable and easy winning endgame. If white protects it with the rook to a1, then knight to d4 wins immediately. Rook to c1 to stop the threat of the fork is met by rook a2, so we're winning like that. And there's no e3 attacking the knight, knight to b3. It's becoming worse and worse. Rook saving itself from the knight, bishop to f5, attacking it. e4 doesn't work because the knight is pinned, so you can just take it. The rook moving away then means you can take the pawn in b2, and you're winning the knight as well afterwards, so you take it from there. The last recap we're going to go through is important as well, obviously, because we're going to show what happens after bishop takes knight, the most annoying piece on the board. So after bishop g5, we take the pawn, and after d5, we play knight a5. Okay, queen a4 check, c6, pawn takes, knight takes, queen takes pawn, e5. Earlier we went to rook d1. What happens after bishop takes knight? Okay, we take back with the queen, and it looks like we're giving some development or something to the white player, or maybe some counterplay, but in reality we are doing better already. So we're going to look at two moves before we close this video, knight d5 and knight b5 with an attempt of going to c7. A move like e3 here is met with bishop to b4, obviously. The pawn attacking the bishop is met with bishop e6 with development. Queen to e4, making sure not to go on the d file because of the attack of the rook, is met with bishop to f5, so the queen will have to go back. Queen to c4, and now we take the knight. Queen takes back. So we managed to play a normal game, especially after we castle and black and white plays knight f3. My position is evaluated like -3 after rook a to c8, so you can imagine that even that solid looking variation just didn't work because we got too much development. Now the idea obviously is knight to d4 with a discovered attack on the queen and an attack on c2. The only way for white to stop this, according to the engine, would be bishop c4, self-pinning. Black's best move now is b5, and this cannot be taken because of knight to d4. So many threats going on. And after b5, even if the bishop had gone back to b3, protecting the square c2 a little bit further, it doesn't make any difference because knight d4 comes anyway. And the queen can't just go to d2 to put more protection over c2 because knight simply takes the bishop and wins the game. And there's not really anything else to do. Queen to b4 does protect the bishop, but you can just attack the queen again. And that's going to be it. In this position, let's go through these two moves, knight d5, knight b5. Because it looks like they win a tempo, and then we're going to close this video. Let's start with knight to b5, which actually loses on the spot. Bishop to b4, it's game over. If the king moves, the black player just castles, ignores c7, knight c7. It doesn't mean anything to us because rook d8 will be winning the game. Position evaluated -7 or something like that, I forgot. And after the bishop b4 check, if knight goes back to c3, look at the development we have now. Bishop to e6 comes with an attack on the queen. If queen goes to d3, rook to d8. This is a joke now, because we're also going to play knight d4, knight c2. And the queen can't just go and desperately try to swap stuff, because knight d4 comes. And we are doing this anyway. Queen taking in f6, swapping results in checkmate, knight c2. The rook is super strong on this file. After bishop e6, and queen goes to e4, stopping some ideas like e4 with double attack over the knight. Bishop to f5 comes now, and queen goes to e3, knight to d4, attacking the square. Rook c1 doesn't really help. I mean, you just play castle. You could have also done that, but like, let's see, knight to f3, attacking the knight, threatening to just swap this incredible knight. This is met with a super cheeky rook f to d8. Of course, knight taking knight is not really possible because now you can take back with the pawn, and this is a fork you're winning material. If the bishop is attacked, surprisingly, you take the knight. And the rook takes you back, knight to c2. And here, white is forced to give up the exchange, and then bishop takes back. And if you think it's going to be one of those games where your opponent is down the exchange but has some counterplay, remember, you're threatening mate. So there's no counterplay. Knight to d2, stopping that for the moment. Still just play e4. And you're winning the pawn in b2. The knight can't really move from there. If queen goes to c3, swap the queen, then bring the other rook into the game. Position evaluated -6 or something. So even here, if g3 with the idea of developing the bishop, then castle, but still queen to b2, you're completely winning.
After d4, d5, c4, and knight c6, the Chigorin is on the board. There's many more lines we need to go through, so let's get this going. Let's go once again to the main line. We're gonna see something that we haven't seen yet. So after knight c3 and knight to f6, pawn takes in d5. It's not the main line, it's the second most played line, but it still covers the main line idea of c takes in d5, which is one of the main points of the Queen's Gambit. Okay, now obviously we take with the knight because the knight's protecting d5, so we can't go there with the queen and do the usual move queen d5, knight c3, and then bishop b4. It's a completely different game now. So now white goes on with the main move e4, taking control of the center with 2 pawns. Now we have to take the knight, and strangely enough, we're basically giving white these 3 pawns. This is why this is one of the main lines of the white player, because it's a matter of fact, it's actually a very good setup to play. Black plays now e5, putting triple attack over the pawn in d4, forcing white to give a reply. White can't really take, there will be a double pawn here, an isolated pawn in c5 allows the queen swap. There's absolutely no sense in doing that. The white player will push the pawn in d5. Okay, now we place the knight back to b8. Knight to a5 is not convenient in this situation. Knight to b8, and now after knight f3 attacking the pawn and bishop d6 defending it, we're gonna go through a few options. So there will be c4, queen b3, bishop b5 check, or bishop g5 attacking the queen. We'll learn how to deal with each of them, so that we can always be confident playing against the queen's gambit. Let's start with c4. That's a bit of a lonely, silly pawn in c3, so white will push it to c4. Idea potentially of taking in c5, of pushing to c5, exchanging the c pawn whilst taking the e pawn from us. So black plays knight a6 for that reason. We're now putting enough attack over the square c5. That's how we develop that piece. Okay, bishop e2, knight to c5. The knight stays in this square and is not going to be attacked by any pawn ever. So queen to c2 developing, and now castle, castle. How do we take it from here? a5. It's already a bit of a Zugzwangish moment. A move like bishop g5 is typically met with f6 in this type of game. The bishop will have to move again. Let's see, a move like bishop to d2, for instance, puts double attack over this pawn, fianchettoing the bishop. Black plays queen to e7. And we're already in a moment where there's not too much to do. h3 for whites. Oh, I'm just playing best moves for the white player. Black plays f5, so this is the thematic move you need to remember. You want to give the f pawn for the e pawn because we did give white a few central pawns, so we have to obviously start challenging that. Now we're double attack here on e4, so the best thing to do will be to take. And now bishop f5 comes with an attack on the queen. The queen will have to move. Obviously queen to c3 is not good because knight a4 just simply leads black to a winning endgame, because we're going to go on to with the bishop pair in an open endgame. If instead, let's say queen to d2, okay, then rook a to e8. And after the best moves, rook a to d1 and h6. You see how the players have been playing moves like a5, h3, h6. These are the best engine moves because there is not a single good move that doesn't compromise everything. Bishop d3 will be taken. Bishop can't go anywhere else. Knight can't move to h4 or g5. Will be taken everywhere. So there are no moves that don't compromise everything. Queen c3, you make a fork. Queen c2 gets taken. Queen c1 is terrible. So after bishop a3 now, e4, knight moves, and now queen to e5, threatens checkmate. There was nowhere else to go for the knight. g3 can't be played because you simply take in h3 is completely winning. f4, and you will just simply take en passant, and you're still threatening a very strong attack. The knight can't go back to defend this square because you got double attack, queen and rook attacking the bishop in e2. So from the start, let's make a quick recap. Knight c3, knight f6, okay, take, e4, take the knight, pawn takes, and now e5 is the key move to remember. d5, knight to b8, knight f3 attacking the pawn, bishop to d6. Now we know how to deal with the c4 ideas. Knight a6 is the best thing, and then the knight in c5 will be putting pressure on the backwards e4 pawn forever. So let's look at something else. Queen to b3 is a thematic move here. It stops the development of the light square bishop, targeting the pawn b7. Develops the queen like that.
So the white player doesn't push in c4 in order not to compromise the good square c4 for the bishop. Although in this type of setup, usually when white plays queen's gambit, the bishop wants to go to c4 eventually, but in this case it just doesn't really happen because there's a pawn in d5. It's a different setup. That's one of the reasons why you should play Chigorin. Also, you're completely deviating from any traditional theories. And after bishop g5, let's look at this type of idea. Here we play queen to e8. And after the development of the bishop, again, bishop c4 will be a bit stupid. Knight to d7. See, we want to go knight d7. We also have the possibility to go to c5 from there. We don't want to play knight a6 just in case white decides to give us the bishop for this knight. And this knight actually is a good piece. It's a very good piece in this Chigorin because, you know, we went to c6 and b8. We didn't waste moves. We needed this knight. This knight will do this type of move and go to c5 and will be a thorn in the back for the white player. So knight to d7, castle, and now knight to c5. Sitting to the right side of the father. Queen to c2 now. And now f5. Starting to recognize the patterns. This is also the reason why we didn't do, after bishop b5, we didn't do bishop g5, we didn't do f6. Okay, we were going to play f5 eventually. So at this point, instead of wasting f6 and the bishop move and then f5, we just moved the queen to e8 and made a crucial tempo move with the queen, because eventually we might want to play queen h5. This is a typical type of move when player plays the f pawn. For instance, you play king gambit or Vienna gambit or whatever type of opening where you give the f pawn and then you play the queen here and here, or like Grand Prix, for instance. Okay, so again, there's double attack on this pawn. Bishop going to d3, you will just take it. So pawn takes in f5, bishop takes. And after queen to c1, bishop to d3. So we're trading this strong white bishop. It's an open game, so they're both potentially strong. But the thing is, we would love to infiltrate our knight in d3, protect it with e4. Let's see what happens. Rook to e1. These are all best moves now by white. Take, take. Queen to h5. So you see why f6 with the idea of playing f5 eventually doesn't make sense. You would rather play queen e8 and then f5 in one move. One tempo win really means everything. Now here the knight is pinned in e4. What happens now? h4 is the best move because we're threatening e4. White can play knight d4. I forgot to mention that. And when that happens, we're gonna have pawn pushes, and we're gonna have double attack over the square h2. So by playing e4, we're trying to remove the defender of h2. So h4 is white's best move. However, here's the hammer now. Rook to f3. Boom! It's an incredible move. Pawn takes back. And now h6 attacking the bishop. We are winning 3 pieces for a rook, unless the white player wants to try and preserve his pieces. Let's say bishop to e3, but now queen to f3, and it looks weird. Well, not really, because right now we're attacking the rook. So bishop takes, we're attacking the rook, and we should be able to go to a slightly better endgame, of course. White's best move is queen to f1, protecting the rook and bringing the queen closer to the defense. However, queen to g4 check. Queen to g2 is not possible because he will win the rook. So after king to h1, king to h2 will run into this cover check. So after king to h1, queen to h4 check, king to g1, check again, king moves, e4. And now we're threatening checkmate to follow. This cannot be stopped unless white wants to give us the rook. And by the way, f4 doesn't help, because you will just take en passant. Although you might argue that now white has another piece defending the square h2. So let's say rook to f2, for instance. Queen h4 check, king moves, rook to e8, attacking the bishop. And after rook to d1, defending. Of course, bishop takes knight will come into bishop pinning the rook, so that's a joke. queen g3 check, king moves, and now knight to e4. Checkmate is now unstoppable. After d4, d5, c4, knight c6, knight c3, knight f6, and knight f3, we play in the Chigorin in the 4 knights game. Okay, so now we play bishop g4 as mentioned in some of the previous videos. We're gonna look at something that we haven't seen so far at all. Bishop to g5 now. What's the move? Knight to e4. And now there's an attack on that bishop. So now there's a few options. So I start from the blunder. Knight to d5. Looks like he wins a pawn, but now you just take this bishop. And that's it, you're up a piece. White has no counterplay. Looks like white can take back, but now e6. You're gonna attack on this knight and then attack on the other knight with the queen and with the pawn. So you're gonna win a piece. There's no counterattack here or anything. Let's say, for example, f3 attacking our bishop. First thing is take this knight. And now you're up a piece. If white takes you, then you take the knight, you're up a piece. If white takes you with the pawn, looks like there's going to be an attack on this knight, but simply takes this pawn in d5, and the attack on the knight remains. Although you might argue that our opponent is also attacking our knight, so what happens if the knight goes to e4, getting safe? Well, then we save our bishop too. We're winning this game easily. So let's go from the beginning. So that's the 4 knights game with bishop g4, and now bishop g5. Knight e4. What happens when the knight takes our knight straight away? Okay, we take back obviously, and now knight d2 is not possible because simply queen to d4, you're going to attack on d2. I mean b2, then you also have knight to b4 with an idea of going to c2. It's devastating. There's absolutely no counterplay, you're also up material. So in this position, after the pawn takes back, what happens when the knight goes to h4? Okay, well, e5 comes now, and we have triple attack over the pawn in d4. We're gonna take it. We also have an attack on the bishop, so we are winning material here, unless our opponent takes our queen, right? But obviously we play bishop before. There is no other way to save the white king than to give us the queen. So bishop takes, king takes, and now rook to d8. Again, we have triple attack on this pawn, and we're gonna take it. e3 doesn't make sense because it would be only one defender. We have 3 attackers. So what happens after d5? You leave it there because the pawn is pinned, and black plays g5, attacking the knight and trapping the knight. So what happens if white plays h? They counter-attacking. Okay, bishops to c8. This is the best move. And now the knight remains trapped. Now you might argue, what happens after f3? Can the white player find no counterplay? No. Again, bishop to c2, c8. And now white can't move his knight once again. He might have like 3 pawns here. He might have like a stronger center, but still, you're completely winning. You're up a piece with no compensation. And you carry on to the winning endgame. So let's take it from the start and look at the more serious move. Serious meaning that our opponent will have to be a strong player to make sure play as accurate as possible in a variation where he's supposed to lose. So knight to e4, knight takes, pawn takes. What happens when the knight goes to e5? This will purposely allow us to take and double up the pawns, but it is a line, and it's the best thing that white can do actually. Now here we swap everything. Queen takes, rook takes, and now bishop back to d7. So e3 developing, e6, and now we have a threat of a very, very strong move, bishop e4. So after a3, h6 attacking the bishop, bishop h4, and now a5. The idea is to play a4 and make this pawn unable to move, and the pawn in a4 is protected by the bishop, which is why we play bishop d7, and it's there to stay. Very advanced pawn. Bishop to e2, a4, castle, bishop to c5. And now white can never push the f-pawn because then we will be taking this one. So after rook d2, let's see this plan about doubling up the rooks. Okay, bishop to c6, rook f to d1, g5. Forcing, all of these moves are forced if you notice. Bishop g3, castle. And there's not much to do. It's kind of a zugzwang type of situation. Eventually, you might even think of swapping rooks, but the first thing first, you gotta advance a king and play the f-pawn. So let's see, h3 for instance, king g7. Now the best move by white will be king f1. The position is only slightly better for black. It's like minus 150 or something. So it is better for black. But this is white having played the most solid computer moves only all the way up to move 20. So that's not going to happen in your game, remember. And especially you know the pattern. So at some point you are going to destroy the player that is in front of you playing, because they're not going to play like a computer for over 20 moves. And since you know the patterns, you're supposed to destroy them before the endgame even arrives. So now black plays bishop to e7 after king f1, bishop e7, and after f3. How do we respond to this idea of the white player to finally get some space and start breathing? Okay, back to bishop c5, attacking the weak pawn, threatening the deadly bishop e3. So after bishop goes back to f2. Also, we have an idea of playing f6, taking this pawn, and then play rook f6, rook f8, and doubling up on this file. Bishop f2. Here you play f5. And you're just gonna open the files. That's it. If white takes, okay, rook takes. Best move by white now will be rook d8, but now take, and now take. Rook f7. Black is more active in this endgame. Got bishop pair for both of us, but our pawns are more advanced. As soon as everything starts to clear, we should have the upper hand. King to g2, unpinning. Also because we're threatening bishop g2 and bishop f3, and we couldn't do it before due to the check. It was going to be dangerous and we will lose the pawn in c7. We don't want that, so after king to g2 anyway, e5. And we're going to drop the line here. This is a better endgame for black. I mean, we got to almost move 30. There's no much. White can't push this pawn without being taken. Can't move this bishop without, the double attack on f3. Can't push this pawn because after swapping, then this pawn will be free. And can't really do anything with the rook. This pawn in b7 and pawn in a4 are protected. There's nothing to do here. f4 gets taken, so e4 for instance, okay, swap. And now you're winning this pawn. So from the start, we got the 4 knights, bishop g4, bishop g5. Okay, knight e4. We didn't see pawn takes d5, which looks the most solid, it looks the best. But still, now we're taking c3. We're attacking the queen, so white doesn't have any visions or anything. It has to take down knight immediately. And now we take this pawn with an attack on the bishop, meaning that we are threatening to take this knight, which is the defender of the bishop, and then take the bishop for free. White goes back to f4, and now long castle. So do you see how we are already winning here, which is an excellent position for black to play. Look how smooth the development is. Black is better developed than white. e3 to allow the light square bishop out. e5, immediately attacking the bishop. Now, it's not recommendable for white to play c4, attacking the queen immediately, because there's an attack on a loose piece. So you can play something like queen a5 check, and whatever white does to block it or stop it or move the king or whatever, you can then take the free bishop. The bishop is unable to block. So obviously that's a mistake. Okay, bishop g3, saving the bishop from the pawn, and now we take here. And how is white going to take? If he takes with the c pawn, that's a suicide. The knight was pinned, by the way. Here you have bishop b4. White will be forced to play king e2. So let's make an example. This is a suicide. Bishop b4, king e2. That's it. Queen c4. Checkmate is coming. Queen blocks. The knight is now properly pinned. It's not just pinned like before. It's absolute pin. So that means you can play knight check. The knight can't move, the queen can't move, they're all pinned. Pawn blocks. Pawn takes the knight. And now rook checkmate. It's not checkmate yet, but obviously the king will have to move here, and then this is checkmate. So in this position, c takes is really terrible. So what happens after e takes? Okay, now we play the stunning bishop to b4. Haha. This cannot be avoided. You see, for example, if pawn takes bishop, rook h to e8 check, all the black pieces are playing, white blocks, and now bishop takes. And obviously we're threatening rook e2, the only way to take back would be g takes, and now knight takes d4, capitalizing on this bishop. It's game over, completely over. Position maybe evaluated -10 or something like that. So in this position, after bishop b4, as mentioned, taking leads to a terrible situation. If white develops and plays queen to d3, for instance, queen to b3 is not possible because you can swap everything and bishop c3 wins the game. Queen to d3 here seems to be saving everything, but instead, look, knight takes d4. Boom! It's an incredible move. This pawn is pinned. The queen shouldn't be taking, obviously, because once you move the queen with check, then the rook can take. So when the knight takes, okay, queen check, boom, even more. This is beautiful. Giving up completely the queen, because if queen takes, then bishop c3 is checkmate, and don't you dare not glorifying the bishop pair the way it deserves to be glorified. So here after queen e4 check, the queen cannot take, bishop e2 still doesn't help, queen takes the queen, bishop takes with check, king to f1 only move, bishop takes rook, still remaining an attack on the knight. When the knight moves, we're going to attack on the bishop. It's a bloodbath. The last line we're going to look at is the one where the bishop goes immediately to f4. So we've got the 4 knights, bishop g5, knight e5, and now the bishop simply going back to f4. Okay, e6 comes now. And we're gonna carry on with a completely normal and boring game. Let's look at this variation. Queen to b3 is an idea we haven't looked at. Is a pressure on b7, exploiting the fact that we have early developed the light square bishop, so there's weakness in b7. How do we deal with this? It's very important to know as a Chigorin player. Bishop to b4 is a move that comes in the way. Bishop giving away from this knight is one of the thematic moves, and you don't have to worry about this attack on b7 because by then you'll be castled. Let's see, e3 preparing the development of the light square bishop, g5. This is thematic move. Bishop to g3, a5. a3, for example, now it's too late for white to play a3. Black plays a4, and the queen can't take the bishop because there's a defense and there's not enough queen for 2 pieces. Obviously, the queen will have to move to the only square where she keeps defending the double attacked knight in c3. However, take. So that was going to happen. And now bishop to f5. The idea is to play knight g3 and win the game. So queen to b2 now, putting pressure on this pawn once again. Black plays knight to a5, so this is the thematic move you play to stop the queen from putting an attack on that square. And you don't have to worry anymore. Bishop d3 loses. Remember this tactic of the bishop in f5. Knight g3, he attacks the bishop and the rook, and also defends the bishop in f5. So that's not possible. Instead, bishop developing to e2. Okay, castle. And now take the pawn in c4. That's free, because the knight is defending it. There's no way to take it back. Unless white plays knight to e5, putting attack on that square. Okay, knight to b3, attacking the rook. Rook moving to d1, obviously because knight was threatening. Knight to d2, so rook b1 doesn't work. Knight d2 attacks rook and rook. However, black now plays f6, and that traps the knight. Well, it doesn't trap the knight, because the knight can go to f5, but you also have h5 ideas. Anyway, knight to c4, looks like we lost the pawn. But now b5, and that really traps the knight. The knight will have nowhere to go except knight d2. And here you take. Knight takes, rook takes, knight takes, queen takes. And now you're up the exchange. And this is the white, having played the best moves, still going to a losing endgame. Queen to e7 is the next move, attacking the pawn in a3. And after queen to b2, rook a to b8. Proper computer move, pinning your own pawn here. After rook to d1, potentially pushing e4, bishop to e4 will do the job. You see, because f3 and then bishop d5, e4 looks like white is coming with an avalanche of pawns, but you don't have to worry, because then you just play bishop e3. You're always going to be guarding d5. Okay, so let's say rook to d1, d2, and maybe let's say bishop maybe swapping for this tremendous bishop. Okay, just play rook to f7 now, and after bishop to d1, feel free to swap it. Rook takes, and now it looks like e4 is really going to happen. And you can't really play c6 because you lose the rook. Okay, just play rook to d8, and after d5, I don't know why I called it e4 all this time. It's actually d5. Doesn't work because after take, you also have a queen going to c5, and then that's check, and you can double the attack on the d5, and that wins the pawn. If instead, well, queen takes b5 is bad, because then you will take in a3. This is a passed pawn. It's a very dangerous passed pawn. And last but not least, if c4, you just take the pawn. And yeah, this is doubled up and isolated, but it's fine. Even when white takes back, you're going to do be doing just fine because there's always pressure on a3. If white is not going to attack this, I mean, white can attack that pawn with the rook, but then you can double up on this square. So from the start, the very last thing I'm going to show before closing this video is what happens after. Okay, so bishop g5 and knight e4. Bishop goes back to f4 and now e6. So we looked at the variation queen to b3, and we mentioned that the pressure on this square b7 is met with bishop e4. What happens when white attacks the bishop immediately? Okay, take the knight, check, pawn takes back, and now castle. So after castle and queen takes in b7, we're down a pawn. However, we're going to play knight a5 with an attack on the queen, and we're also going to go to the square c4. So when the queen moves, you just take the pawn in c4. So that was a poison pawn, because what's white going to do now? The queen is kind of stuck. White is down with development e3 with an attack on the knight. Doesn't work, you just play rook b8. The queen will have to move. Let's say queen a6, putting pressure on this pawn. Okay, rook to b8, and this is already tremendous pressure on the square f2. White is going to pay real hard the fact that the development was left out. Now you might argue that white can just at this point take this knight, and after take back just castle and be safe. But remember that we have an attack on this knight, for instance, in f3, so you're going to take, and now knight to d2 is the best move. Defends this pawn, attacks this rook, and also threaten the square f3. So let's make a recap, and let's look at the other line which we haven't looked at. Knight c6, knight c3, knight f6, take, e4. Okay, take the knight, takes, and now e5 is the crucial move unless we want to get crushed. d5, knight b8, knight f3 attacking the pawn, bishop d6 developing. And now we need to see these two options, but we're going to see both of them in one line. Well, in a couple of lines. Bishop g5 or bishop to b5 check. Both of them are going to encounter the same move. So if bishop g5 comes, you just play f6, the bishop will be forced back to something like e3. So let's go first of all through bishop b5 check. The white player might be exploiting the control of the square c6. We can't really push c6. I mean, we can, but we'll get an isolated pawn. Black's best move is knight d7 for the simple reason that you want to play bishop knight to c5. And if bishop takes, then you get to continue the game with the bishop pair with absolutely no compensation for white. Bishop to g5 now. Okay, that's how you deal with this. Also because you haven't castled yet, so you can't play queen e8. f6 is perfectly safe to play. Bishop to e3. Okay, castle, castle. And now knight to c5. So let's look at something that we haven't seen yet. Bishop going back to d3. To protect the pawn in e4, and let's see if the white player is happy to give us the bishop pair for this very strong knight. Well, the answer is yes, we do take that bishop. And now we carry on. Black continue, guess what, with the usual plan, f5. That's how it's always going to be. Bishop g5 back. Here we simply play queen to e8 and you know exactly what to do. And here there's a trap set. If white plays rook to e1, any other move, basically f4, you've seen this pattern before, you must know this pattern. Here you're winning the bishop no matter what. It's impossible for the bishop to get safe. There's no way to go back, maybe play h3, no, because you'll be going through g3. So you have to play h6, g5, and you're winning a piece. So rook f1 is not possible. If the bishop at this point goes back to c1, this is the best engine move apparently. But obviously, pawn takes in e4, queen takes back, it's a fork, so the queen has to take back, bishop f5 developing. Queen to e2, for instance. This is terrible because queen to h5. And we have a simple idea of playing bishop to g4, taking everything, winning the pawn, smashing the pawn structure, and that should be an easy winning endgame. There are no tricks here. Obviously, h3 is not possible because you can just take it for free. Pawn takes back. And then you have double attack with the knight. A move like knight to d4 doesn't work. Because you can simply play bishop to g4 with an attack on the queen, whilst the attack on h2 remains. So now there's an attack on the queen. If white moves the queen, you can take the knight for free. If f3 coming with an attack on the bishop and then on a queen, you can just take the knight. And now pawn takes bishop is not possible due to checkmate in h2. And in this position, after bishop f5, if queen to f3, obviously avoiding the whole pinning situation. Black goes on with rook f6. The idea now is to push e4, and black has a great advantage. The knight can't really move because you have queen h5 idea. Attacking h2, you also have the support of the rook. The white player will be forced to sacrifice material. So what happens in this position if white plays knight to h4? Attacking the bishop, kind of stopping all of our plans at the same time. This is the best move. Black saves the bishop with bishop g4. We didn't give our lovely knight in c5 for the bishop and win the bishop pair so that we could give it away for no reason. f3 attacking the bishop, bishop to d7. We're not giving up our initiative here. If anything, this knight is now misplaced. Go on. White plays, let's say, rook to b1, attacking his pawn and protecting and developing the rook, obviously. Black plays b6, threatening to win the game immediately. Queen to h5 is too strong to meet. White is going to have the pawn structure completely damaged. Well, the king is going to be very exposed after g3. If white plays queen to g5, desperate for swap. Queen to f7 comes now. White pieces are completely harmless. Black has a plan of playing rook to e8 here. And then h6 to remove the queen away from that square. And then we can go back to h5 attacking the knight and forcing g3. So just to make an example, when we were hearing queen to h5, if white doesn't play queen g5 now, but it plays it later, you're going to play h6 as we've seen. Here, if white plays g3 to protect the knight, bishop to h3 attacking the rook. The king is more exposed than ever. Rook to g1, saving the rook. Doesn't work because bishop c5 is a skewer, wins material as you can see. So let's do everything from the start one more time so I can close this video and see one thing that we haven't looked at. So e4, take, e5, crucial move, d5, knight b8, knight f3, bishop d6. And we're looking at the line with bishop d5, immediate check. Okay, knight d7. Bishop g5 is met with f6. Earlier we went through bishop e3 and more or less what happens next. What happens after bishop to h4? Keeping the pin on this pawn, reducing our plan of playing f5. Well, we're not gonna be stopped from playing that. Castle, castle. Okay, queen e8 now. And that means that we will be able to play the plan of f pawn. See how easy it is to learn? So after bishop to g3 now, the pin is no longer making any sense for the white bishop. Bishop to g3, a6 attacking the bishop. So obviously we're happy if our knight gets taken. Our knight is happy, remember, our knight is happy to get swapped with this light square bishop. Bishop a4, okay, b5. Bishop b3, okay, knight c5, attacking the bishop. And now we're attacking the pawn, so that means that the plan of knight h4, knight a5 cannot be played because this is a safe pawn to take. Queen e2 defending that pawn, okay, bishop d7, develop. Knight to h4, plan the idea of going to f5, okay, take the bishop first, pawn takes back. And now here's what we like to do. Here we're going to produce a passed pawn. a4 produces a passed pawn no matter what. And it's a safe thing to do. Knight to f5, just take it. Pawn takes back, and now a4. That's it. We're going to be able to go to a3. Take, no problem. It's an isolated pawn now, but it's still okay. White has now no control over the board. Our center is strong, cannot be challenged. c4 is met with c5. The only asset for the white player will be these two pawns. And if white can get to push them and then attack our c7 pawn, the backward pawn, then white might be able to give us some trouble. How to respond to that? King to h1 now, the idea of the white player to play f4, challenging this very strong center, is met simply with a3. And now this pawn is protected, we don't have to worry at all. f4 now, simply play e4. It looks like this pawn is kind of lonely and it will be attacked, but the thing is you're going to be able to play pawn to e3 and it's going to be stuck. Bishop e3, for instance, you just play pawn to e3. The bishop will have to move and this pawn is safe. Then you can play queen e4, attacking these pawns, putting pressure and just improving the position of the rooks. Position evaluated -4 or something like that, -5. Rook e1, same thing, you just play e3, you're winning. And in this position, when we played b5, the bishop went to b3. What happens if the bishop goes to c2? It looks like one of the natural squares for the bishop. Also because bishop b3 gave us the possibility to play knight c5 with an attack on the bishop, and we know that we want to give our knight for the light square bishop. So let's play knight to c5 anyway, and after the plan on knight f5, knight h4 and then knight f5, it looks like the white player is interested in not giving up the bishop pair but only taking our bishop pair. And here we go on with the usual plan, a5, knight f5, how to respond to this. Bishop f5. So now we know that when we're playing in this specific setup, when we play the Chigorin and white plays this line, one of these lines, we know that you want to give that bishop for that knight. The pawn takes back, and now b4. We're going to take a pawn. If white takes us, then obviously we take back. We're not winning a pawn, of course, but this is a very advanced pawn, and white cannot play a3. a3 belongs to the black player. Besides, white has a double pawn and an isolated pawn, so yes, white has the bishop pair, but we're actually just better. Think about it, what can white do? There are no moves actually. Bishop b3, then you can make that swap happen. If white plays, let's say, rook b1 attacking the pawn, knight a4 comes with the idea of going to c3, winning the game. That means we are happy to swap every take and go on the weakness of the a2 pawn. Here there is absolutely nothing for white to do. There's nothing here to do. Let's say queen b5. That's the best move. Putting extra attack over the pawn in d5, meaning that knight c3 is now a threat. If white plays rook to d3 to try and keep hold of this pawn in e4, knight back to c5 attacking on the rook. Rook to d2. Okay, now we can take the pawn in a2. And here again, position evaluated like -4. It's so pleasant for black to play. After d4, d5, c4, knight c6, and knight f3, in this video we're going to go through bishop g4 and c takes d5. This is a novelty. We haven't seen this before, so we're going to look at this in this video. So after c takes in d5, here you don't save your knight, you don't play queen d5 obviously, because if you play queen d5 our opponent has a chance of playing knight c3 with a tempo. That's terrible. And you can't take in d4 here due to the knight in f3. So here you take the knight. You're removing the defender of the square d4, so later you can play queen takes d5, you can recapture the material, and after long castle you're going to have quite an attack on this pawn. So this is really good. We're going to look at two options now. One of them, g takes or d takes knight. Let's start with the pawn taking our knight. Okay, now obviously we're done a piece, so we're not done a piece. We're done a pawn, so we got to recapture and save our piece. Now this bishop here is weirdly placed. It's actually well placed, but it looks weird because it's not the usual square where the bishop will be. Usually you will have a bishop in fianchetto, right, attacking this diagonal. But in these situations like this, it's pretty unusual. But what's doing for us is controlling the square d5 well enough. That means that white cannot push the pawn. So after knight c3 now, we don't need to get passive and play e6. We play e5, thematic. If you're a Chigorin player, you know e5 is the way to go. So let's look at two options now. One of them being pawn pushing, the other one being pawn taking. Let's clarify that after pawn taking here, you're going to swap queens. Now this can be taken either with the king or with the knight, but this gives black a slightly better game than white. So white has no reason to play like that, especially if he's playing it with the white pieces, obviously. So let's say if king takes, bishop to c5, attacking a weakness already. e3 stopping that. Okay, long castle. We're fully developed. King to c2, knight to h6. This is important. You have potential attack over these two squares from where you will be targeting a lot of potential squares in the opponent territory. So h3 stopping knight g4. Knight g4 will be just perfect because you're attacking f2, you're attacking e5. So h3 is necessary, otherwise knight g4 is too strong. Okay, rook h to e8. Putting more attack over e5. And after f4, saving that pawn Knight to f5, and now the knight is sitting very comfortable in that square. And also it's double attack over e3. So g4 doesn't do anything. You're just going to win a pawn. Knight to d1, protecting this pawn further. Bishop e4 check. And now the king can't move anywhere except king b3. But now we take this piece. That's just an example. Let's see another line and see how it goes. So by making a recap, for instance, knight f3, bishop g4, taking the pawn. Okay, take the knight. They take our knight. This is what we're looking at the moment. Take back. Knight c3, e5. Take, and then you swap queens. If he takes with a knight, okay, then bishop b4 check. This could be blocked either with the knight in c3 or with the bishop. Knight to c3, for example, you castle. Long side, obviously. And after a3 attacking the bishop, what are we going to do? We take. So we give up the bishop pair to create this weakness. There's an isolated pawn on a3, c3, and a double pawn on the e file. However, it's not like, it's still equal, but we're just going to see how to take the game from here, and then we'll see how to carry on. So, for example, here our opponent cannot play e4 because it gets taken. e3 will lock the bishop in, or a move like bishop to g5, pinning the knight, because white knows that we want to play knight f5, knight d5, the knight will be very well placed. We play rook d to e8, I'm pinning the knight so the rook can move. And now obviously if white gives us the bishop pair, then we will just be transitioning to a winning endgame for no reason. However, we can argue that our opponent did lock the bishop, the dark bishop in, so now white can just play e3 and carry on with the normal game. But it's too late. Knight g6 finalizes the attack on this pawn. This cannot be defended, let's say, with f4, because then you play h6 and the bishop is trapped. I mean, it's not necessarily trapped because white can play f5, but you can attack in e5 as well. You're winning. Bishop going to f4 here will just be better for black because you take the bishop. Our opponent's lost the bishop pair, but he's going to be playing with these two isolated pawns. Black now goes on with g5 and should be able to literally eliminate the center of our opponent, the pawn center. White cannot support it with g3 because of this bishop attacking the rook. And it's not like you're 100% winning this one, but obviously it's a much better endgame to play from black than for white. So let's move on here. After the check, instead of knight takes knight to c3 here, what happens after bishop to d2? Well, obviously you take, and after king takes, knight e7. So e3 developing, and now long castle comes with check. And let's look at king back to e1 this time. Knight to d5 comes. And we obviously have ideas of playing knight to b4. Position so much better for the black player. Remember that you should take that, swap the dark square bishop to eliminate the pressure that, the control that your opponent will have over the dark pawn in e5, which is the pawn we gambled, let's say like that. So bishop c4 developing, rook h to e8. Obviously a swap which is favorable for black. Let's look at this move, f4. How do we deal with this? f6. We want to take this pawn once for all, and just play against this isolated pawn. We're completely winning. Look at how well our rooks are placed. Here now, bishop takes knight doesn't work, because you might argue bishop takes, rook takes, and now the pawn can take here. But we can just take back, and we are happy about these two pawns like this against these four. It looks very weird. But also we do have a majority on this side against this minority. But it looks really good for white. However, white has no moves now. Let's make an example. Let's say white plays rook c1 or anything. I can't castle anymore. Rook e to d8, and you're planning to go to d2 and control the second rank. Rook to f1, maybe the idea of playing rook to f2. Best move is rook to h5. h3 to stop that. Bishop takes g2. So the white player had to give up that pawn if he wanted to survive. Okay, rook moves to f2. Rook to g8. Position evaluated around -2. Again, this is Much better endgame for black than for white. And in this position earlier, after we just played f6, we went through bishop taking knight, so the swaps are favorable. What if white takes us? Now here we take the pawn in e3, threatening the most nasty discovery checks in the world. So after knight takes and rook takes back, check. King moves, now rook to e4, attacks this pawn while attacking the bishop. So we should be able to recapture everything. So let's take it from the start and let's see something different. Knight f3, bishop g4. Okay, taking in d5, take the knight. They take our knight, take back. Knight c3, we play e5. What happens when they push the pawn? Instead of taking, they push the pawn. Okay, go back to d7. And after e4, it looks like this is just fine for white. And it's okay, it's equal, but you just play knight to f6. And now you're going to be putting pressure on this pawn. And it's going to be your asset. Because you're planning the usual bishop to b4, pinning the knight, and so on. So let's look at two moves here. Bishop g5, pinning our knight because our knight is putting pressure in e4. Or so normal development, bishop e2. Bishop e3 will be penalized by this pose. It's a bit of a silly move. Although it's not the end of the world. But let's see, for example, bishop g5. Attack the bishop immediately. Now taking is favorable for black. There's absolutely no reason to give the bishop pair for this. Now you can see that we're no longer applying that much pressure on e4, but we're going to play bishop c5, castle, and there's going to be a weakness here, especially because when the f3 knight is gone, the c5 bishop becomes stronger. So after bishop h4, bishop c5 comes anyway. And now we're going to look at this move, queen to b3, putting pressure on this pawn. We ignore it because in this type of positions, when they do this, rook b8, then you're going on the second rank, so it's much better. You might argue that this is developing. Okay, well, castle. And now bishop to b5. This was one of the ideas of queen to b3, so don't worry about b7. But here the idea is to develop pieces, obviously, and swap stuff. Not necessarily swap stuff for no reason, of course, but just develop. So you gotta put this bishop somewhere, and these two squares are a bit ugly. Okay, c6 comes now. And now we're not going to look at take, because after taking back, our opponent will not be able to take back again. And our pawn in c6 will be controlling d5 forever. And the knight will never be able to jump in that square. So that's not good for white. So if white does take, then it's good for black. So this move, for example, bishop c4. In case we take, white can produce a passed pawn. b5. Don't be scared of this move. Bishop to d3, b4. The knight will have to move. And here, don't worry about d takes in c6 with an attack on your bishop. You can say that now the white player is able to take the pawn without leaving a black pawn in c6, protecting the square d5 and b5. But still, you're going to take the knight. And when your opponent obviously has to take a piece back, rook to b8 ends the game. White doesn't want to self-pin because he can play a6. And obviously the queen can't go to c3 taking the pawn because bishop b4 pins the queen. And when the queen moves away from the attack of the rook, wherever she wants to go, you've got access to the second rank. So back a couple of moves ago, after b4, what if the knight just moves? Okay, bishop to d4. Saving the bishop from the knight, of course. Castle. And now g5. It's perfectly safe to play, even though we don't have a fianchetto bishop. The bishop moves. We have this pawn structure they usually have in e45 games. But now we take the pawn. Pawn has to take back, obviously. The queen to a5. We have double attack on the knight. The knight is trapped. So this is one of the ways in which the game could have gone. So in this position, earlier we went through bishop g5. Let's see this move. Bishop to e2 now. Developing. Okay, c6 comes now. So this is how you challenge this center. And no matter what, you will be able to take the pawn, right? Because either the pawn takes you or you take the pawn. You should be just fine. Castle. Okay, bishop c5. This comes. And now let's look at this idea so that we understand how to beat the Chigorin no matter what style our opponent has. King h1 now, the idea of playing f4, obviously. Okay, castle. And after f4, how to deal with this? Okay, we take this pawn. And now there's two ways to take. Either you take the pawn in d5 or the pawn in e5. If pawn takes in d5, producing a passed pawn, now you push e4 and that's it. You've solved the problem. What's the tactic that just occurred? I mean, not the tactic, the thematic move. Simply this move was e4 is there. It's protected by the knight. The bishop can go and pin our knight to take this pawn. And especially the rook now is on a closed file. And so let's see. Queen c2, for instance, putting pressure on the pawn. e3. Bishop to e3, to f3. Rook to e8. And now we are protecting this pawn in multiple ways. With the rook and with the bishop, we can play queen e7, potentially queen b6. It depends, though. We gotta be careful. Knight a4 is never an opportunity for our opponent in this variation, because you can potentially take it. It's up to you. Knight to e2, for instance, with an attack on the bishop. Rook to c8. Position has been evaluated -3 for a long time by now, and it's obviously because we have this passed pawn, which is a really strong pawn. White can't really develop his pieces properly. And after potentially playing bishop to b5, there will be a lot of attack over this pawn. And yeah, you can take it from here at this point. Here in this position, earlier we mentioned, after taking the pawn in d5, our opponent taking back. But we need to mention the one that seems to be making more sense. F takes with the opening of the file of the rook. But now you take in e4, and here it looks like our opponent can just take anything he wants. So here, let's say if, for example, our opponent takes the pawn in d5 with a knight. Now here you might be tempted to play knight f2 check and then winning the exchange, but the most accurate way to play is bishop to c6. And you've got double attack over the knight, so you should be winning material. If the knight goes back to c3, knight f2 here now is the most accurate move. The rook will have to take. You take back, you're completely winning this endgame. So in this position, we also need to see what happens if knight takes and pawn takes back. Well, now we have a passed pawn. We still have the bishop pair. We can play bishop to c6. So that pawn is there to stay. You can argue, maybe what about queen d5 attacking these two? Is the white queen going to be able to take that pawn? Okay, queen e7 is the best move. And we're protecting the bishop, and we should be able to play bishop c6. It will be a tremendous bishop, and then place the rooks in central file. We're completely winning. If queen takes pawn now, bishop c6 comes. And now the queen will have to move. She goes on to d5. She'll be attacked again by the rooks. So let's say queen to c2. Then we can take the pawn. But with the most accurate way to play is bishop to d4. And after winning that pawn, we're going to the endgame with a pawn advantage. It's not like very easy, but of course you are winning. But this is, remember, white has been playing also all the computer moves. So playing the best moves only to try to resist in a faulty variation. In this position, if queen takes, how to react to this? This is the most solid. So you play knight f2 check and you're winning the exchange unless our opponent moves the king. Then knight to h3 check. King moves again, and now bishop to b6 is important because the bishop was hanging. Now you're ready to play bishop c6. And you're playing a very good endgame. Position is only slightly better for black. I mean the evaluation, but I think it's much more playable because this is an isolated pawn. It's not a passed pawn. And it's not going to last. As soon as that's taken, you're going to have a majority here. Obviously the pawn cannot take the knight because bishop c6 wins the queen. So here, let's say development. I don't know, bishop e3 cannot be played. Let's say bishop f4, for example, is met with knight to h4 check. King moves, and now the best move is queen to h4. Obviously, we're attacking the bishop. Now, it looks like bishop g3 solves everything, but knight e4 check, and when the king moves, knight g3 is mate. So, can't really block because there's so many black attackers. So in this position, you might argue, okay, bishop f4 is an unfortunate move, of course. Okay, well, bishop f3, for instance. Okay, knight f2 check. King moves. Oops. King moves to g1. Queen to h4. This is just happening. It's a thing. You can do anything you want in that position. Especially you have an idea, knight g4 and then mate in h2. Let's just take it from the start. d4, d5, c4, knight c6, knight f3, bishop g4. We're looking at the move when they take on the pawn in d5. And here we take the knight. So let's see g takes in f3. We're not going to look at pawn takes, the e pawn takes, because, well, now after taking back, then you're going to have loads of pressure over d4. And we have seen something similar in one of the previous videos. Not exactly like this, but it's a similar scenario with queen d5 and then isolated pawn in d4. So make sure you check out all of the other Chigorin videos before you watch this one. So we're going to see this one where the g pawn takes the bishop in f3. Because then the white player will be able to support the d pawn with another pawn and not isolate the pawn. So this is, obviously we're choosing white playing better moves rather than worse moves. Queen takes d5, e3, e5. So we're going to challenge his strong center. Now we have triple attack over d4. So our opponent will have to do something about. Two options we're going to look at: knight developing or pawn taking in e5. Okay, let's start with pawn taking in e5. Let's look at this line. We go on bishop e4, check. And after the knight moves, we recapture this pawn. So, plenty of things are now possible. Our opponent can choose to do many things. We won't be able to go through everything, but obviously what you're going to understand is how to react to certain setups. For example, let's say now queen to c2. This move makes sense, or seems to make sense. Knight to d4 is now a thing. And then you can long castle. This is amazing. If the opponent gives us a check, b5. The knight in c3 is pinned, so the queen will have to move again. And after queen back to d1, rook to d8 is the best. We're not going to castle now because there's too many empty squares around the king, so rook to d8 is a strong move. You also threatening knight check, queen takes, and then you go double attack with this knight, take. The queen goes here, check, there's an attack at rook, it's game over. So let's say bishop to d2, looks like it kind of blocks the whole thing. Knight to f6, develop. You see how we are dominating. a3, how do we respond to such a threat? Bishop e7, because obviously in this case our opponent can take back with the bishop, and then we are killing our own chances, we will not keep the initiative. Bishop to e7, although now the knight, you might argue, is free. But to go where? It's not like he can actually move anywhere now. Okay, bishop e2, and now the pawn in e3 is no longer pinned. Okay, take the bishop. Always take the light square bishop when you play against the Chigorin. Well, I mean, not always, but like, you know, it's 99% of the time, just take the light square bishop on against the Chigorin, because this one is the stupid bishop. Okay, queen takes back. It looks like the white player will be able to play a normal game. Castle. We're just doing better. And now, let's look at this move. Queen takes b5, looking for swaps, hoping to go for a winning endgame, especially because we will have two isolated pawns. Here we play queen to e6, avoid the swaps. And after castle long, castling short will be crazy because you can play queen h3. Okay, rook to b8. Queen moves, rook to b6. So we purposely gave up the b pawn to open the b file because our opponent's only good castle would have been on the queen side. So we were happy to open this file because this one here, the g file is already open. Queen back to c2. These are all the best moves now by both sides. We'll see. Rook f to b8. And now we're going to infiltrate no matter what. e4. Allowing the bishop to play this game. Too late. Rook b2. This is how you punish it. It's completely winning. You know, you might argue that after take and take, two rooks for the queen is not good, but now queen to b6 check. King moves. Queen takes this pawn. Rook d to f1, attacking the queen, protecting this pawn. Queen to g2. And now if this rook attacks, we can take this pawn. If this rook attacks, we can take this pawn. So rook to b1, best move, doesn't matter. h5. Knight to b5, attacking these two pawns. You take this pawn. You're completely winning. You're also going to take this pawn, potentially. Eventually, you got an attack here on e4. So that sacrifice of the two rooks for the queen was actually just good. So let's take it from the start, and we can watch this again, but with knight c3 instead. So bishop g4, take here, take. Now knight c3 is not possible now because you have a free pawn in d4. So e3, e5, knight c3, we pin the knight. This is not a surprise. Okay. Now if the bishop blocks, you're going to take the knight. If the pawn attacks, you're going to take the knight. So either way, And like if the bishop blocks, it's not a problem, because like when you take, white has to take you with the pawn. We're gonna look at something like that later on. Let's start with a3. A3 instead of bishop d2. Okay, take, and now knight to f6. We're gonna go through c4. This is the main move, the most popular move here at this point. It's really scary because look how many pawns in the center. The queen has to move again, but it's all fine. Queen d6. Two moves we're going to look at now, the most popular ones, will be d5, attacking our knight, or a4. a4 because the idea is to play bishop a3, attacking the queen. The queen has to move. We can't castle anymore that side, I mean the king side, which will be ideal. And we might be forced to castle this side, but it's terrible because rook b1, queen b3, it doesn't look any good. So let's look at this move, d5. Now the knight goes to b8. You might recall from previous videos that the knight in b8 is doing just fine because you're going to play knight d7, knight c5, going to ideal squares. Two moves before we change line. We're going to look at two ideas. One of them, obviously, rook to b1, going for a straight attack on b7. b6 saves everything. You don't have to worry about bishop c5. That would be a strong move now, but there's a pawn in c4. e4. Okay, it looks like white is just better, but in reality, it's all good. It's all good. Knight to d7. Bishop e3, developing. Castle. a4. There are no other moves that make much sense here. a4, knight to h5. a5. Obviously, you want to disrupt this pawn chain. Knight to f4. We'd be glad to take this because then this is now the good bishop of our opponent, because our opponent, this is initially the good bishop, the light square bishop, but our opponent has put so many pawns on light squares in the center. So if white gives us this bishop, we'll be very happy. Rook to g1, putting the rook on an open file. Rook 8 to b8. This is how you play it. Pawn takes, pawn takes. Okay, queen to c2. How do we respond to this? Queen to h6. And we're going for this weakness. Bishop takes. You take with the queen. No need to take with the pawn. Now he's still attacking here and here. And that's it. You're completely winning at this point. The center our opponent had was closed. Therefore, the bishop pair was not as strong as the pair of knights that we had. Bishop g2, developing. Rook to a8, putting the rook on the open file. h4. Rook to a5. We want to double up. h5. Knight to c5. You see, this square belongs to the knight. Go and look and watch the other Chigorin videos so that you understand so much of this. That's why I'm skipping the moves quite fast, because these are thematic moves that we have seen before. Queen d2 here cannot happen. We were completely winning this position simply because, you know, you can take, and then you give this check. Easy position to continue the game. And here in this position, we went through rook b1 now, attacking this pawn. What if queen to b3? Okay, same thing. Now, well, usually, I mean, earlier we played b6 to stop that. In reality, in this case, we play castle because obviously this capture here is poisonous. Our opponent, rook, might be satisfied with exchange of rooks and a win a pawn, of course, but the queen will not be satisfied by taking the pawn and then getting in some trouble and giving development. Let's make an example. Queen b7, knight to a6. The queen will have to go all the way back now. Let's say development, bishop d2. Okay, rook f to b8, attacking the queen. The queen has to go where? Queen to c6. Only move. Okay, what to do now? Knight to d7. So let's look at this. Take. Our opponent is a pawn up and he's got the bishop pair. So it doesn't look any bad. Bishop e2, developing. Okay, knight goes to c5. And here come the knights in a closed game. Castle. Rook on the second rank. Rook f goes and defend the bishop. Rook a to b8. King to f1. Knight to b3. That's it. Decent example. Let's see one more line. Obviously, don't try to memorize lines. Don't write down by heart the moves of these videos. Just try to remember why a move is played. And you will recognize that pattern each time it arises. no matter what opening or defense you're playing. C takes, okay, bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes, e3, e5, knight c3, bishop b4, a3. Okay, you take, and now knight f6, c4, queen d6. Instead of d5, let's go through a4. Now here, you take. And after bishop a3 attacking the queen, queen to e5. That's it. Two options we might look at, one of them being e4. Our opponent will have to give up on the idea of, we'll have to realize that that pawn is lost, or playing bishop b2. e4 is stupid because d3, bishop takes on purpose. This has been made on purpose. You castle long. There is no coming back here. You're also threatening to simply win the bishop and then take the rook. Castling would be just crazy, because you can play knight h5, knight f4. And in this position, if the bishop, if instead of e4, obviously the bishop goes to b2 with the idea of recapturing that pawn, again, castle. We just need time to perfectly develop. The pawn is pinned, so the bishop can't really take. a5, queen to h5 is the best move. Now the idea is to take this pawn and win the game. So if white plays this move, a6 for instance, take the pawn here, it's game over. Very soon. And if instead white plays pawn takes, then obviously your rooks are infiltrating. It's going to be a disaster. If f4, looking for a swap, again, just take here. And you got a Zwischenzug at least, even if the queen takes you. It doesn't get any easier than this. After d4, d5, c4, knight c6, and knight f3, we're gonna go and now play bishop g4. And in this video, we're gonna go through something we haven't seen at all, which is e3. So in previous videos, we went through a little bit of everything, pawn takes and other moves like knight c3 and so on. Well, e3 now, what to do? e5 comes immediately. And now there's quite a few options available how to take this game. We're not going to go very deeply in some variations, the reason being that those are perfect transpositions of stuff you've seen before, so make sure you watch the entire Chigorin saga before you watch this video. Now here, a move like c takes d5, you take back with the queen, you're doing fine. This is a transposition into something that we have seen. Except we have a bishop in g4, which makes it even easier now. So anyway, here we have double attack with the pawn in d4. Our opponent is defending it 3 times, but the knight is pinned. So that means we are going to be able to isolate the pawn no matter what. So if white plays bishop e2, you take the pawn in d4, and you carry on like that. You have seen something similar in previous videos, check them out, and we're going to only explore novelties in this video. Remember here the tactic that if the knight goes to d4, you might think that here the pawns are not going to be isolated, but you have this move, queen g2, and there's an attack on the rook with check. Bishop can't play to f3 because then you'll take it. So after rook to f1, knight to f6. And when the knight takes our knight, smashing our pawn structure and doubling up and isolating these pawns, now this is the perfect moment to take the bishop, because the knight is no longer defending it. White has to take back with the queen, which allows us to take the knight back with an attack on this bishop. So why is it that the engine is considering this to be -3? Well, we're up a pawn. We have a clear majority on the queen side. Now after knight c3, we're going to play bishop b4. Double attack on the knights after bishop to d2 and long castle. This is a much better endgame for the black player. The white player will have to, let's say, castle this side, for instance. Okay, g6 comes now, king to b1. And after knight to e4, it looks like our opponent can just swap everything and potentially hope, go to a drawish situation. But knight takes, queen takes, check, king moves, and you just swap everything. Bishop takes, rook takes, queen takes. Now rook to d8. You're winning this endgame very easily. Position evaluated -4. Initiative and better pawn structure and material. So let's go back from the start and let's go and see something different. Bishop g4, e3, okay, e5. As we mentioned, taking here, queen takes back. Bishop e2 just doesn't help, you know, I mean, there's nothing particularly wrong with the structure of the white player, except he's going to get an isolated pawn, but you also have to know what to do to eventually win that game. Let's look at this move now, knight to c3. We've seen something similar. You always want to fight that move with the bishop. So bishop b4. Attack the bishop, okay, take. And now e4, that's it. This is a line we haven't seen. There was something similar in the previous video, actually. After c4 here, we also had the knight in f6 in the variation of the previous video. Here the best move is queen to h5, keeping the pin on the knight, meaning that the black player is going to win a piece. The knight can't move anywhere. We're going to win it. Last hope might be queen to b3, attacking this pawn with the idea of attacking these two. Knight a5 is the key. Crucial move to play now to stop the queen from going to b7 and take the initiative. Queen check here doesn't help because bishop d7. There's now an attack on this piece and there's the attack of the pawn on the knight. So we're going to leave it there. Let's go from the start and we're going to look at, okay, e3, e5. Right, if the pawn now takes in e5, you take in c4. And now we're threatening to take this knight and then take the pawn in d4, protecting the pawn in c4, threatening a jump here with knight d3, but also threatening to play b5, c6, a6, create this pawn chain, and our opponent will never take us. So after queen takes, rook takes, it looks like our opponent now can take this pawn, but now knight to e5. And it's just so much better for us. There was a similar situation in one of the first videos, actually about a year ago. Check them out. Something similar happens, and there are very important patterns to study. Remember, knight cannot take in e5 because rook d1 is checkmate. So after the bishop goes back to e2, knight d3 check, and threatening so much stuff. If king moves into d file, you have this fork and you win the game. So if king goes to f1, you're winning this bishop. So obviously, bishop takes, rook takes, and now we're still threatening this move here. Knight cannot go to e5 to make a fork here because rook d1 is checkmate. So after knight to c3, protecting the square of mate, you play f6, attacking these two squares. That knight can't move. And after castle, knight e7. And yeah, so if you remember, there was something similar like this. This is how the black player takes this game, this specific setup. But I'm going to interrupt it there because there's already been done some stuff about this. And it's going to go at this point here, after this swap of queen, instead of bishop taking here, what if knight to d2, doubling the attack on this pawn, and also protecting the knight further. So if we were to take, then the knight could take back. Okay, we play knight to b4. This is important because we're about to lose a pawn. We got to take the initiative. Here we're threatening knight c2. The best move according to the engine is king to d1. b5 comes now. And we're going to hold this pawn forever. a4, a6. We don't have to worry. The pawn cannot take here. And then, you know, usually you can't take back because the rook is pinned. But this is not the case. Okay, let's say take. h3, attacking the bishop. What to do now? Bishop d7. No reason to take this knight because it can be taken by another knight. You're giving the bishop pair for nothing. g4 allows the development of this bishop from this diagonal at least. Knight to e7. Bishop g2, h5. There's double attack on this pawn. So after g5, saving the pawn. Knight e6. And why is the position being evaluated almost -3 as if black was up a piece? What's the reason? Well, we have a plan of simply playing bishop to e7. We have a possibility to play knight to d3. Our opponent can never take this pawn, so there's an advantage in terms of like a majority here. There's these 3 pawns potentially. When you play c5 later on, you got these 3 pawns against 1. And there's no way for our opponent to develop the pieces correctly. So after knight c6, for example, let's say knight to e4, potentially developing the bishop, maybe moving the king somewhere or something and then putting the rook on an open file, because there's no open files here for the rook to go. Here, this doesn't work because bishop h3 comes with check and you're winning a lot of material, discover check. So, okay, well, let's see something else then. What if king to e2 instead of knight to d2? Okay, knight to c2 comes with an attack on the rook. The rook doesn't really have many places to go to. Let's say rook a6 looks like a good place. Okay, bishop to e7, developing. Now, is our opponent in time to play this move? Looks like a normal move, knight e4. We'll be finally able to play bishop d2 and rook d1 and play a normal game. Okay, you play knight 2 to b4, attacking the rook again. There's nowhere else to go except the only square that makes sense. Without, well, if you go here to a3, you have a discover attack on the rook, so you can play something like knight to c3, and then he's got double attack on e5, you're completely winning. So if the rook goes back to a1, either way, knight to d3, we're finalizing the attack on this pawn, and we can take it from there. So from the start, knight f3, bishop g4, e3, e5. There's another thing that had to be mentioned. Pawn takes here, we take the pawn, and what if our opponent plays queen to a4? Now here, the most accurate move, instead of, okay, bishop takes here, is a potential idea, but the best move here is queen to d7 first to unpin the knight. Okay, and when the queen takes this pawn, now you take this pawn in e5 with an attack on the queen, and so that means the our opponent is not really able to recapture the pawn without giving us the initiative. Now again, the knight can't take the knight because the queen here attacks d1, so that's going to be checkmate. And queen to e4, pinning the knight and trying to take it, is met with castle. We obviously don't have to worry whether our opponent takes the knight with the queen or with the knight, because then queen d1 either way is checkmate. So after knight to c3, developing and protecting d1, just play knight f3 check, pawn takes back, knight f6. You see how fluid development is. It's so smooth, such a great development. Knight f6 now, and we're going to be able to take the pawn in f3 wherever the queen goes, unless she goes to f4 where she's still defending that pawn, but now bishop to d6. So something else that has to be mentioned is the early bishop e2. So bishop g4, e3, right? This is the e3 variation. Okay, e5, and now early bishop e2. What to do now? e4. This is a mistake by white. Try to learn how to punish this mistake each time. e4 by white. The knight moves, you can swap the bishop. Always take the light square bishop in that position. Two moves here. Either we go through knight e5 or knight to d2. These are just two quick lines I'm going to show, but let's look at them. Knight going back to d2. Okay, bishop takes, queen takes, knight to b4, threatening c2, queen back to d1, knight to d3. Do you see how the knight obstructed the defense on the second rank, and now the knight is jumping around? King moves to e2, okay, f5, queen a4 check. These are all best moves, but still, c6, there is nothing. C takes d5, b5, the queen has to move. Queen back to c2, okay, we recapture this pawn and we're ready to open the file. Queen to c6 check. Crazy that we are even allowing this. King to f7 is the best move. Queen takes pawn in b5. Rook to b8. Development, development, development. Queen a4. Knight to f6. Development. b3. Queen to c7. Infiltrating very soon. Bishop to a3. Speeding up development, allowing the rook to come on this file, on the rank, and then play potentially, well, the knight can't go to c3 immediately, but afterwards, after the rook moves, then yes. f4 comes now. And now there is no coming back. Bishop takes a bishop, fine, take back with the rook. Knight a3 now can develop, and the two rooks can go on the open file. It's just suited. King elegantly goes back to g8. It is now a castle king, and after rook h to d1, these are all best moves. They're not enough. Pawn takes, but the black player is now infiltrating in h2. That's a move you can make. It is the best move. Position evaluated -10. And if this is not enough for us to close this line, you might as well stop playing chess and go play with dolls. But who am I to speak? I've lost games in such positions as well, on time, of course. But let's not talk about it. So here in this position, after e4, we went through knight d2 and realized that was a really bad move because it obstructs the defense over the second rank. So what if knight to e5? Looks like it makes much more sense. Okay, let's look at this line as well. Well, guess what happens now? You take. Always take that. And now we're going to be able to take this pawn, the pawn takes back, and we're breaking the pawn structure of our opponent. So what happens after this move? This might be interesting. Knight takes e6. Okay, you take the queen. And after the queen gets taken, rook takes, king takes. Equal material. But still, now we're going to take in c4. Okay, knight to a3 attacking this pawn. We can't really play b5. We then have to take the knight. Pawn takes back. Knight to e7. Rook to b1 attacking the pawn, b6. Always safe. When the rook is attacking b7, play b6. When the queen is attacking b7, leave it. Castle and then attack the queen later on. Now there's rook, so just play b6. You don't have to care. Rook b4 attacking that pawn. Are we going to lose that pawn? No. c3. Rook c4. Are we going to lose that pawn? No. Knight d5. King e2. f5. Rook to d1. Rook to d6. We're up a pawn, but we're also better in development because this bishop is useless. Now you can think, okay, a4 should be able to allow bishop a3. It's a good move. Crazy enough, best move now is king to d7. And after bishop to a3, rook to f6. So let's just mention what the plan is. f4, as you know, and then open the files. If white plays g3, g5. We are going to play f4 no matter what. Okay, let's see if our opponent will try to maybe take this pawn. Bishop to b4 to take the pawn. We're not going to allow it. Rook to c6. Okay, rook is trapped. So after taking, king takes back. And now rook to c1 puts a lot of attack over that pawn. What are we going to do? No, you take the bishop. I mean, come on. So that means rook c1 has to wait. Bishop a3 is forced. Okay, now h5. Rook to c1. Putting pressure on that pawn. King to b7. Okay, king to d1. Only move to try and get rid of this pawn. Maybe go this way and then play bishop to b4 and take this pawn. It's just not going to work. However, h4 wins the game anyway. We're going to leave the line here. It's -5 on the engine. If pawn takes, you take with the rook, you're infiltrating. If pawn doesn't take, you're infiltrating anyway. This leads us to the very last mention before we close this video. Knight f3, bishop g4, e3, e5. What happens when simply our opponent attacks the bishop, asks a question to the bishop, and say, what are you going to do? We can do the swaps later. Meanwhile, make a decision on what to do with the bishop. Okay, take the knight immediately. Queen takes back. Knight to f6. And now taking allows us to just keep developing, which is better. Taking here, again, you just take back. But at the same time, white can't just develop. Let's say knight to c3 looks like a normal move. But now you can take the pawn d4, you got double attack on it. You don't have to worry there are no checks or anything. And white can't take this pawn, taking the central pawn with, leaving the knight hanging and then attacking our knight in exchange of that because, and this is a perfect transposition from one of the very first videos I made about the Chigorin. Go check them out. Here there's this thing they take, but then you can take in b2. And there's a fork. After responding to the fork, you're going to have bishop b4 available. The queen is going in. It's game over. So in this position, obviously taking here is not possible. Or if white recaptures, you just recapture here in d4. And there is nothing. The queen has a check. And it's also attacking the knight. So you will have to block with the queen, because otherwise you lose the knight. So queen e7. But the pawn is lost. And now the swap is forced because you're threatening knight to c2. And again, it's just a good advantage. It's already -2 on the engine, but it's something that this is already now a transposition from one of the first videos. So we're going to leave it there. But you see how when you recognize the patterns, it all brings you back to lines you've already seen. So instead of memorizing hundreds of lines, you just have to understand the patterns. And then even if the move order changes or you don't remember the move, you just see what's happening on the board and say, oh, this reminds me of something I've seen before. And chances are that the move you remember is a solid, good move. Right, so let's take it from the start. So this h3, this early h3 line is met with the capture of the knight, because what else are you going to do? Knight d2 here immediately cannot be played because the knight is pinned, so you got double attack on d4. So h3 is what we're looking at. Take, knight f6, develop. So since we have double attack on d4 and there's not very good way to stop it, this bishop can't really protect e3. This bishop cannot do it, the knight cannot do it. So let's go through options of swapping. The all swaps variation. Okay, pawn takes, fine. We take back with the queen. Queen takes, knight takes, pawn takes. Instead of, okay, after pawn takes now, you don't recapture, but rather go for the attack. That's what happens when you swap everything. You see if you can swap everything to escape the initiative, to reduce the initiative of the opponent, but the problem is that your opponent's pieces will be better developed. Now, it doesn't mean that we're winning or anything here. This can still be successfully blocked by our opponent, but we are making this threat. We're also attacking d3. We're threatening to simply castle, so knight a3 is the move now to stop our conquest of the opponent rook. So knight takes the pawn now. Let's go on with development. Bishop d2, attacking the knight and potentially threatening to castle and maybe play bishop e2 or whatever. Castle. And now it's honestly so not recommendable for opponent to take, because then bishop takes back. It's a fantastic position to play. We have this rook is super strong. Then we're going to play rook b2 check. Going to here. There's an attack on the knight. It's completely game over. Castle now is not possible because you can take this with check. So let's go through development. Bishop e2. Doesn't work because knight d3 check. We're going to take this pawn. Again, it's not recommendable for white to keep swapping because it will be giving the bishop pair, which is the only good thing about white in this game. So you should keep it. And if it doesn't, then good on us. But in this case, you know, we have a knight protecting the knight, so it's really not solving anything. King moves to f1 instead. Okay, well, knight to f2 allows us to take this bishop afterwards. And there are no divisions, no moves in between or anything, stuff like that. So we're going to leave it here for the moment and we'll wait for next video. After d4, d5, c4, knight c6, we're playing the Chigorin. The main line that goes with c takes d5 is met with queen d5 is met in many of the previous videos. Here we have a double attack on the square d4. So that means knight c3 to attack the queen is not possible. Knight f3 is met with e5 because when knight c3 comes, we gotta be ready to pin it so that we don't go down in development. Okay, so we're gonna look at this variation with bishop to d2. Now here the knight is no longer pinned, we have to take it. And after bishop takes back, as mentioned, we play e4. We need to go through this move before we can finally move on completely from this line. Knight to e5, how do we deal with that? e3. Two options we're going to look at, one of them being knight taking our knight, and the other one pawn taking the pawn. So let's start with this one. If knight takes knight, obviously because the white player might think we wanted to take the knight and then double up the pawns here or something like that. Surprisingly, the best move is to take the knight back with the pawn, doubling up and isolating the pawn, and we're not even taking this pawn which comes with check. The reason is simple. This bishop is not really useful at the moment because there's a dark square pawn in the center, and we actually don't mind if our opponent takes this pawn in e3 because this bishop will be terrible, will never be able to move, especially after knight f6, knight e4. We cement the knight in e4, and most importantly, this bishop will not be able to go from the fianchetto because the diagonal is controlled by the queen. Besides, the funny thing is that our queen cannot be removed from this square. Let's make an example. Like pawn takes, knight f6, queen to d3. This seems to be an appropriate response to all the threats we were making, you know, like positionally speaking. Our opponent might choose to castle alongside. Okay, castle, castle. Okay, bishop to f5 attacks the queen. Queen to d2, for example, is met with queen to e2 check. This is tremendously difficult to deal with because simply it's game over now. There's no coming back from this. So what happens after queen to a6 instead of queen to d2? Rook a to b8. And now rook to g1 with the idea of being able to move this pawn in order to develop this bishop from the fianchetto and not worry about the rook. Okay, queen to e6, attacking here and here, threatening a fork at least. So for example, h4, whatever, any move, just to make an example, you just win material like that. So if bishop to d2 defending that pawn, rook to b6 attacks the queen. If queen takes the pawn, queen to e4, threatening checkmate, it's unstoppable. Now, if instead the queen doesn't take the pawn in a7, but rather goes to a4, where she will apply some defense over the light squares near the king. Rook f to b8, finalizing the attack on the b file. g4 attacking the bishop doesn't work. Oh, by the way, b3 doesn't help because you're closing the diagonal control of the white queen. That means queen e4 becomes possible. Now it's impossible to stop that now. So after g4, the best move is rook to b2. You ignore this bishop because checkmate is now unstoppable. So in this position, we went through knight takes. What happens if our opponent takes the pawn immediately? Okay, knight f6 comes. And now we're going to look at this type of idea which we haven't met. Queen b3 looking for a swap. The swap will be favorable for white because our opponent has the bishop pair. And also we wouldn't be controlling this diagonal anymore and white can not develop the game, develop the pieces normally. This is what I was thinking at least. But crazy enough, you should swap because pawn takes back. And now we have positional advantage after knight takes, pawn takes, and the pawn is tripled up. You play knight to e4. The knight is a monster in there. So let's look at this idea now. Two ideas actually. One of them g3 to put the bishop in fianchetto. The other one, bishop to b4 in order not to lose the bishop pair. Okay, b6 comes. And after g3, which was going to happen anyway, a5. The bishop has to go. After a5, bishop to a3. Remaining in this unbelievable square, preventing the knight from swapping with the bishop pair. What to do now? Bishop to b7. And after bishop to g2, knight to c5, forcing a swap. Bishop takes, knight takes. And now a move like castle is met with c5. This bishop is not going to play, ever. It's a joke. And what happens after rook to d1? To make an example. b5. The idea of b4 trapping the bishop. So after b4 by white, c5. And we are going to trap the bishop because if pawn takes here, we go up. If pawn takes here, the same thing. So that we're winning material. And in this position, if instead of all that, white plays e6, right? To dismantle our pawn chain. Well, okay, take it. And a bishop to b4 seems to be a good move to get a way out for the bishop. You can't take it because rook will take here and then you lose the game completely. Black plays rook to d8 and carries on this game. The pawn structure is much better and so is development. And in this position we saw what happens after knight e4 and the bishop going to b4. What if instead our opponent just ignores that and says, you know what, take my bishop pair, at least I get to fix the pawn structure and I don't go backwards in development. Okay, well fine, we accept that because, well, we still have achieved this triple pawn in the center, so we're happy with that. King e7 is the best move, best way to develop. No need to castle because your king is safe. There are almost no pieces left on the board. Bishop to g2, a5. Castle, rook to d8. We'll be the first to conquer the open file. Rook to f4 now. The idea of going to d4, fixing the game. But it's too late. Rook to d2. We've infiltrated. King to f2. Defending the pawn. Rook to b2. We started our attack. Okay, rook f to a4. These are all best moves, but we're going to win because of superior pawn structure. We take this pawn. We don't care. Take, take, take. And now c6. To decrease the strength of the fianchettoed bishop. Rook to c5. Bishop e6. And we take it from there. We're gonna go to this endgame. We are in this endgame. We are winning. It's not, of course, something that's gonna happen in a couple of moves, but patiently, you need to understand that our opponent cannot make any progress. King to e1, trying to go closer to our rook slowly, but still rook a3. And king to d2, rook check. King to d3, and you play g6. And the funny thing is that this rook is actually trapped, and we're going to play king d7, king c7, king b6, and win like that.